Hello there, I am Mike Nebling. I'm your instructor. I am a professor, an assistant professor to be precise, at the University of Michigan, where I work in the School of Information. I thought I should introduce myself and tell you maybe a few things about myself before we go really into this XR MOOC specialization. So I've been working in this space for about 5 years now, I would say. I've been doing research in this space, specifically in the area of human-computer interaction. And I've been teaching in the residential program at the University of Michigan for 3 years now, 2 AR/VR courses, one focused really on design and one focused on development. This is in many ways an update of the teach-out that I've done a few years ago with a few of my colleagues. It was the augmented reality, virtual reality, and mixed realities teach-out from the University of Michigan. Maybe you've seen me there. It was great to meet some of the learners in that MOOC. And many of you have actually said, we wanted to learn more about design and development. So we've heard you, and we've added significant content in both of these areas. Right, so I care about XR. You guessed that. It is really important for me that we all understand these technologies. They are making it into our everyday lives. They are there. They're not going to go away. We still have an influence on how to shape those technologies so that we have a better control, right, how these technologies make it into our everyday lives. In any case, it's time for me to pay back and pay it forward. So I hope what you learn here today is something that I had to learn myself, not just today, but over the next few weeks. It's not going to be that fast. Almost tricked you there, right? And I hope that you share that knowledge and that you invite other people to also learn about these things. Not everybody cares about development. Maybe some of us care about design, hopefully even more. And then a lot of us should really care about where this space and these technologies are going. And we should have some critical discussions about this. So, thanks for, letting me meet you and joining me in this effort of spreading the knowledge around XR. And I really look forward to seeing you in the course. Hope we get to interact with each other, maybe perhaps even meet in person one day. That would be exciting. Hello and welcome to the XR MOOC. Welcome to this first course as part of the XR MOOC. This course is focused on providing an introduction, really covering all the fundamental knowledge that we need to have to understand XR. So this is really what this course is about, understanding this terminology, learning about the technologies, learning about the applications, seeing the potential, maybe being a little bit enthusiastic about it. And then learning about, strategy and trends, and also then really talking about the issues. Let's jump in and try to get a little bit of an overview of what we'd actually learn about in this first course. So here's an overview of the course. In the first module, we're going to look at the terminology and also learn about the applications of XR. And then we're going to go deeper actually in each of these technologies. So we learn more about virtual reality and also augmented reality. So after providing this fundamental understanding of some of the VR and AR concepts and technologies, we're going to do a little bit of an outlook into where things are going with XR. So we're talking about some trends that we can identify. So after we've looked into some of the trends, we're also going to talk about a variety of issues. There are actually quite a bit, so we're going to switch gears and from enthusiastic to critical, and we're going to think about some of these technologies more critically. In the last module, we're going to talk about strategy. We're thinking more about how to learn more about XR, how to grow knowledge in the team, how to actually grow the team. What should we think about when we acquire new equipment? Should we always go for the latest and greatest, or broad or deep? Do you buy 1,000,000 times the same device? No, you don't. So these are essentially the lectures. Some of the main content I will convey through videos and through some panels, bringing in quite a few people even in this first course, but then also in the other courses. In terms of how we assess learning, well, you'll read the details later, but there will be quizzes. After every module, there's a quiz. So this is a Well, a mechanism for us to make sure that we are engaging with the content critically. What you will also see is that there's actually an on-us track. So there's additional content, especially some activities and exercises that I think will require more of your time, but also allow you to engage much more critically with the content, and so actually go deeper and develop your knowledge further. And so I think the honors track is really a great opportunity. So, and as part of this honors track, we actually have then a number of activities. Now I'm going to give you a little bit of an overview of what you can expect to learn throughout this course with a little bit more detail. So really, you learn about terminology and applications. You learn about concepts and technologies, and you learn about the trends and issues. I think of these as three fundamental pillars of knowledge. This is really something where I want you to be familiar with each of these areas and know a little bit about, so that you can actually demonstrate knowledge around XR and also shape where XR is going. So I said we learn about terms, right? So here I list out what virtual reality is, augmented reality, mixed reality, and extended reality. And we're going to learn about this obviously in a lecture. And one is going to be a little bit more traditional, and then one is actually using XR technologies. So here you're seeing me sketching in a tool called Tilt Brush. I'm actually in VR and I'm sketching out the reality-virtual reality continuum. So after learning about these key terms and really understanding some of the fundamental concepts, we're going to look at the XR technology landscape. We're going to look at four things really in this landscape: the devices that are out there, the platforms, the applications, and the tools. You're going to learn about some of the applications, like you're going to see me play Beat Saber, and obviously there was a learning goal behind this. What we learn here is more about VR. So on the AR side of things, one thing that you may have heard about is Pokemon Go. It actually popularized AR a few years ago. So these are some applications, and they were more in the space of gaming, frankly, but this is really where a lot of movement is right now in the XR space. But we're also making it slowly, at least, into productivity. You learn about some of the tools, but you learn much more about tools in the courses focused on design and development. So in this one, I'll talk a little bit about immersive authoring, and I give a little bit of that overview. Here I'm just editing a 3D scene on an iPad, but then I'm actually jumping into AR and I'm continuing the authoring right in the studio using the iPad here. What I'm using here is actually Apple Reality Composer. That's a tool that's available to you as well if you have an iPad. So this was actually just a summary of what happens in the first week. So you'll see we will learn actually quite a bit, and we will learn through examples. We'll then actually also, develop a little bit more knowledge on the concept sides of things, and then going deeper into technologies. So I have like 2 modules. They're divided into AR and VR, and then each into concepts and technologies. And we are going to ask some of the basic questions around AR and VR, the key concepts. You're going to learn about the technologies with lots of examples, and also you will see demos throughout. So as we learn about some of these concepts and obviously the technologies in AR and VR, I want us to develop a mental model that we can use to answer some of these questions. So when you engage in a new project, you're going to start some kind of new XR project or initiative. Should it be around AR or VR? Should it be both? Should it be neither of them? What type of AR or VR should you be doing? This is more for projects, so what are the display and tracking technologies? And these are some of the decisions you can make at that stage, because you will have that knowledge. Which types of platforms and devices are out there, and which ones fit the best the requirements that we have and the needs of our users. And then which tools and actually design tools and development tools should we be using throughout the process. So these are the questions that you ask yourself at the beginning of the project, and that I want you to be able to answer at the end of the course. We're going to learn about this XR technology tree, and then we're going to learn about how to turn this technology tree around, because what's important is to know how to ask the right questions. We're going to talk about trends in XR. I said we're going to use a human-computer interaction lens. So we think about design, and we're thinking about these 3 angles: from people or users, from tasks and technology. And then we're going to talk about issues. COVID-19 really has been a major disaster in many ways, and it actually had quite an impact on the XR landscape, at least from a needs or desires perspective. A lot more interest in XR. We're going to talk about 3 other classes of issues around social and ethical concerns, around accessibility and equity, and around privacy and security. Finally, as I said, we're going to look into strategy. Right? We're going to look at the knowledge, equipment, team, and users, and how to grow each of these. Really how to have this mindset of growth, and what are some strategies to, for example, increase the knowledge on your team, or make your team stronger in the XR space, or actually, well, educating more people and being an evangelist of these technologies so that eventually there will be more users. So basically, at the end of this course, you will have the fundamental knowledge and also have, well, at least some language and insights into strategy, and can contribute to discussions around shaping XR. Really knowing about the trends, the issues, and as I say, strategy. So this is an overview of the first course. I really packed quite a bit in it, and I really wanted to look at XR from all these different angles and perspectives. This course is really something that I'd like everybody to take, independent of whether you are interested in design or development, or you just want to have a rough understanding of these technologies, you want to be able to participate in discussions, you want to contribute meaningfully to how some of these technologies are shaped. And as you can probably tell, I'm really passionate about these things, and I want everybody to know about it so that we can have actually critical discussions around some of these issues. And the more people know about this, the better we are prepared for this future where XR, I think, will be part of our everyday lives. What is XR? A question that I'm often asked. So this is an intro to XR, and I want you to learn about the main terms and technologies in this segment. So the terms that you are probably most familiar with at this stage is virtual reality and augmented reality. We often say AR/VR, but there are actually very different technologies associated with these terms. So when you say virtual reality, I always think of this idea of replacing the reality around the user. We do this by providing a computer-generated virtual environment. So there is no more real-world view, it is only the virtual view. Augmented reality, on the other hand, enhances reality. So the user actually sees both the real world and the virtual world. They are like merged together. So the real and virtual, we call this a composite view. Now what is interesting is that the R in VR is actually not the real world. It is a synthetic, a computer-generated world. And the R in AR actually refers to our physical real world around us. So let's focus on virtual reality for a moment. Virtual reality is defined in terms of 3 main characteristics. The first being that virtual reality emphasizes autonomy and agency. So the user at all times stays in control. We achieve this through head tracking and using the body as input. So if I show you an example using a VR headset, when I put this on my head, the device is being tracked in 3D space. And I can use my body as input. Now the way this often works is through virtual reality controllers. But what is increasingly possible as well is to just use your hands as input. In addition to your hands, you can also use speech as input. So this is actually leading us directly to the second main characteristic, that virtual reality provides natural interaction using gestures with a controller, hand or fingers, and speech as input. The third characteristic of virtual reality is that virtual reality gives us a sense of presence, the feeling of being there. So as we enter the virtual world, we are being immersed. This immersion is happening by stimulating multiple of our senses. The visual, any kind of audio, as well as with more advanced VR technologies, you will have forms of haptic feedback and some other ideas, including even olfactory displays, which is you smelling whatever the virtual environment is around you. Great. Now let's focus on augmented reality. Augmented reality is also defined in terms of three main characteristics. The first being that augmented reality combines real and virtual objects to produce a composite view. So it's not just visual objects, it can also be audio information overlaid. Let me give you an example. If I put on this augmented reality headset, I can still see the real world around me, and any kind of virtual content is overlaid over that real world. So the second main characteristic of augmented reality is that AR is interactive in real time. It supports both explicit and implicit interaction. By explicit interaction, I mean the similar styles of interactions that we have described for virtual reality, using gestures and speech as forms of explicit interaction. Augmented reality also has a lot of implicit camera-based interaction. As I move the device around, the device has to make sure that the content, the virtual content, is displayed in a way so that it looks like it is part of the real world. This brings us to the third characteristic of augmented reality. AR is actually registered in 3D. We need to do this in order to align the real and virtual objects spatially in the physical world. They appear as if they were part of the same world. So these are the three main characteristics of augmented reality. Another term that you have probably come across is mixed reality. Mixed reality is a term that often causes confusion. In fact, talking to experts, researchers, and designers, we have identified at least 6 working definitions. The reality-virtuality continuum, as defined by Milgram, is one of the popular definitions. Mixed reality as a synonym for augmented reality. Mixed reality as a combination of AR and VR. Mixed reality as a stronger version of AR. Mixed reality as a type of collaboration. And mixed reality as the idea of aligning physical and virtual environments. These are all valid definitions, and I want to zoom in on one that is popular, at least in the research community. Now, mixed reality in terms of the reality-virtuality continuum is defined as follows. It is the spectrum from the real environment without any augmentation to the virtual environment, which is completely synthesized, computer-generated virtual content. Now, augmented reality is something we start talking about as we bring in virtual content, but mostly still see the physical world, the real environment. There is a term augmented virtuality, which is not as popular, but refers to the idea that we see mostly virtual content and bring in physical content. So in some sense, it is the reverse of augmented reality as we move closer towards the fully virtual environment. Mixed reality is a term that refers to a large part of that spectrum. It actually includes augmented reality as well as augmented virtuality. In the original definition by Milgram, it does, however, not include virtual reality. So mixed reality is really this blending of the physical and the virtual world with varying degrees of augmentation. Now, this is the definition of mixed reality, and what often helps me is to think about mixed reality in terms of displays. So I'll show you a number of examples of displays here as they map to the spectrum. So closer towards the real environment, where we have little augmentation, we find the displays called tangible interactive displays or spatially projective displays. Now, somewhere in this transition between AR to AV, we can find tablets and smartphones that are producing augmented reality content. The way they do this is by mostly showing the camera feed and then, so that it creates a see-through display, and then actually putting virtual content on top of it. So we are right in the middle of the spectrum. The closer we move towards the virtual environment, we can think of displays that are
caves, room size, wall size displays around the user, or a head-mounted display like the one I showed earlier. One of the typical examples of a virtual reality headset. So in this segment, I've covered a few of the key terms. VR, or virtual reality, which refers to the computer-generated virtual world. AR, or augmented reality, which refers to the idea of enhancing the physical world with virtual content. I've also talked about MR, or mixed reality, which according to definitions by Milgram include augmented reality and augmented virtual reality, but usually not VR. Now, XR is a term that is often used, where X is just a wildcard for augmented, virtual, or mixed reality. So I wanted to teach you about virtual reality and how it relates to other concepts while I am actually in virtual reality right now. Okay, so if we were not in virtual reality, we would call this the reality, the real world, okay? And so I'm going to put on the other side of the spectrum, if you will, VR, okay? And so I want to tell you how we actually get from the real world to the virtual world, the virtual reality that we often talk about in this course. And I do this by introducing a few concepts, okay? First, we're often going to talk about AR in this MOOC specialization. And AR as augmented reality is the idea of adding virtual content on top of the real world. Now, you still mostly see the real world, but you do add virtual content. If we added a lot of virtual content, we would actually make it over to the point where it's all virtual. And this is like where I am right now. Everything in here is virtual, and I can resize it, rescale it. I can walk through it, can do all these things in virtual reality, many of which we can also do, obviously, in the physical world. It is still some form of reality. So if we add all this, we end up over at the virtual reality side. Now, there's one concept that not a lot of people are familiar with, but it's called AV, it's augmented virtual reality. And augmented virtual reality is really this idea. It's the inverse of AR. It is mostly virtual, and we augment the virtual with physical content. So for example, what you will probably notice is that obviously I do have physical hands, but I don't see them in VR. What I see instead is the controllers. Now, these controllers are very good approximations of my hand movements and where they are in 3D space. So you might call this a form of augmented virtual reality, where you actually bring the real world coordinates and to some sense also the pose and the motion of my hands into the virtual world. And so again, there are also versions of this where you actually do see virtual representations of your hands, and now we actually do have hand tracking and can actually get very good at actually entering virtual reality to the extent that we may one day not be able to tell the difference between the virtual and the real world anymore. Now, two more concepts that are relevant for us. First of all, we usually call this entire space here mixed reality, so MR. And it's really like a fancy term that has been used a lot in promotional videos as this kind of like new thing. But to be honest, mixed reality has been defined in 1994 in the research literature, at least, by Paul Milgram from the University of Toronto. That was really based on a literature review of all the things we have been doing for more than a decade at the time, right, in 1994. So AR, VR, and MR are really old concepts. Now, we call this MOOC specialization, I'm going to bring this back so I can actually draw this nicely, we call it the XR MOOC, okay? And now, how does XR really fit here into the picture? Well, it actually refers to everything that is augmenting the real world, including full virtual reality. And the X is really just a wild card for AR, VR, or MR. And so that's how I'd like you to think about it. Some people refer to it as extended reality. Again, it is actually not introducing any new kinds of interactions or any new ideas. It is really just a concept to refer to this entire design space. And that's how I'd like us to use the term, where X is mostly the wild card, again, for AR, VR, or MR. Pretty cool, isn't it? I think this is a really powerful tool for teaching and learning. Could imagine that in the future we actually do more and more lectures just in VR, perhaps with more interesting content. Conceptually, this was definitely interesting content, but you could imagine that I actually start sketching out entire virtual spaces to describe architecture ideas or explain physical phenomena. And this is a lot of the stuff that we'll talk about in this MOOC specialization. And I really look forward to actually welcoming you once this is going to launch, and it's going to be cool. In this video, we're going to talk about the XR technology landscape. So the landscape is actually quite big. I'm just going to reach out here to one of my examples that I'll show you. It is the HoloLens 2. Now the HoloLens 2 is one of the latest AR devices on the market. So definitely a lot of changes around the device, and comfort is good, and the visor has changed, and some other things have changed. But how do we actually now assess these improvements? And are they actually improvements? And yes, they are. But I want to give you some tools so that you can better classify XR technology. And because the landscape is so big, we really need some of these tools. So I'm going to actually jump right in, and I'm going to start with a little bit of a complaint here. And my complaint is that there is actually a lot of hype around AR and VR technologies, and we're not always very honest. So there's often new terms for essentially the same technology. We see over-promising promotional videos all the time. There's a proliferation of new devices with actually just minor differences in display resolution and field of view, which are actually some of the key factors. So the HoloLens 2 is a good example here. In terms of resolution and field of view, the improvements are actually quite minor. And I have to say, I understand, it's technically really, really challenging to improve and increase the field of view, for example. But yeah, let's just be honest about it. Many technical aspects are rapidly improving, I'll grant you that. So hand, finger, and eye tracking are actually now becoming a standard, and are actually quite good already. But we still have to make a lot more progress. There are still strong technical and design limitations. For example, environmental understanding are still rather basic. And by environmental understanding, I mean if you were a computer and you were looking at me, well, would you be able to tell that I'm a human, what kind of gestures I'm doing, and where I am in the environment? So the idea of this segment is to introduce you to 4 classes of XR technology. Yeah, really help you think through that space. The first class we're going to talk about is devices. Now devices, well, we can distinguish between standalone or built-in kind of XR devices. So devices that have built-in XR technologies or are standalone, they're separate. As an additional device you have to, for example, put on your head. And we can think of them as tethered or adapter-based devices. So, for example, some devices wrap around your smartphone, like the cardboard wraps around your smartphone, or the Rift and the Vive, they have to be connected to a computer. So I'm going to show you 2 examples here. On the built-in standalone, well, we have the HoloLens 2. It is, when it's charged, it is a standalone device. It's a fully self-contained computer. Yeah, just goes on your head. And off you go. Do a little bit of AR. Pretty cool. That's an AR device. And then on the VR side of things, I have the Quest here. Now you're wondering, why is it tethered? Well, because it can, and that gives it some improvements, but it doesn't have to be tethered. Okay, so this is also a standalone device that just goes on your head and gives you VR. Now I said it can be tethered, so this is where this classification starts to blend and blur a little bit, because the Quest actually, with the Oculus Link, which is essentially just a USB cable that goes into the device, we can connect it to a computer, and that actually allows us to, well, turn this Quest into a Rift S kind of capable device, giving it more computing power and ability to render heavier graphics, if you will. My other example is the Google Cardboard here. So the Cardboard is actually an adapter, and we call this also tethered. It needs to be connected to something. So the more traditional understanding of tethered would be you connecting a device to your computer. And I can do this with a Quest, and it actually can be changed. It's one of these hybrid devices between standalone and tethered. So I connect it back. All right, this was just the first part of our little classification. We're going to look at platforms next. So when it comes to platforms, we can distinguish between specific platforms. So for example, the Oculus, the Vive, or the Magic Leap. They connect to the corresponding devices that I list here. There are differences between just Oculus and Vive, and so these are technical differences. And so you could build specifically for these platforms, or you can take a cross-platform approach. So you can build on some technology like Steam VR, Windows Mixed Reality, or WebXR, which allows you to bridge multiple platforms. I want to introduce you to a third and a fourth class. My third class is applications. So some people refer to XR technologies as applications. And then I think we need to distinguish between XR apps like Beat Saber or Snapchat and apps which are just mobile apps, for example, with specific XR views and modes. So they allow you to go into VR or into AR. So here I have two examples, IKEA and Amazon Shopping, that actually now have built-in AR views. So just at the press of a button, you can actually blend in the environment and explore things in AR. So you can test whether the furniture fits into your home, or you can preview a product you're about to buy from Amazon. My fourth class is tools. And here I actually think a lot in terms of software tools, but it's different from applications. So there are tools for design. I'll introduce you to some of those, including Tilt Brush, Quill, and Arrow. So Tilt Brush and Quill are VR examples, and Arrow, Adobe Arrow, and then Apple Reality Composer. These are all design-oriented AR examples. And when it comes to development, well, we are going to distinguish a few key development tools here. We are going to cover A-Frame, Unity, and Unreal. So this gives you a first important overview of 4 classes of technologies. We started with devices, we looked into platforms, and then we talked about applications, and we talked about tools. So now we have some basic language to look at the XR landscape, and this will allow us to learn a little bit more as I go forward. What you'll see and what you learn and what you notice when you watch more and more content of my courses here, I'm someone who actually brings in all these devices, tools, platforms, and applications, because I think that's the best way for us to learn. So I'm going to show you some of these in the following slides. All right, let's look at VR devices very quickly. So here we just learned adapter, so smartphone, cardboard, I just showed you. We talked about tethered, so the Rift here, the Oculus Rift with various sensors could be plugged into a computer. You can see all kinds of cables. In fact, you need 3 USB ports and 1 HDMI or DisplayPort depending on the configuration. And then the Quest is really a standalone VR device that can, however, be tethered, but all it takes is 1 USB cable. And standalone, really, for that to work, we really had to make a lot of improvements. You can see how the sensors, these little black sticks in the middle picture, how they have disappeared from the right picture. And that means we had to make some technological advances. And so this is the difference between outside in and inside out tracking. In fact, we were able to integrate the sensors into the headset. Looking at AR devices, here you see the adapter smartphone. So this is HoloKit. So let me show you this very quickly. So this is the HoloKit, okay? So it opens like the cardboard. This is the AR version of the cardboard. VR cardboard, opaque. AR see-through. In fact, I can actually now still see you and wave at you, and I know all that because it is an augmented reality display. My example in the middle here is a built-in AR technology device like the iPad that I show here, and it actually has ARKit inside. And I'll show you lots of examples with smartphone-based and tablet or iPad-based AR later. And my last example here is standalone, an example of a standalone AR device, and that is the HoloLens, actually the first version here, but I showed you the HoloLens 2 earlier. So if we were to place these devices on the reality-virtuality continuum, from the real world to the completely computer-generated virtual environment, where would you place those devices? So the Google Cardboard I put towards clearly virtual environment, and I put it almost to the right. However, I still think that there are more immersive VR devices like the Oculus Quest for different reasons. For example, it supports 6 degrees of freedom and has 2 controllers, and I can do a lot more in this device. When it comes to AR, I would put the HoloKit there, somewhere between the real environment and augmented reality. It does provide a relatively simple form of AR, so essentially just overlaying virtual content, but the tracking is relatively limited. So the HoloLens I would put here, I have an example of the HoloLens 1 here, I would put it, clearly it falls into the AR spectrum. So in some sense it produces better augmented reality than the HoloKit. Obviously it sits on your head, it has support for advanced interactions including voice-based interaction, but also the HoloLens 2 now also has eye tracking inbuilt, and hand tracking was already possible to some extent with HoloLens 1. So clearly more immersive, more realistic augmented reality. Now where would you put the smartphone based AR? Well, I'll put it here between AR and AV, because technically what it does is it uses the camera to bring in the camera feed, and then we can augment that view. And so in some sense it really sits at the middle between real and virtual environment, because you're looking at a mostly virtual content, a camera feed that is augmented, and you're seeing a lot of the real world around it as you're holding that device in front of you. Alright, so now we have placed these technologies on the reality-virtuality continuum. So these were obviously just a few examples of AR and VR devices. There's a lot more to be found on the VR side. So the Rift S, the Vive, and all these would somehow go here. And I wouldn't actually draw too many differences between where they fall. They just fall into this quadrant. Obviously on the AR side, we also have more devices out there. The Magic Leap is still kind of out there, and it would fall into this spectrum. There have been many other kinds of AR devices and VR devices that I don't include here. I did include some of the popular examples, and I realized that over the next few years we will actually find new examples of AR VR devices, and it will be up to you to place them on the spectrum. So let's look at VR platforms and devices. I talked about the Oculus. We have the Rift, the Go, the Quest as examples here. They have applications that can be accessed through the Oculus Store. There's actually a difference between each of these, so they all have their own Oculus stores. And we are only now beginning to see cross-store application access, so this is a little annoying, but something to keep in mind. For HTC Vive, it's a similar story. We have Vive and Vive Pro as examples here, and applications are distributed through Viveport, that is the App Store. On the Microsoft side of things, we have Windows Mixed Reality as primarily VR. The HoloLens also falls into this Windows Mixed Reality spectrum, but let's just consider it separately. And a virtual reality app based on some kind of Microsoft platform would go through the Windows Store. So as a developer, it really makes a difference whether you're developing for Oculus, for HTC, or for Microsoft. And there are other examples as well. So what are some ways to actually do cross-platform development? Here I show Steam VR and WebXR. So Steam VR is the VR plugin to the popular Steam platform. The Steam platform can be used to acquire both games and also applications. And with the VR integration, you can actually get applications that run on each of these platforms. In fact, you can run them through Steam VR, and then you can use an Oculus, an HTC Vive, or a Windows Mixed Reality VR device from Microsoft, and you should be able to see it. Another important cross-platform approach is WebXR. WebXR is really an evolving specification for the web that allows us to build web applications that can then actually be accessed through each of these devices. So it's a very important way to reach across platforms. Looking at the AR side of things, here we have on the smartphone side ARcade and AR Core. They allow you to reach iPhone and iPad, and then maybe in the future Apple Glass. And then AR Core Android devices you can reach with that. So AR Core runs on a number of smartphones based on Android, and then distribution of applications is through the Play Store. On the Microsoft side, we're talking about HoloLens, and again, distribution is through the Windows Store. Now you notice that SteamVR is gone. We only have WebXR as the primary way to actually distribute across all these kinds of platforms through the web. Welcome to the Honest Track. In the Honest Track, we're going to do a much more hands-on exploration of some of the topics. So usually what will happen is I ask you to do some kind of activity, an actual task. I always have a description of what the task is and what I think the expected results are of those tasks. So what are we learning from doing this? Why is it important? Why do I want you to engage in some of these activities? In this course, we don't actually have a peer review, but in the other courses focused on design and development, where you will actually create a project, we do have more of a peer review. We understand and fully realize that the peer review is a major activity. And I think in this course we can do without the peer review, but that doesn't mean that you should not discuss the issues with your peers. In fact, we will actually ask you to do so, but you will not be formally evaluated and assessed by your peers. So that's a major difference to the other tracks in the other courses. So in the first course, you're currently here exploring terminology and applications. And in the next 2 weeks, we are going to go deeper in the concepts and technologies of both VR and AR. And then we're going to talk about the trends and issues. And so this is really where the course then shifts more forward-looking to the future and really to the shaping parts of this course. And so as part of this, we'll ask you to do an app classification. I'll introduce you to that. Learning about all the concepts and technologies, it's important for you to understand and then also make some recommendations based on your current understanding of these technologies. So I'll give you a few scenarios to do this. And then finally, we also uncover a lot of important issues, really key issues to XR. And we want to have a nice and informed discussion about these issues. Finally, at the end of this course, we're going to do a little bit more exploration and talk about strategy and how to approach new XR projects and initiatives. And for that, I wanted to leave it a little bit more open-ended. So in this Honest Track, in this course, app classification, text selection, and key issues. What does it entail? So you're going to try out an XR app, and then you're going to classify that app along the reality-virtual reality continuum. The second activity is really about text selection. I'll give you a number of scenarios, and you are the person telling me which technologies I should be using. And to really work on this, you are asked to perform what is called a QOC analysis, a questions, options, and criteria analysis. And I'll have some reading that guides you through the process. Finally, we're going to talk about 3 big classes of issues. So ethics and social concerns, accessibility and equity. Really, really big issues in the XR space. And then also, obviously, privacy and security. And you can pick which of these issues you want to focus on. And I have 3 key activities for you to try out and then assess from these different kinds of angles. So this is going to be interesting, and I hope we'll learn a lot that way as well. So let's talk about the app classification activity first. So in that one, I'm going to show you the reality-virtual reality continuum. You've already started looking at this. And the devices will obviously help you to, it's a strong indicator. Which device you are using to try out some of the apps is a strong indicator where you may be ending up on the continuum. And again, you're choosing the most specific terms rather than terms like MR or XR. In the second module, so that's next week, we're going to concern ourselves more with the concepts and really the technologies implementing these concepts, so really understanding AR, VR technologies. And for this activity, I've developed a few scenarios. Here is one of them. It's the home decoration scenario. So you could imagine using multiple different mobile devices, and maybe it's collaborative with your family. And what would be the right kinds of technologies in terms of AR. So you're going to have the technology tree that I'll introduce you to. So we're going to understand a little bit more about all the different kinds of options we have on the AR side and on the VR side. And the main goal is to really get you thinking about what kinds of questions should you be thinking about when it comes to making recommendations for technologies. We're going to base this on the QOC paper from McLean et al. In 1991, so questions, options, and criteria, really a method, a systematic method to explore the design space. And I'm going to introduce you to the notation, how do you actually make decisions, how do you perform the assessment. Finally, we're going to talk about issues, and there's three big main classes of issues. So social and ethical concerns, accessibility and equity, really important, as well as privacy and security. And with these obviously come trust and safety and all kinds of concerns. So I'm going to ask you to perform one of three activities. You can perform more activities. Here's an example of a social VR meeting activity. I would like you to actually go into a social platform. I'll show you how I visited a conference virtually, the IEEE Virtual Reality Conference in 2020, where I went to. And so this is like some footage from there. And these are the kinds of impressions and this kind of experience that I'd like you to have so that you can then analyze these kinds of activities, focusing on some of the concerns. Finally, it's important to think about the design impact of some of the solutions that are out there, and I already would like you to think like a designer. So design thinking is something I would like to prepare you for, and obviously the second course in this MOOC specialization really focuses on that. So for any of these activities, it's very important to think about what happens before. So how are you prepared for that kind of activity as a user? And then obviously as a designer, what would you do to set the expectations of your users for this new reality that they enter? So it's interesting to observe with yourself how much you feel like, okay, I think the app that I was using prepared me well for what was to come or not. Obviously all the kinds of thoughts and concerns you had while you were using it, so during the activity. And so therefore obviously as a designer we would want to balance realism with comfort and safety is really the utmost important issue that we want to definitely address. Our users need to be safe. And finally, what happens after? So as a return to reality, help users transition back to the old reality, the actual reality. That is something that you should also consider. So this honors track is going to be hopefully fun. And I think it would be great if you obviously did the entire XM MOOC specialization and even all the honors track associated with them. I'm looking forward to our discussions, looking forward to the kinds of results you're coming up with, and I hope to see you in the honors track. Again, welcome to the honors track. This is actually the first exercise as part of the honors track. Every exercise comes with a task description. In this one, we're going to focus on trying out an XR app and actually classifying it along the reality virtual reality continuum or the mixed reality spectrum. We have readings to support you in this task, and I'm going to go over some of the specifics to set the expectations. So the task that I'm talking about is this one. Classify an XR app along the reality virtual reality continuum. So this is something from Milgram and Cucino. It's a relatively old paper, but it's an interesting concept, and I'll show it to you in a second again, but we also obviously talk about it in the lecture. So the first step in this exercise or in this task is actually to find obviously an XR app that you can try out with your equipment. And so if you have questions about this, obviously I write about it, I give some tips of how to find XR apps. I provide an overview in the technology landscape lecture, so we should have a relatively good sense by now of the kinds of XR applications you should be able to try out. So you try out the app on your XR device. It's important that you're using an AR or VR version of that app. It's okay if it's 360, but I'd really like you to see it in virtual reality and analyze the user experience. So in this case, you don't have to think like a designer, you just have to think like an end user
And you should then think about, the only thing that I'm asking at this stage is to just classify the app as either AR or VR. Use mixed reality only if you're totally unsure, so this is actually not a good option. And XR only if both AR and VR are supported. And you tried out both. If you have an app that supports both, but you only have AR or VR available, then you just say which of these modalities you've tried out, and so you can classify the app as either AR or VR in that case. You should consult the What is Mixed Reality paper to confirm your choice, and I have a little bit more information about that paper, and obviously would like to invite you to read it. It was actually written for a broad audience. It's a Chi paper from 2019 from my lab, and I thought this might be a good resource for some of us. And then optionally, you can try out another app, ideally at the opposite end of the spectrum, so you get to see a little bit more about these different extreme points in the spectrum. So better overview of the XR technology is what I'm hoping you would get from this exercise. Also, this idea of considering the entire spectrum, so the entire continuum, not just the extremes. And so really exploring whether something could be characterized as augmented virtual reality. And then possible definitions of mixed reality. So I think that's where the paper is very useful that I ask you to read, because it does identify 6 working definitions that we have uncovered from talking to experts and in both in industry and academia. And it was interesting to see how they don't disagree, but they have very different views on mixed reality as a spectrum and what it entails and what makes an app a mixed reality app. And so I think it's good to have this overview. That's the whole point of our paper, to facilitate communication. And so here I show you obviously some examples. I have tried out some of the apps. So this is me playing a Beat Saber. And where do you think this is? I mean, the fact that I'm wearing this occluding headset suggests that it is a reality app. Right? Okay, and that's where you put it on the spectrum. And you can also reflect a little bit on the user experience. Here, this one is tricky. Pokemon Go, which I actually still don't really understand. Initially, this view is neither augmented nor a virtual reality. It is actually, I don't even know what to call this. It is a location-aware 3D mode. This is not augmented reality. I mean, it does map to the space, but according to the mixed reality paper, it might actually be weak augmented reality, but I would normally not call this augmented reality. And so you can see, obviously, augmented reality is the term that is usually associated with Pokemon Go, but as I show now, we can see a little bit more kind of like augmented reality here. It's really not great, actually. It doesn't work very well. Maybe it works better for you, but in my experiments, now I'm not just looking for excuses why I didn't catch the Pokemon. No, I can hear you say that. No. It's just very interesting how I just didn't really understand how the game is supposed to work. Also, the fact that these objects appear in the middle of my room, kind of like as if they were in another room, so no occlusion, no advanced augmented reality. But yes, this would be more along the side of augmented reality. So yes, refer back to the definitions. Obviously, virtual reality replaces reality. So by now you would have guessed that Beat Saber was an example from the virtual reality space. And augmented reality is obviously enhancing reality, but you can still see the real world. It's actually a composite view. And we talked about these definitions. I also highlighted the fact that the R's in each of these are different. Here we have a computer-generated, a virtual reality. And here we actually have the real world. The R is the real world. And that's something to consider. So again, as I said, as a little tip, obviously the device that they're using helps you put things on this continuum more easily. Again, use the most specific term rather than saying it's somewhere on the continuum or this is an XR app. I use XR as a placeholder to say AR, VR, or MR. I wouldn't really like it if you classified something as mixed reality without a good reason, if there's no more specific way to classify an app. But we do have quite a few options here, so I prefer that. And really, I'd like you to go through the exercise and actually try out the app and then place it, localize it somewhere on this continuum. It is a continuum, so this may make things a little bit ambiguous sometimes, and that is also part of the exercise. So to provide more support as you're going through this exercise, and also as a way of confirming some of your choices, I wanted you to read the What is Mixed Reality paper. It's an invitation, okay? So this is a paper that my former postdoc Max, my former PhD student Brian, and myself have co-authored for CHI, the CHI conference, the ACM CHI conference 2019. We also have more data available. If you're more of a researcher, I think it's a good paper. And if you're starting out as a researcher in the XR space, so in the mixed reality space, this is really the paper for you. But even if you're not a researcher, we wrote it for a broad audience, and I hope you will find it helpful and interesting. So the paper presents a literature review, among other things, quite sophisticated literature review, 68 papers that we have looked at in detail. And so there is quite a bit of stuff that you would learn just from reading the paper. So we also trace back various notions of mixed reality, and that's a little bit of the academic part. So maybe that part is not that important and not that interesting to you, and that's fine, so you can skip ahead. I wanted to really come to the discussion where we establish the dimensions. So the number of environments to consider, the number of users that a mixed reality application supports, the level of immersion, virtuality, the degree of interaction and input and output. And these are things we discuss in there. And so overall, this provides a much more sophisticated framework and perhaps a better way to think about mixed reality experiences. My postdoc Max really wanted to say in the end, he really wanted to write in the conclusion, the answer is it depends, and so we kind of left it there. But it's more than it depends. I mean, the paper offers different ways to think about it. It really establishes the aspects of reality that are often considered. So motion is a very prominent one, audio, haptics, taste and flavor, or even smell. So olfactory displays is something that is supported in some, at least virtual reality systems that I've tried out. And the other way to think about it is obviously if you start classifying an app in terms of the number of environments, so is it both in the physical and in the virtual world, or is it just in one of them? That is a strong indicator of where we are on the spectrum. The number of users helps you further classify. Obviously, level of immersion and level of virtuality, these go hand in hand, but they are different notions as we establish in the paper. And so I invited to read it there. And then obviously, the degree of interaction, and throughout my XR MOOC specialization, I also distinguish between implicit and explicit interaction. So this comes back every now and then, especially in the design and development oriented courses. So implicit would be more camera based, you looking at something accidentally. So implicit can also be accidental actions, but it's more like camera based interactions. For example, in AR, when you're bringing markers into view, although this could also be done as a more explicit form of an interaction. Other ways to think about explicit interactions include specific gestures and speech commands, but these are just examples. And so the degree of interaction and what is supported in an app also tells you a little bit more about the immersion, the level of virtuality, and these all really go hand in hand. Together, these factors allow you to characterize an XR app in a little bit more advanced and sophisticated way than just placing it on the spectrum. But so this paper would allow you to verify some of your choices and also be aware of different working definitions, and also the fact that there can actually be some ambiguity where we put an app on the spectrum really depends on a number of factors as we lay out in the paper. And I'm looking for these kinds of cases where it's not clear-cut, and that would be an interesting starting point for some of the discussion in our forums. So I'm looking forward to seeing what you're trying out, what kinds of apps you're trying out. Also, if other people are trying out the same apps, so other learners report on the same apps, that's fine. It's especially interesting if you start to disagree on some of the classifications, but maybe you can provide a rationale, a better rationale for how to think about things. And in the end, if you cannot decide, I'll come back and help you decide and weigh in where I can. So I think it's great that you're thinking about doing some of these exercises here in the honors track. The honors track is supposed to be fun, but also going deeper and obviously allowing you to earn a certificate in the end, which I think would be a great result as a way of showing, hey, we've completed this XR MOOC specialization, or at least one of the courses.
So I have more, so check back later. There are other exercises in the honors track, and really looking forward to seeing what you're doing. So now, this is my car, okay? So, sitting inside. Okay, to be honest, I don't actually have my hand at the gear shift at the moment, but that's what it suggests. And we can change gears here. So that's the car. And obviously this is quite cool because now I can also look into the mirror. I don't have a rear mirror, but who needs a rear mirror? This is a rally car. And so we're gonna get started, and we drive a little bit around, and it's definitely quite immersive. I now have cool sound in my headset, so I'm not sure whether I'm capturing that sound. I'm gonna check that in a second. It's definitely a little more immersive than what I showed you before, and that was a good slide. And obviously I can like look around, right? So just like when you're driving, I mean, if you were sitting next to me, I could be looking at you the whole time. Okay, nothing happening here. This is just practice. And I'm gonna double check that we have the right sound. And then, because now the sound is going to the headset and not to the TV, maybe that'll make a difference. So I'll be back in 1 second. And we're gonna just start the championship here. And I'm so excited. This is quite tough, so definitely a challenging game. A good simulation. I mean, I don't know what it's like to drive a rally, but I think it's pretty cool. And off we go. You have a little bit of a coach giving you some tips. We're probably not going to do very well. Just I'm nervous, you know, and I'm actually not that good in the game. So let's get started. Yeah, thanks. Have a good race. All right. So thumbs up, and yeah, I'll put my headset on. Don't worry. Okay, we're just getting ready. I'm sitting in the car. It's a little bit weird. There's this chair. Okay. You know, definitely not so well. We have a car in front of us, but that's fine. There are still 4 others, so whoops. I'm gonna push this guy a little bit off. We really have to cut the corner here, and I'm being, attacked left and right, but that's just life. And there we were jumping. Whoops! Oh. And now I need the handbrake, but I am definitely not doing so well today. I usually struggle, but it's actually quite cool with VR. So it feels quite realistic. And this is the hard part. And there are people who are really good at this, but I'm not. And as you can tell, but I'm not doing so badly. So, ooh, that was not so good. I think I'm almost the last. So that is obviously quite sad. But maybe, yeah, this is a very useful tip. Follow the cars ahead. Anyway. Yeah. I haven't been driving for a long time now. Ooh. I'm not sure whether it looks like I know what I'm doing, but I mean the whole point is, to show you that it's fun and can be quite immersive. After this lap, I'm gonna be done, I promise. Maybe. We're gonna go, oh, come on. So it's very realistic in terms of like the materials that I'm on. Also have a very different driving style. So we're definitely the last now, so. This one is hard. I never really know how to drive on this gravel or whatever it is. And also, sound isn't ideal at the moment, but I hope. Okay, we'll just stop here, and we'll accept the defeat. And I think the 360 died, but well, that was me driving a little bit. So you know how they usually do interviews post game. We're gonna let me just say it was a tough race, and 5th place is a good place, right? So I mean out of 5, but nobody knows that. All right. So let's get started at the beginning. When you decide to get a virtual reality headset, there's often some kind of tutorial or some kind of introduction to it. And we're going to look at Oculus' first steps, just to get a sense for what virtual reality is, at least the first time you see it. So there you are in your headset, just getting used to this new virtual reality around you, looking around, and then you see your hands. And you actually don't see your hands. You actually see some kind of model of hands, some abstraction, and they're moving. As you are moving, it's actually getting it relatively right, and so you're surprised, wow, how does this actually work? I'm just holding these controllers. And the reason that this kind of works is because of the button placement on the controllers. We can actually estimate where your fingers are and then render it accordingly, and so we can even hide the controllers. Now, in the latest headsets, you have hand tracking available, so directly tracking your hands. We don't even need the controllers anymore. But in the Oculus Rift and Rift S, in the beginning, at least, this is what it looks like. So then you're getting familiar with this virtual reality. There are buttons that you can press, and objects spawn like out of nowhere. It's like magic. So you're picking them up, you're throwing them around, and you are surprised by their behavior and the fact that they always come back. I wish this were money that I could spend and it would just always come back. And then you're picking up some other objects. So here I'm starting to, freak out because paper airplanes. I mean, paper airplanes in virtual reality. That's really what we need at this stage. And it's flying, and I'm doing a good job. So the term virtual reality, that's, however, something that we should explore. So in this video, we're going to talk about some of the key characteristics. We're going to look at it this way. We're going to start with the 5 W's. So basically really establishing what is virtual reality. We're going to ask a lot of WWW questions. Who, what, when, where, why, etc. Then we're going to talk about key concepts. Okay, what makes it actually a virtual reality? So this is the part that I want to focus on. In a separate video, I'm going to talk about the technologies. Really, this is how these key concepts are actually implemented. How does VR work? So when we talk about these technologies, this will then maybe be a little bit technical, but it doesn't hurt to understand some of the stuff in a little bit more detail. And then throughout, you'll see some demos, me demoing things. And actually, as part of the course, I want you to get involved as well. And so you're trying out some of the demos yourself, and you can report on some of these experiences. So let's start with the 5 W's for virtual reality. The who, what, when, where, and why. The why is probably like the best one for you. Why virtual reality? Why do you want it? Unless you are, of course, enthusiast, then you would never ask this question. But a lot of people that I work with are like wondering, Michael, why do you have all these toys? And so before we get to the why, let's start with the who. So the who, I would say, some of the key players in the space are Google, Oculus, now Facebook, HTC, and Microsoft. And there are others, so don't be sad if I don't mention you. But I mention you because you have some of these key products that kind of like pave the way for virtual reality. I want to start with Cardboard. Cardboard, really from Google, an open source platform, really cheap. And all you have to do is like put your phone inside, and then you can experience virtual reality. For many of us, this will be or was the first time we actually saw it. I often do this in the classroom, and so this is actually a really good way to bring virtual reality to the masses, if you will. Unfortunately, this is kind of like on the verge of dying. So mobile, the idea of using a mobile phone and an adapter like this is not being pursued actively anymore. We're actually going really towards some of these more mature 6 degrees of freedom headsets. So these are some of the concepts I talk about here as well, so that we get a better understanding. Why is this happening? Why is this? How is this different from the other thing you just talked about? We'll get there.
All right, and now I just grabbed the Daydream. So the Daydream is kind of like the deluxe cardboard, okay? Made of nice material, comes with a controller, 3 degrees of freedom. We'll talk about that again. Goes on your head, boom, even stays there, so it can be wrapped around. And it's relatively comfortable and actually feels quite good. Depending on the resolution of your phone, because the phone goes inside, you may actually have a pretty solid, a pretty good virtual reality experience. At least on the lower end of the spectrum experience. So Cardboard and Daydream, and then Rift, Go, and Quest, which are really the Oculus products. And then HTC has a number of different Vive models out there. And Microsoft is in the space with Windows Mixed Reality, which is more like a platform and specification, because different kind of vendors are then actually implementing the headsets like Acer or Lenovo. So how did it get to this? There have been many before that, and many efforts have actually died. I would say I can identify at least 3 waves. There was one early on that was really exciting in the 1960s. The first head-mounted displays, Sensorama, and some other things that you may read about when you read about virtual reality history. I don't go that far back. I don't think it's that productive for our purposes. And then the second wave was really virtual reality movies and games. So this is in the 90s. So Michael Douglas, when he was still doing movies, that VR was a thing, okay? And it was really interesting. And then Nintendo had the Virtual Boy. And that's not something I've experienced myself, but maybe you have. I never played with this, I never got to play with it, but I know that there was a lot of hype around it. There were also various data gloves, so really haptic gloves, that some people were at least buying into this, and so this was the second major wave. And I'd say the third major wave is the one we are kind of like riding on at the moment. It started more or less with the Oculus Rift as a Kickstarter project, really in 2012, and then bought by Facebook, and then made it more or less kind of like a mainstream platform for VR now. So where is VR being used? Well, it used to be mostly in research labs and enterprise contexts, but I'd say now it might actually be used by you as the consumer, or you as one of my students in my classes, including this online course as well. And then why? Well, why is a good question. So I think there is something about virtual reality that I find very fascinating. This idea of being ported into a different place that's maybe for some people. But to me, it's just like a really interesting interaction modality. It's really around the user, and it's an immersive 3D interface that I can explore. I would say another reason why this is really happening, and especially now, is because these technological advances are really... There's a lot of key players behind now. And so we're pushing really forward quite a bit. And it's become affordable, which I think is also a really key factor that helps adoption. So I'd say, okay, let's quickly review some of the key characteristics I introduced you to. So I said VR, by the book, more or less, is about autonomy or agency, really giving control to the user. And we achieve this through head tracking and body input, like using your hands, gesture, voice, speech, or your eyes as input. So this then leads to natural interaction. Gestures and speech are supported, and then you can also use your hands or controller input, or some combination of it. On some of the later models, like the Oculus Quest, you now have hand tracking available, so you can put the controllers away, and that's something I'll show in other segments. But it wasn't like this. It used to be more controller based, and I do think that there are still lots of tasks where the controller is actually just a lot more useful. And then presence, which is really a concept that we are going to look at here. But think of it as this idea or this feeling of being there. And we achieve this through immersion, which is actually another concept I need to explain a little bit more. And then also multi-sensory input or stimuli. So basically not just visual senses, but also audio. And then if you can, do tactile, haptic, or maybe even olfactory, which is smell. You could really create really interesting virtual reality, to some extent realistic virtual reality experiences. So in my mind, however, it doesn't have to be all that realistic. I think of VR being in a virtual environment, some kind of virtual world. It doesn't have to be nicely decorated, it doesn't have to look like a fairy tale land, that's fine. I want to be able to work on something or solve something in 3D and being immersed in it. Usually I think of stereoscopic views, right? The rendering for each eye. I don't work a lot in these caves that I talk about as well, these room-sized virtual reality displays. You're like inside the display rather than having it on your head. It is really cool, but I don't really work there. So what I associate with virtual reality is like something on my head, and then I can do things in 3D and not just like look around, but also walk around. 6 degrees of freedom. And then I think of an immersive task. Really some kind of spatial interaction and sound around me. It's immersive in the sense that I'm really like into that task. I'm not distracted by all the other things around me. Virtual reality in many ways, although that can sometimes be a little bit dangerous, allows me to focus on the task at hand. In virtual reality, you don't actually, this is not a conscious thing. This is actually really, it's like because it's wrapped around you, this will happen. So this can be good and bad. But I do think the minimum we should aim for is some kind of believable experience. I want to be good at the task that I'm doing. I want to believe that this is a virtual reality, that I'm like engaged in there. I don't have to be in a complete virtual world. As I said, it doesn't have to be photorealistic. I think of virtual reality really as an interaction modality. From a human-computer interaction perspective, it's just a very interesting design world. The interfaces that we can create in there. And so that's how I think a little bit more about virtual reality. So before we talk about some of the key concepts, let us first quickly introduce the kinds of VR displays we actually have. So we can distinguish between head-mounted displays, or HMDs, and room-sized VR environments. So you're basically like inside the display. And we refer to these as caves. Cave automatic virtual environments. And here I have an illustration of this. So on the left you see a head-mounted display. The way I've tried to draw it here, it's supposed to look like a Google Cardboard. So it's supposed to be this, and again, this like goes on your head, and then you have a rendering for each eye. So that's what I'm trying to illustrate here in this concept. So for the room-sized VR or the cave, I mean, you would actually be standing inside inside of this room. You would have multiple walls and even a floor, and sometimes also a ceiling that is being projected on. Usually caves are projection-based or projector-based. So the main difference between the head-mounted display and the cave is, well, you're putting this on your head, and then you are moving with the display, and in the cave you're actually moving inside, well, the display, if you will. Each of these walls function as a display, projection-based, and you see the kind of like the same content roughly here. There's no stereoscopic view. However, you usually wear something that tracks you, because we do need to render the content from the perspective where you currently are. So as you're moving to this space here, this projection would actually change a lot and would look very differently. So if people are like observing on the outside, it looks cool for people having people inside the cave, but like on the outside, the perspective isn't correct. The perspective is usually for the people inside the cave. Let's look at some of the more common concepts so that we get a better sense of what virtual reality is really about. Key concepts of virtual reality. So now that we have established these basic display technologies, in the remainder of this video, I want to talk about these key concepts. So the 7 key concepts that I've chosen for us to focus on are autonomy and agency, presence and immersion. We will talk about embodiment and avatars, cognition and empathy, and we're also going to talk about proprioception and motion sickness. And then haptics and pseudohaptics. And finally, we're also going to talk about this concept of boundary and redirected walking. And now we're going to look at each with a little bit of an example, and then I think we have established some of the key concepts that we should be familiar with before we learn about the technologies that really implement some of these concepts. So the first concept is autonomy and agency. And I wanted to give a few examples here. So the first example is the user can actually choose their own perspective in the scene, right? The user is actually in control of the virtual camera. My second example is the user can usually choose to navigate the scene in many different ways. So most VR environments allow you to teleport or provide some kind of menu functionality. But if you're using a 6 degrees of freedom headset, you can actually obviously physically walk. And then the third example here for autonomy and agency is the user can choose to interact with any objects. Now, that is really important, right? Basically everything you show to them, unless it's like color-coded in some specific way, they may choose to pick up any object and expect that it behaves when they drop it. So physics and gravity are usually things that are also expected by users. So in a nutshell, the user can choose their own perspective on the scene, the user can choose to navigate the scene in many different ways, and the user can choose to interact with any objects that they see, both in the virtual world but also in the physical world. Let's talk about presence and immersion. So according to Mel Slater, there are like two things going on when you're entering a virtual world. There is this idea of place illusion, which really answers this question of, am I there? And the more time you spend, or the better the world is designed, you may feel like, wow, you are there. And there is this plausibility illusion, which really answers the question, is this happening? And kind of like it's overcoming this question in some sense. The suspension of disbelief kicks in, and then these two things will play together. The place illusion and the plausibility illusion will make you forget that you are in VR. The other main concept often used in virtual reality is immersion. And so immersion, we usually distinguish between something is less immersive and something is more immersive. But what does that mean? So I wanted to give you some examples. So I'll start on the very left here, less immersive. My first example is 2D images and videos, and that you probably would agree it's not that immersive. And you will even more agree when you see the other things I put up there. So 360 images and videos on a phone. So what I mean by that is like you have the 360 content and you're like moving your phone around, and obviously according to the gyroscope and accelerometer in the phone, so the inertial measurement unit, the IMU, it adjusts the perspective. And it is arguably more immersive than looking at a 2D image and video on just a screen. So now what is more immersive is when you actually have the 360 image and video in a headset. So even if it's just cardboard, like you being in there and looking around and having this whole rendering in your face through stereoscopic views and really kind of like a high field of view. Anyway, when you're comparing the experience of 360 photos and videos on a headset as opposed to a phone, you would probably agree that the headset is more immersive. So the question becomes, how can we get even more immersive? Well, and then I put on 3D images and videos. And now we're talking about 3 degrees of freedom headsets. I'm going to use the Oculus Go, and then you have a 3 degrees of freedom controller. So it can figure out the orientation, and a 3 degrees of freedom headset, so it knows where you're looking, but it doesn't know position. It just knows orientation. So that is arguably not as immersive. And why is 3D image and video more immersive than 360? Well, that's because it has real depth. And that really plays a role as we enter even more of the immersion spectrum here. So we're going towards 3D images and videos with a 6 degrees of freedom headset. So for the 6 degrees of freedom headset, I just grabbed as an example the Oculus Quest. 6 degrees of freedom headset, so means you can actually not just like look around, but also walk around. Now that doesn't make a lot of sense for a 360 because 360 is usually captured at like one static position where the camera is, or sometimes a 360 camera is moved through the scene. But your movement usually doesn't make a difference in a 360 photo or video. It's really just the orientation. But for 3D, where we actually have real depth, you can now actually start to walk around, and we can track this with a 6 degrees of freedom headset. All right, my last example here is a 6 degrees of freedom headset with haptics and other kinds of senses being stimulated. There are ways to make it even more immersive, and basically the more senses receive input, or the more interactive the content is. I mean, both implicit, like how you explore it with the headset, but also explicit, like how you touch it, how you voice activate it. How much you become part of the story of whatever the virtual reality content is, that really drives the immersion. And so my example here for immersion is like this. I'm getting up, I'm like in the Oculus lounge again, and the first thing I actually did was actually just looking at this view and just looking around.
and feeling like being there. It wasn't exactly a feeling of presence. Obviously, I think the more time you spend in a VR experience also contributes to you forgetting about the real world. And on the immersion level, this was really quite immersive. It really is a beautiful scenery done in multiple layers and actually quite a lot of detail. So let's talk about embodiment and avatars. Here, I will continue with the example, and what I'll do is I'll actually just show you my avatar. And so I'm going to that mirror to actually take a look at myself. And after I've been experimenting a little bit with the options that I have, I decided this is actually quite cool. And well, I mean, I look like a cool guy in the mirror. I could live with that. So these were the first three concepts I wanted to illustrate. And now we're going to look at the second set of concepts. So cognition and empathy, proprioception, motion sickness, and also haptics. Not so much pseudo-haptics in this example. And the example that I have here is we're going back to me driving in this rally car from Dirt Rally 2. Yeah, so here you see me in my car. I'm in the virtual reality headset now. This is 6 degrees of freedom inside-out tracking, so quite immersive, just to say. And then obviously I have the steering wheel and the gear shift, and that adds to the haptics aspects. But the example here is about cognition and empathy. And as you watch me drive, I really developed this mental model of this map that I'm driving on. So this, I mean, to be honest, I've now spent quite a few hours playing this game, and it's really hard to get better at it. It's very realistic simulation. And so I can definitely say that I'm building empathy towards race car drivers. I mean, that's not really the intention of this game. The intention of this game is probably to have fun and maybe get better, and it's quite competitive. But it really allowed me to build this empathy towards really sitting in the drivers of a rally car. And so the other thing I mentioned is proprioception, and associated with that, I have also mentioned motion sickness. So proprioception is really like, actually feels pretty good in this car because I'm sitting and I'm like moving around here, checking my mirror. I don't have a rear mirror. And then I'm like driving around and I'm looking around while I'm driving, and all that feels really kind of natural. The speed also kind of feels okay. And I don't actually feel motion sick. In this game, it's actually pretty solid. When I press the brakes or actually use the handbrake, for drifting, the car responds as I would expect. So overall, I don't actually experience a lot of motion sickness. There's really a good mapping between what I do physically with my body and what happens in the virtual world. Finally, I wanted to talk about haptics and pseudo-haptics, and then I wanted to share the equipment with you that I'm using because they really generate a quite realistic experience, good haptics, because I actually have a steering wheel, I have a gear shift and a handbrake. And obviously the last piece of equipment is actually the VR headset. Now that feels a little bit like a helmet, so I imagine that if you're a rally driver, you have a helmet. So it does feel still quite realistic to have something on your head. And so overall, the whole experience is actually quite realistic and immersive, and that's also why I showed it to you earlier. And obviously it's quite fun, at least for the person inside there. And so what is interesting when you look at it from this outside perspective, I know where the gear shift is. I know where the handbrake is. I cannot see through the headset. So it just really took a few minutes to train the motor memory, if you will, so that I remember how to reach out and where the pedals are. Obviously I can feel those. So yeah, this is like how over time, basically through haptics and the whole physical layout, my motor memory is being trained, and I know exactly where the gear shift is and where the handbrake is. But like me showing this to you now, I'm paying attention to making it like fit into the camera view. But when I'm sitting in the seat, I really it's just there. I just know. And this really translates nicely to this experience. Now I gave some other examples around pseudo-haptics, right? This idea of you lifting an object, but there's actually no force feedback. I mean, we can also do muscle stimulation and all these kinds of a little bit more crazy things that I invite you to read about and maybe talk about in the forums, but I don't actually have these examples. There's no approved product right now that I know at least that you know, does muscle stimulation. but I've seen a lot of research projects by really good colleagues, and so this is also an exciting concept. I talked about redirected walking. One thing that I definitely want to talk about is the boundary, the virtual boundary. That's something you usually set up in a VR experience. So I'm going to show you this as the last example. In this video, I'm going to set up the stationary boundary and introduce you to the concept of the VR boundary if you want. So as it shows you in the video, is like the safest way is to just like mark really the area that is really safe to use. Now I have a chair here, but that one moves all the time, and that wouldn't be too much of a play area, but that is what it recommends. Now what you wished you had were like obviously the whole room available for you to play, and that's cool. But as you can see now, the headset finds all these obstacles. So there are lots of obstacles here in the room. It finds all these obstacles and it shows you, hey, that's dangerous potentially, so be careful. So what I usually do is, and here's a couple of tips for how to do this boundary. So we are going to use mostly the safe area, but then I'm going to do a couple of things to it to help me better understand the room layout. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm actually going to include my desk area so that I stay in VR while I'm seated. So I'm okay to accept these obstacles here. That's fine. At least I can enjoy VR while I'm seated. I'll leave this area of the room untouched. We really don't want to bump into the shelf and the wall. And then I'm going to actually mark the exit out of the room. It's not too much. Okay, so I'm going to do that. And that will help me illustrate something in a second. The first thing I'm going to show is like when I sit down now, and I'm going to sit down, I'm going to recenter the menu as I'm seated. So this is kind of cool now. I can actually leave things that way, and we're kind of sitting down. Hand tracking and all that would work. I have I'm going to show you. So I'm kind of like within VR, and even if I lean forward or something, I'm still in VR, so that's useful. If I had not included the bounce down there, I would exit VR all the time. Because as I'm like walking to the door, to the exit, if I exit that space now, you'll see how I'll see the film set. And this actually is really disruptive to a VR experience, obviously. So you want to make sure that you are like have it mostly set up nicely and be in an area where it's safe, and have it glanceable. So when you look down, if you're like unsure where you are in the room, this happens sometimes. It'll show you, and you really want to avoid bumping into like areas like this. So you don't want to go too close to the shelf or to the wall. And so when it becomes red, it's really an issue. I'm going to show you roughly what I'm doing here. So when I'm going too close to the wall, it's an issue, or the shelf. And yeah, you want to avoid that. But otherwise, this is a few tips to keep in mind about the boundary. And yeah, it helps to have a couple of areas marked to really understand the safe zones. So this was my overview of key concepts in VR. I chose a few of them. There are more. I decided to do it by example and intuitively rather than giving you the cut and dry definitions. Some of these you can look up if it's better for you to have a textual definition of some of these concepts. But like the 7 that I shared about autonomy and agency, empathy, cognition, presence, immersion, these are all some key terms that you should be familiar with, and that's what I wanted to accomplish. And we also talked about haptics, pseudo-haptics. So actually there was a lot of stuff in here. And now in the next video we're going to look at how these concepts are implemented in technologies. And these technologies are actually enabling the experiences that I was talking about, including obviously adding to this feeling of presence and immersion. In this segment, we're going to look at virtual reality technologies. Now, there is a lot of technologies out there, and what I want to do in this segment is actually look at some of the key ingredients. So what does it take to create this immersion, this feeling of presence, some of the concepts we talked about earlier. So what does it take in terms of technologies? So we are going to look at virtual reality technologies and a few of the enabling ones, from 360 photos and videos to stereoscopic displays, a rendering for each eye. We are also going to look at caves, or CAVE, which is a recursive acronym for Cave Automatic Virtual Environment. We're going to learn about 3 degrees of freedom versus 6 degrees of tracking, or 3 dov versus 6 dov. We're going to learn about outside in and inside out tracking. The idea of putting sensors into the environment and actually embedding these sensors into the devices that we put on our body. We're going to learn about hand tracking, as I think that hand tracking is a technology that is rapidly improving and now becoming standard in a lot of VR devices. And finally, so not to just keep it entirely visual, I thought it is also important to incorporate spatial audio. Alright, so now let's look at these in a little bit more detail. So what you can see here is that in this 360 video I have agency, I have control. Because it was recorded in 360, it was captured all around the camera, and I can choose to look at Michael or not. Next we're going to look at stereoscopic displays. So the concept of rendering a different view, a slightly different view for each eye. There's a little shift between the pupils, and that little shift then creates a depth view for our eyes. So it's actually quite cool. So here we have the cardboard VR display source code. This has really a few demos that I think are cool. So here we see an example of a rotating cube, and that is just 3D, okay? So we're just looking at it in 3D, but now I'm going to start the stereoscopic view here, the stereoscopic display. And now what it does is it creates a rendering for each eye, left eye, right eye. There's a tiny little shift between these eyes, and this has to do with the interpupillar distance, the IPD, and that is something that can be adjusted on some headsets as well. And so basically, we're not seeing 2 cursors and 2 cubes. Actually, when you put this on your face, you actually then perceive depth. You see 1 cursor. If it's done well, it gives you really this illusion of depth. And that is the whole key behind stereoscopic displays. And this is really the main thing behind cardboard. So remember, cardboard, phone goes inside, and then we actually have a rendering for each eye with these barrel distortions. Left eye, right eye. Okay? And yeah, and then we perceive it like this, like you see in the video. Rendering for each eye. Cool. So that was that, and I think that is really a first important thing. Yeah, so we're creating this immersive view, if you will, a rendering for each eye that gives you then a sense of depth. And we are starting to see things, and we are starting to call this a virtual reality. 360 photos and videos by and in themselves are not virtual reality. They're often associated with virtual reality, but they only become a virtual reality when we see them through a stereoscopic viewer like the cardboard with a rendering for each eye. Because then our head movement can be tracked, just the rotation, not normally the position, so we cannot actually walk inside 360 photos and videos, but we are starting to get control. We're gaining some agency over some of the content, at least in terms of rotation. My next example is a little bit different. It's a different display technology. It also creates a virtual reality display, but in this case you're actually stepping inside what is called a cave automatic virtual environment inside a cave. And here I'm showing it based on the example that a colleague of mine at the University of Michigan gave to me, so Ted Hall. He is in our MyDan, and he shows one of the applications he was working on for some of the researchers that allows him to explore a mammoth and look at it in 3D. What was really impressive here is how the view is rendered just for him. He wears these funny antennas, and there's some tracking system, an OptiTrack system in the room that actually tracks these antennas and allows him to actually walk around. And if you look at the video one more time, you will see how the view seems to be like somehow distorted and overlaid. And that is the effect that is being created to give him a depth sense. So these will shift further away the further the virtual content is away from him, and they will be becoming more overlapping the closer the content is to him. And when you go to the movies and watch a 3D movie, you can also, you put on your glasses that they give you, but then sometimes you probably take them off because you're tired or not, and or you just feel like, hey, let's look at this from a VR perspective. So these 3D glasses are actually counteracting the shift, and they're putting it together in front of you. So it's usually some kind of shutter display that quickly, so it can be active or passive, but some kind of shutter display that then shows you just the image for the left eye and then the image for the right eye. And then this is such a high frequency that you don't even notice. And it'll create a 3D image for you that you perceive as depth. So let's look at actually head tracking and also controller tracking, if you will. So we have virtual reality motion controllers. They can be tracked in 3 degrees of freedom or 6 degrees of freedom. So let's look at this in a little bit more detail. So 3 degrees of freedom, like the cardboard, looks like this, okay? And then we can actually track along the X, so pitch. We can track along Y, yaw, but just rotation. And we can track along Z, but just again rotation, so roll. You cannot actually move along these axes, but you can rotate your head. So this is me in cardboard, and so this is pitch, yaw, and roll, if you will. This is just 3 degrees of freedom, and if you can actually also adjust your position. So the second example here is the HoloKit, the one that I had earlier. Right? And so it's a device wrapper, just like cardboard, but a little different for AR. So phone goes inside, we can see through, and if we expose the camera, we can actually do some tracking, and we can do positional tracking. So now in addition to head, roll, pitch, and yaw, we can also actually determine whether the device moves along the Z-axis, along the X-axis, and along the Y-axis. We can do this through a few techniques, tracking techniques, like SLAM, okay, which is simultaneous localization and mapping of the device in 3D space. These are some computer algorithms that actually work based off the camera feed and allow us to determine some kind of motion. Optical flow, if you will. Optical flow would be computing a vector as I move the device this way. We are actually producing a vector from here to there, or if you will, what happens to the camera feed, all the pixels actually shift to the right, okay? And that way we can actually figure out that the device moved to the left. Now that is what I'm showing here in this illustration. So this is 6 degrees of freedom. So we have also positional changes, plus and minus X, positional changes along the Y-axis and positional changes along the Z-axis. Now we actually do have position and orientation, and we refer to this as 6 degrees of freedom tracking. Again, with this kind of tracking, you can actually walk around in a 3D space. You can not just look around like with 360 video, but you can actually then move around, and actually this gives you really a lot of agency in the content, and that's then when it starts to become hard for designers and developers that have to design for that agency. So here I have an example of the Oculus Go. The Oculus Go is technically a 3 degrees of freedom headset. It comes with a 3 degrees of freedom controller. The controller will always be on the right down there. We can figure out its rotation, but we cannot figure out where it actually moves in 3D space. So it is really a little limited, But you can already do quite a bit just by being able to look around and rotate the controller. If we use this laser interaction here, this laser controller, laser pointer interaction, you can reach objects at a distance, and you actually do have quite a bit of control already over the virtual reality content. Alright, so here we actually do have the Go. That's the controller I just showed, and that's the Go, the device that goes on your head, okay? And it is 3 degrees of freedom, okay? So no travel, just rotation, and the same for the controller. So just a little bit of a pointing device, but whether I have it here or there doesn't make a difference. Really, the difference is rotation. And so this makes really for quite some differences in terms of how you design and develop, and then also how you can use virtual reality applications. We're going to learn more about this in other segments of the MOOC. So when it comes to 6 degrees of freedom, a very good way to demonstrate this is through the Oculus Quest. So you usually draw a boundary, and then you can walk inside those bounds, and that's then supposed to be kind of like a safe zone. And with 6 degrees of freedom, both for the controller and for the head, I can now actually walk around and move the controller in 3D space, and I'll be tracked all the time. And that is really quite cool. So this was 3 degrees of freedom with the 6 degrees of freedom tracking for both the head and the controller. And now we're going to talk about outside in and inside out tracking. So in a nutshell, the difference between outside in tracking is that you have some sensors in the environment that are pointed towards you, and they track you as you move around in a certain area that is covered by these sensors. Inside-out tracking means you actually have those sensors inbuilt into the device. The cameras are actually inside the device. And I'm going to show you 2 examples here. So my first example here for outside-in tracking is actually the original Oculus. The original Oculus required sensors to be placed on a table, usually in front of you. So these sensors here were actually pointing towards you. And then they are creating a sensor field, and they can see you in this range. And you had to make sure that these sensors are overlapping, so there's some triangulation happening. And what they're actually looking for is light patterns emitted from the controller and also from the headset. So my second example is the Oculus Rift S, which is basically the new version of the Rift. It actually has the cameras inbuilt into the device. Now, this makes it possible to actually do both the head tracking and also tracking the controllers in 6 degrees of freedom without any external sensors. So the cameras are on the device, and basically this is the field of view that these cameras have. I mean, it's an approximation, it's not absolutely correct here. And you can see that the controllers are actually captured this way. In fact, the Oculus Rift S and the Quest even, they also have additional cameras on the side. So even when you have the controllers next to the device or even below the device can still see the controllers. This is actually quite an advancement over outside-in tracking. So when you had these stands on the table, they could only see so and so far, and usually the table would occlude things. So as you were doing things below the table, you couldn't be tracked anymore. Now with inside-out tracking, you actually have these sensors on the device, and so anything that is visible, so in a certain area around them, can be tracked. So when you put your hands behind your back, obviously this will not work, but that's fine. So here I have an example of the HTC Vive with outside-in, a form of outside-in tracking. It's technically not absolutely correct, but this is what it usually looks like. You have a sensor in the environment, and then the controller here is coming towards the sensor, and it's being tracked in 6 degrees of freedom. So here's an example of me demonstrating the Rift S, and I often do this. So I'm pointing out the different cameras on the device, and I am explaining how the Rift S can actually see, has cameras on top, downwards, to the left and right and front, and has a really good field of view for these cameras to actually track. And I'm making some comparisons to the Oculus Rift original sensor stands that you see in the back. So let's talk about hand tracking. Hand tracking now has actually become a standard on the latest generation of VR devices. I'm going to introduce you to hand tracking in 2 steps. First, I'll show you what this used to be like with a device called the Leap Motion, which I have here. So the Leap Motion is a USB tethered device that would be mounted on top of the headset, and it creates a field of view, a window in which you can actually do hand tracking. So I'm going to show you this first, and then I'm going to show you how hand tracking actually works on the Oculus Quest, which we have there, and now it's essentially inbuilt. So built into these devices.
So this is the Leap Motion. It's really not very big and creates this window here. Then I can actually see my hands nicely articulated. So in this example, I'm just like moving my hands up and down, and I can actually draw, if you will, with left and right hand or all the fingers. So this is kind of cool, like first person kind of view. And this is like from the up, so looking down. I'm facing the device from the side. This is kind of like makes sense.
So in this example, I'm going to show Oculus hand tracking. So here under settings in the device, we do have hands and controllers, and you can see hand tracking and auto-enabling hand tracking is actually toggled to on, so switched on. Now that means that I can just put down my controllers, look at my hands, and there they are. And I'm going to do pass-through so you see what I'm looking at. So here are my hands, and I'm going to go back into VR, and it's nicely mapped. It's relatively accurate. It feels pretty good. I am touching the correct fingers, and this would actually be a gesture, so it lights up, becomes active. And what we're going to do is, well, we can like scroll, and we can scroll sideways as well. So I'm going to close this and can scroll sideways, and it feels relatively good. You can see the rendering of my hand. It still seems relatively accurate. And yeah, so scroll up and down with this pinch to drag gesture. And one thing that is a little bit, if an app doesn't support hand tracking, like here, this is the browser. So I can actually browse with hand tracking. Most normal websites would work. But then when you're going to look at whether this now works in A-frame, then at this stage I have to disappoint you. I have to grab the controllers. So we're going to do the pass-through. Controllers are over there. Going to grab them. And we're going to go into the VR immersive view. There we go. There it is. So hand tracking and A-frame per default doesn't work yet, but this is probably going to happen very soon, just not at the time of this recording. I'm going to exit out with the Oculus button. And this concludes my little demo of hand tracking and controllers. So you can actually seamlessly go back and forth between hands and controllers. Pick up the controllers and press a button, and there they are again. And give it a little bit of rest, and then look at your hands. Give it a bit of time for the recognition to work. So we do have hand tracking now built into these devices. And I talked about VR gloves earlier and the reasons I don't have them. But the point of VR gloves is not necessarily the tracking of the hands. It is actually the creation of the haptic sensation, so that you actually feel like you're touching something. That can only be accomplished through some tricks by actually mapping the physical to the virtual environment. So that, for example, you are perceiving in VR a surface here, and this happens to be also your desk that you are touching. And if you can create these kinds of nice overlays between the physical and the virtual, you actually do get a sensation of physical feedback, even without wearing additional things like gloves and whatnot. So most of my examples were actually visual. So what does it take to create a virtual reality? And virtual reality is predominantly visual. So in that sense, it's not wrong. However, a very, very, very important part of creating immersion is actually the audio around the user. So my last example will focus on spatial audio. And here I could have chosen many examples. One that I like is actually Tilt Brush. And I want to show it to you in two ways. First without sound and then with sound. So, now we have seen the main ingredients of virtual reality, both on the visual side and then on the tracking side, so stereoscopic views, or alternatively creating like a cave, like monitor wall-sized displays around the user, so you're inside a virtual reality headset, if you will. Or for the headset, we talked about stereoscopic views. We've learned a little bit about interactions and also hand tracking. And then spatial or positional audio as well. So these together actually create a rich set of sensations, and this is really what you want to accomplish so that your users feel immersed in virtual reality. To close things, I'm going to revisit Beat Saber, and we're going to look at it from the perspective of all these kinds of technologies that we've just learned about. So in terms of the VR technologies that we've just learned about, Beat Saber really actually chooses those. It creates a stereoscopic display through the headset. It supports 6 degrees of freedom tracking, which is really necessary. You need to be able to move in space, and also it does work actually with both outside in and inside out tracking, but the example that I show you here is using the Oculus Rift S with inside out tracking.
And down, down. Yeah, so I have to follow these directions when slicing. Oops, and we should have used the other saber, but that way you see what happens when things go wrong. Avoid those. And then boom, just blue. And now red. And this one you can cut into any direction. And the synchronous cuts are fun. But I do like it when you get to slice like crazy like this. And now comes my favorite part of the song. Up, up, any, down, 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 right, down, left, right, down, right, down, any. And we made one mistake so far, but it's okay. You're not pro. And I have to be careful that I don't hit the cable in case I don't want it to disconnect again. And down. And this one, I always find it funny when they turn around and then you have to do last minute changes. And this one is cool. Slice, slice, slice,
choose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other things, not because they are easy, but because they are hard.
The Saturn V was a 3-stage rocket. Each stage had a part to play to make the journey from the Earth to the moon possible. When you're ready to see how it all worked, touch the glowing base of the Saturn V to initiate the launch sequence.
Ignition sequence starts. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff. Tower cleared.
Reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
The third stage fired once to get Apollo 11 into a parking orbit around the Earth, and after a few hours for system checks, fired again to send it on its way to the moon. Ready to move on? Just press the glowing command module.
Apollo 11, this is Houston. Your go for separation.
As the lunar module was designed to fly in the vacuum of space, there was no need for it to be aerodynamic. Weight was kept to an absolute minimum. The walls of the cabin were no thicker than a few sheets of aluminum foil. The astronauts didn't even have seats and piloted the ship standing upright in what was essentially a controlled fall from orbit. When you're ready to proceed, press the hatch on the Eagle. Seven hours later, the commander made his way down the ladder to stand upon the foot of the lunar module.
Okay, we can see you coming down the ladder now. Okay.
The combined 360-pound weight of the commander and his spacesuit was a mere 60 pounds in the 1/6 gravity of the moon, making movement extremely easy. All that remained to do was for the commander to take one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind, onto the surface of the moon. This footprint represents the culmination of a decade's work by almost 400,000 people in what was one of the greatest periods of discovery in human history, and is still probably there to this day. Press the footprint when you are ready to end this demo and return to planet Earth.
In this segment, we're going to talk about the key concepts of augmented reality. I've done a similar version of this for concepts about virtual reality, and now we are looking more specifically into concepts to do with augmented reality. I'll actually show an example scene here on the HoloLens 2. This is the hand interactions example that they have, and it's actually really quite cool. And you know, a lot of things are going on in such an example. So I can grab things, I have hand tracking, I can track multiple hands, I can implement gestures, I can resize objects, I can use, you know, kind of like what you know from the phone as pinch to scale or zoom. You can do these things in AR with your hands. Here I'm playing the piano with a little bit of relatively good finger tracking. So not just hand tracking, but actually fully articulated finger tracking, although the small finger here causes some issues. This is an example of really going through a scene full with widgets and things to play around that implement different kind of behaviors. Most important thing is obviously how I'm experiencing this content in the real world. It's placed, it's anchored, it's like stable, it is there. I'm using a augmented reality headset. The HoloLens 2 is like on my head, and I'm experiencing this merged view of the virtual content that is kind of like an overlay onto the real world. It's a composite view, and this is really also some of the key definitions of augmented reality. So here I'm using a similar structure to this same type of information on virtual reality. So we're going to start with the 5 W's, you know, the who, what, why, and so on. But in this case, specific to AR. We're going to talk about the key concepts, what makes something AR, augmented reality. So there are some key characteristics. We're going to learn about technologies, and we see lots of demos throughout. I also have a video focused on technologies that is really separate from these concepts and more dedicated to demonstrating how these concepts are implemented in current technologies.
So I think of this content here as like the primer to AR. And before we actually jump into the technologies, it's important to get a sense of, what augmented reality is really about and what are some of the key concepts. Because frankly, the technology doesn't always live up to some of these concepts. And so it's important to separate those two. Concepts and technologies are really the implementation of these concepts. So here's the 5 W's for AR. The who, the what, the when, the where, and the why. Who, interestingly, is similar to some of the VR who's in the space. So I do mention Google and Microsoft again, but Apple and Magic Leap are like two different companies here. And so Google obviously had Google Glass, and Glass was like really created a lot of hype around augmented reality, although technically if you really go strictly by the definitions, by the key characteristics of AR, Google Glass is actually not really AR. It's just it's like a heads-up display, just like a little projector in front of your eyes. But it doesn't. The content is not really like part of the real world. It's more like an overlay, an information overlay. So it is a very weak form of AR. I'm going to talk about that concept of weak AR as well. Then obviously some of the latest examples are ARKit and ARCore on our smartphones from Apple and Google. And then HoloLens 1 and 2 from Microsoft. This is at the time of the recording. And Magic Leap 1 was still around. So when you ask me when did this whole AR thing actually start, well, I would say there was a really early start, then nothing, and then this like wave of things. Suddenly it's everywhere. So one of the very first experiences was the Sword of Damocles, 1968, kind of like a heads-up display. It had to be mounted really to the ceiling, so it was not head mounted, it was ceiling mounted. In many ways it's like the submarine periscope kind of thing. And well, then many years later, in 2013, Google Glass came out, and there was really a hype around, oh, AR is gonna be revolutionizing everything. And as I said, Google Glass is technically, in many ways, not really AR. It doesn't abide by all the definitions and the characteristics. But okay, let's just say it was. And HoloLens 1, I think, was really another. And I would say on the headsets space, HoloLens 1 is definitely an interesting and key example here when it comes to AR. And now the HoloLens 2 is even more advanced, and we'll talk a little bit about some of the differences as well. And then in 2017, we suddenly saw like AR making it to our smartphones. And there was this idea that the vendors are using our smartphones to figure out all the kinds of issues with tracking and display perception. So, for example, that virtual content should be occluded if it is occluded by a real physical object or a human. And this is something that is only now being available in 2019, 2020. It's people occlusion with ARKit 3.5 is finally there, and so on the smartphones. And so there was this idea that the main vendors and the key players in the space are using the smartphone platform to figure out and iron out all these issues, and then really make it to their headsets, and maybe wearable and always on AR is going to happen once we have figured out all kinds of issues, including obviously the display technology and battery, for example. So when you ask me, where is AR? Well, it used to be just in research labs. You could come visit Michigan and I would show you some AR things, but now it's actually really in your pocket if your smartphone happens to be capable of ARCore and ARKit running those kinds of platforms. And it also used to be just in enterprise contexts. Now enterprise contexts are being retargeted for business opportunities. So Magic Leap is now the company is now targeting the enterprise context, just like HoloLens and Microsoft has done before. There's still not a lot of consumers that actually have access to AR headsets. I would say it's predominantly the smartphones, but I would say now it's also with the consumers. Why? I think there are some really cool opportunities that when it comes to different kinds of domains, like for example education, when you blend the real and the virtual content, and you do it in a way so that it like the real content and the virtual content, they feel to be part of the same world. I think that's when it really becomes a very effective experience. So I said Google Glass is not really augmented reality, and I often do this to you know, have an interesting discussion around it and have my students figure it out. So I give you the definition by the book. Augmented reality, we said it's combining real and virtual content. It's a composite view, not just visual objects. I always say that. Although the paper on which this is based is a literature review from Azuma et al. 1997, so really a long time ago. And they mostly talked about visual content, but I just say not just visual objects here. It's interactive in real time. This interaction, don't think of it as like you can click and talk, not that kind of interaction, but actually the rendering is interactive in real time. You're looking around, so the implicit part of the interaction, that works. And obviously the explicit interaction is also supported, like you clicking things, but originally it's interactive in real time really meant it's like real-time graphics overlaid on the real world. It's according to the right perspective, which means we have to figure out your pose, the pose, so orientation and position of the headset relative to the real world. And it's registered in 3D, and so this means it really is able to determine when a new 3D object comes in, we can place it in the world, and it'll be aligned, and it'll be appear. It's like anchored, fixed. It'll be rendered according to where it is in the physical world, and this is called registration. So these are the 3 key characteristics. Now Google Glass obviously fails to meet which one? Well, the registration in 3D. It is really just a heads-up display. The content that it displays to you is not anchored in the real world. It doesn't actually, it's oftentimes it's not 3D even, the content itself, and so think about it that way. So in my mind, a key characteristic of AR is really blending of environments, both the physical and the virtual world. I can actually see those virtual objects as if they were part of the physical world. That is also my understanding of the registration. So I think of registration as hologram illusion. And for VR, I said, in my mind, VR has to do with an immersive task. For AR, in my mind, it's about an information task. So the key thing is not immersion. The key thing is actually giving me access to virtual information, virtual objects that really are placed in an intuitive and a meaningful way with the real world. So me looking at some kind of virtual content that has no relationship to the real world is not a good use of AR, and I would discourage from those kinds of experiences. There really has to be a connection to the real world. Otherwise, we might as well do it in VR or just as a 3D interface on a screen. So that's something to think about. So next, let's quickly talk about AR displays. So for VR, we had the head-mounted display, and we had this idea of the cave. And for AR, we have a few more options. So we can have a head-worn display like the HoloLens 2. We can have a spatial or projective display. So really, this is like projectors projecting into the world, and usually some kind of camera or sensor tracking you to render the virtual content according to your perspective. That gives you like this 3D effect, this illusion, this depth illusion, and the parallax and all those things that come with it according to your distance to the content. We can have handheld AR, so that's smartphone based, or we can have monitor based ARs. But this is more than just looking at a desktop screen that is 3D. It actually registers you and your location, your pose relative to the screen, and actually changes the rendering on the screen accordingly. I'll show you some of these. I'll show you examples of each of these. So in the next video, we're going to look at a quick example from our XDAR project, which is really focused on bridging multiple AR display technologies. You will see a user wearing a HoloLens. You will see a user playing with a Kinect-based, projection-based. We call this ProCam setup, projector and camera. So the Kinect here is the camera. So let's look at the first 3 AR displays I just mentioned. So in the following, you will see a video of 3 of my former students playing kind of like a laser shooting game inspired from Roboraid, but using 3 different kinds of AR displays. So you will see one student is wearing the HoloLens, so it's a head-worn display. Another student is playing with a Room Alive setup. So this is actually a ProCam, so projector and camera setup with projection mapping. So lots of things coming together that I'll explain a little bit more in the technologies parts as well. As a form of spatial augmented reality. So she's not wearing anything. The content is rendered according to her perspective. And then we see a smartphone user at the time actually using Google Tango, a platform that has now been superseded by AR Core. So let's look at this example video. There's quite a number of things going on. You see, again, a HoloLens user more or less in the middle. On the left, we see the student with the projector and Kinect setup, looking at the projection on the wall. And you see inlays of what the HoloLens user sees on the left. You obviously see the projection on the wall, but it's not according to your perspective. It's rendered according to her perspective. And then on the right, you see a Google Tango user. It's basically a form of smartphone-based AR. And so now they can play together. It's networked. But the point here is to illustrate these 3 AR displays. Let's quickly focus on just the projection, the ProCam setup, the projection and the camera setup here. The camera is a Kinect, which can do skeletal tracking. I'll give you a demo of this data. It's really quite cool. And that way we can figure out basically your pose relative to the projector, and then we can do the projection accordingly. So now I'm going to show you the 4th type of AR display, which is monitor-based. But keep in mind, it still has to, follow the key definitions, the key characteristics. So all 3 have to go on. It has to be some merging of the real and the virtual world. It has to be interactive in real time, and it has to be registered in 3D. So I call this example AR mirrors. This is really what it is. Each of these displays that you see here on the wall, this is in my lab, in early days of my lab, is accompanied by a Kinect mounted on top, and that Kinect tracks me. And then I can actually render a 3D model of the lab according to my, position and orientation towards the display. This actually mimics the effect that happens when you look into a mirror. I mean, you looking around the mirror like this, you would see more or less of the room behind you, and that is exactly the kind of experience I wanted to create in this AR mirror examples. Now, the cool thing about monitor-based AR is that I don't actually have to wear anything, but I have to look at a screen, and that screen kind of like has to, show a version of me. In this case, there was a green ball. If you noticed, that was my head. I wasn't really done with this research project at the time of the recording. Obviously with the Kinect we can render a full skeleton, and I'll show you some of these things later. But so monitor-based AR is also quite an interesting way. The most common way to experience AR for us is on a smartphone these days, or if you have access to one of these guys behind me, the HoloLens 1 or 2 or Magic Leap, which I actually don't have here. So now let's talk about some of the key concepts. I will feature augmentation and mediation. I will talk about strong AR and weak AR. So I will distinguish those two. 2 terms that maybe you have heard of. They're very popular are marker-based and marker-less AR. And in fact, I do think there's value in each, so don't think of them as one superseding the other. So after marker-based and marker-less AR, we are becoming a little bit more technical, and I'll introduce you to 2 acronyms here, SLAM and VIO. So SLAM, simultaneous localization and mapping. It's really this idea of the device figuring out both building a map of the 3D space and then finding its location within that 3D space, so its 3D position. And VIO, which is really visual inertial odometry, is this idea of using both the camera and the inertial measurement unit of your smartphone, so the gyroscope and accelerometers, and trying to figure out how the phone actually moves through 3D space. So these are some key concepts that I thought I would introduce you to, because they're actually really quite important for markerless AR. And then I'm gonna talk about tracking and registration and the field of view and plane detection and object recognition, because these are some of the things we can do based on some of the algorithms and techniques I'll introduce earlier. So let's focus on augmentation and mediation first. Augmentation is really this idea of bringing in virtual content as an overlay onto the real world. So here I drew my own variation of Milgram's reality virtual reality continuums. So from reality to virtual reality, and I drew in augmented reality, and I drew in augmented virtual reality, and I also drew in mixed reality. So augmentation is really the amount of virtual content that you overlay over the real world. At some stage, maybe roughly here, is when it's mostly virtual content and not so much real world more, and then virtual reality, we say, is when you actually don't see the real world anymore. It replaces the reality around you. This is a simplification, obviously. Now, mediation is really along this spectrum. So the more virtual content I bring in, the more I could actually mediate how you perceive the world. So it is important to not just think about augmented reality as adding virtual objects into your view. I mean, this is what we most commonly do, but there's also an idea of diminished reality. So I can actually remove objects or have the world around you appear completely differently. So Black Mirror, if you will. And this is when it becomes extremely exciting, but also very dangerous. So augmentation always sounds like adding something, and mediation really emphasizes the fact that we can mediate how you perceive your surroundings. And we will see more and more of these things in the future when we're starting to see ads in augmented reality, for example. And you should be aware of that concept. So just to give a few more examples, on the augmentation side, so typical examples are information overlays, any kind of spatially anchored objects, virtual objects that are like spatially anchored and appear like as if they were part of the real world. This idea of hologram illusion that I mentioned earlier. Spatial audio. So even without anything visual, we could also talk about augmented reality if it is an audio that still abides by the rules of these three characteristics from before. So you're just listening to background music on your phone. That doesn't actually, it's not spatial audio, but if that spatial audio reacted if there were like a virtual audio source in the room, then we would actually talk about augmented reality as well. Most commonly, however, augmented reality is kind of like visual, but don't forget about the audio as well. On the mediation side, I have beautification. Now that is nice, right? So think of all the Snapchat filters that make you look better and more beautiful. I should have used one of those. Or those that make you look younger, which I think in my case would be an example of diminished reality. So apart from Snapchat filters, diminished reality, as I said, you could, for example, remove objects around me, like the shelf behind me just gone, and replace it with something else. So we're really starting to mediate and manipulate the perception of the world around us. Again, this is Black Mirror material, if you will. And then this leads to this idea of dark patterns. In the design-oriented parts of this XR MOOC, I will talk more about some of these dark patterns, and really when it comes to design ethics as well. The next concept I wanted to talk about is strong AR and also weak AR. So this actually I can illustrate quite nicely here on this graph. So where do you think strong AR is going to be along this graph? It's not here because we would then not talk about AR anymore. So it's roughly here. So weak AR is there and strong AR is there. So weak AR is like really what Google Glass, I would say. It does, it shows some content overlaid on the real world, but it doesn't actually really register it in 3D. And so strong AR is really like all those things that I talked about earlier. So here, strong AR, highly accurate tracking, full semantic understanding. We really understand the world around us. It supports natural, or as they say with the HoloLens 2, instinctual interaction. which is an interesting concept. And head-mounted AR display is really strong AR. These are examples of strong AR. And when I look at something and it has no or imprecise tracking, like Pokemon Go, for example, is definitely weak AR. It has no knowledge of the environment. That's something that they are improving now, in the process of improving, since Niantic actually acquired 60 AI, which was really all about reconstructing the environment. So this will be better. And then no or mostly implicit interaction. So implicit, really mostly camera-based interaction. That feels kind of like weak AR. You're just looking around. It doesn't actually feel like augmented reality to many people. And a handheld AR display, a smartphone, where realistically, the only AR, it just functions as a lens, as a virtual lens into this virtual world, and everything else around you is the real world. So it's like really not a lot of virtual content that you can see at any one time. So unless it's like really well done in terms of like the size of the content, it really fits that maybe a tabletop AR experience. You would, when you compare it to a headset-based AR, it would consider it as more of a weak AR experience. Next, I'm going to talk about marker-based versus markerless AR. We're going to look at an example of me using the HoloLens 1. I'm going to use this photo as a basis for a few illustrations here. And I'll show you marker-based AR. So I'm drawing in a coordinate system because that's something I'll need for some of the examples I'll talk about. So you're really out of my head, basically the camera of the HoloLens, one of the main cameras. You actually see the Z-axis, so me walking forward would increase Z or backward decrease Z. Now that depends obviously on what kind of coordinate system it is, left-handed or right-handed. But let's just say we're using a left-handed one here, and then X and Y. Now keep in mind that the Y, I mean, we don't know actually from which perspective this is rendered, but one thing that I should say in this illustration, when you move your head like this or like that, that doesn't bend the y-axis accordingly. This is something that I've seen with a lot of my students. It causes some confusion. No, the y is always like upwards, okay? So whether I have my head like this, y is still like this. It doesn't go with the head. That's why we actually have a magnetometer and a gyroscope and those kinds of things in these devices so that they know where up and down is. So keep that in mind. And then I have the marker here. So I use the example of the hero marker. So it's like basically this kind of marker and then me looking with a HoloLens at that marker. So that's what I'm kind of like illustrating here. And so as I look at this marker with a device or with an app that actually uses marker-based tracking, what will happen is, okay, I'll start out at this location of 0, 1.6 usually. I mean, I'm a little higher than 1.6, but the device initially thinks maybe 1.6. And then from that, it establishes a coordinate system, and then it figures out, okay, so the marker is really roughly from here. It's the Z is an increase of 50 centimeters, so we update this. It's a little bit lower than my head position, so maybe 10 centimeters, although that might be a little bit of an exaggeration here. And a little bit to the left. The marker is a little bit to the left. And so because we can establish this coordinate frame here, we can also understand how the marker that we are seeing now, we can actually figure out it's there. And so most importantly, the app would then use algorithms that are trained on this marker. So the computer is trained on this. And if this marker is like further away from the camera, it's like smaller than this original 1-to-1 scale that it was trained on, or when it's closer to the camera, then obviously it appears larger. And if it's like somehow distorted at an angle, the camera can figure that out as well because it was trained on this marker. Now I don't really illustrate all that here. The most important thing is that there is a marker. We call this a fiducial because it's in the view of the camera. It's actually visible to both the user and the camera usually. Sometimes markers are designed to blend a little bit more into the environment, but often when we prototype and design things and using things like AR toolkit-based technologies like ARJS, for example, we use these kinds of hero markers. So they are quite popular. So now markerless AR obviously gets rid of the marker. How do we do that? Well, the device kind of like as it moves through 3D space, it actually finds its own markers. If there were something like this, let's say I have a hero marker poster in my room, but I don't actually treat it as a marker, and the device looks at this and builds like little feature points. This is, by the way, also how it works based off a marker. But in this case, the device finds salient pixels that it sees, like it finds like interesting points. Like, let's say you are the computer for a second, and you have to figure out how the camera, if it were moving, how it moved. So you would pick a few points behind me. Maybe you like the colored pens there. Maybe you notice those, or you like the red shelf, and you're looking at specific like corners of that red shelf. You're doing some kind of edge detection to figure out how do these pixels move between frames, and this is really how marker tracking actually works. And you can, if you don't have a predefined marker that we are trained on, you can use a combination of things like also the position and the pose, or like the orientation of the camera, and then it all sums up, and you can figure out how this device, what we actually want to find out is how the device moves through space, or how the marker comes closer to the camera. And we can do both with some of the techniques that I'll talk about in the next few slides. So one concept that is often associated with augmented reality is this idea of scale of an augmented reality experience. And a popular type of scale is the tabletop experience, especially popular with marker-based AR, because what you often do is you have a marker right in front of you, you put it on a tabletop. Markerless AR you could also do obviously just relative to a tabletop, and then the user wouldn't be seated, and that is a form of scale. It's a very popular scale. Now with markerless AR we can actually be more free. We don't have to place multiple markers in the room to figure out where the user is. Keep in mind that the device always needs to see these markers in order to understand how it moves through 3D space when it comes to marker-based AR. So now with markerless AR, we can find our own little features in the environment. Let's call these key points, and we can track them. And so we actually enable a much larger scale, up to the extent that we can actually make the whole world augmented reality. And that is something that is currently being worked on through something called the AR cloud, and this idea of mapping the entire space in real world. Sometimes through games, like games with a purpose, like the idea of extending Pokemon Go now and using all these Pokemon Go players to map out the world for us. So it will be interesting to see who will own this data and how the data is actually being used in the future. But we can essentially enable world-scale AR applications as well. The most popular, I would say, markerless is around the room, and marker-based is usually around the tabletop. Although that is not a complete mental model, but it's like a very popular way to think about these kinds of AR experiences. So let's look a little bit more under the hood. I just thought I need to introduce these two concepts, SLAM and VIO. Because visual inertial odometry is like this key thing that was associated with AR Core and AR Kit. And so people have been talking about this all the time. And if you want to participate in some of these discussions, you want to be cool, you should say things like SLAM and visual inertial odometry. So SLAM is simultaneous localization and mapping. The algorithm works by tracking key points over a sequence of camera frames, like image by image by image, and then it actually tracks them, so it really determines the trajectory of them, and then it develops an estimate of these points in 3D positions, so basically triangulation through multiple frames. And it can actually, from these estimates of these 3D positions, it can actually determine the camera pose which could have observed those points. And if you do this for a sufficient number of points, you can solve both for the motion, so how the camera moves through space, and structure. So you can do both localization and mapping of the space around you. Now this is an intuitive explanation of SLAM. SLAM has really been an active research area for many, many years. There are actually dedicated conferences, research conferences to that. And to be honest, I'm not a computer graphics person or robotics person, so I've never really implemented a SLAM system myself. Now, luckily, we have all kinds of frameworks and tools that help us work around this. So having this intuition for how SLAM works and what it does at the algorithmic level, even though it's maybe not technically fully accurate, is fully sufficient at this time to understand the concept. So visual inertial odometry works by tracking the pose via the camera, which actually does match a point in the real world to a pixel on the camera sensor, and actually doing this each frame. And it tracks also the pose via the inertial measurement unit. Now, the inertial measurement unit is not as accurate when it comes to position, but it's very accurate when it comes to orientation. So it processes both the accelerometer and the gyroscope data from your smartphone. Then it combines those two, the visual information of the pose and the IMU acquired pose, and it analyzes those measurements from both systems over time. So it does this like a little bit over time, and then determines the best estimate of 3D position. When I say time, this is still real time, right? It's between frames, but we have like 60 frames per second, so we can do this really, really quickly on smartphones these days. So now that I've listed out SLAM and VIO, SLAM really can be implemented just like with the camera, and the latest SLAM algorithms don't need special hardware like a depth camera. We can just use the RGB camera, the normal camera of your phone. And VIO actually, so visual inertial odometry, in many ways makes this even a little bit more robust because it also considers the IMU, and it makes SLAM work on mobile, which used to be a challenge. So we can do this really quickly, really fast. We can recover. Like one thing you should try out to mess up the tracking is like shake your phone during an AR experience and then see when it actually recovers. So when it refines the positions. Another thing that you'll notice when you run an AR application on your phone is that it always asks you to move around a little bit initially to establish tracking, is what they say. Well, this is when it actually builds these key points, and so you're basically helping the application build a geometry. So you're actually helping the application build a coordinate system of the world around you, and then it'll work as expected. So this brings me to the two concepts of tracking and registration, which I've just used as if they were clear, but let us illustrate this a little bit. So tracking is locating the position of the user's viewpoint when the view is actually moving. So you're moving like through the 3D space, so like walking like here. So, and we can track how the position of your headset and therefore your head has changed, and we can render the scene differently according to your new perspective. Now, so we can track how you move through 3D space, and now registration in 3D is what I said is one of the key characteristics of AR. So registration is really the process of positioning virtual objects with respect to the real world. So let's say you bring in your hand and you're doing this HoloLens gesture, and then we're bringing in this cube, and we can use the hand position, which we were tracking before, as a reference point. Relative to that point can bring up the cube maybe so that it appears above your hand, and we can use the last known position of the hand, and we do have a coordinate system already established, and so we can place the cube at this location, so slightly above on Y, and then copy paste the rest, and it'll appear, it'll be registered there. And now if we continue to track the device, we can obviously render the perspective on that cube all the time accurately. So tracking and registration really work together. I will quickly jump to the field of view. Now the field of view is one of the most disappointing things that you will probably have with a headset. Even the latest generation of AR headsets don't have a very large field of view. So rather than you seeing the cube like this, what would actually happen on a HoloLens 1, where you have a 35 degrees field of view, like this angle here roughly, you would see only portions of that cube. It would be cut off, and you would have to move your head upwards to actually see the rest of the cube. And this can be a little disappointing because obviously everything else that is not in the field of view is just the real world. So while in the promotional videos it always looks like while in the third person or promotional videos, when they introduce the HoloLens, for example, it always looks like you would see this whole content. What you actually do see is only this cut off portion. And so you need to think about how to build in visual cues into this area, the field of view that is actually can actually be augmented with virtual content. So you could, like, for example, if this were an important object that should be in the entire view, you could, for example, draw in little markers that would visual cues that would actually make the user move up their head. But to be honest, if I look at a 3D object like this is a 3D primitive, I expect it to be a cube. It could be a building, it could be larger, it may not be a cube, it might actually be a larger box. I would probably explore it more by looking upwards. In general, the smaller the content, the better it can be viewed with AR headsets, and larger content is just like really difficult to view, and therefore also to conceive like really like how big the object really is. So what would be very hard right now is this idea of diminished reality, like really transforming everything around me, blending in ads or whatever. I'll show you some examples later. We're looking at hyper reality as one of those concept videos that I think are very interesting concepts of the future, also a little bit scary, to be honest, when it comes to augmented reality in the future. But so in many ways we can be happy that the AR headsets right now are actually quite limited and break this suspension of disbelief all the time just by being limited in terms of the field of view, for example. But this concept will still be around for a while, the field of view, really having perfect augmentation, if you will, like all around you with AR. That will require a little bit more research, I would say, and also technological advances. Because even from the HoloLens 1 to the HoloLens 2, I'm not even sure. Like, I've seen different ways of calculating the field of view, but and one way is to say it's twice as large. But that's more like in terms of the area that you see. But overall, it doesn't actually add a lot to it. So it's not like double or something like that. So that's just something to keep in mind. So for the next few years, you might still be a little disappointed initially. But then when we finally have all these fully augmented AR views, we have to be careful of all the scary scenarios that this enables. Finally, key concepts are also plane detection and object recognition. I think you need to understand some of these concepts to understand how current AR devices actually work. So I'll show you an example here of me using the Google Measure app. And what I'm going to do now is I'm actually going to measure the size of the screen that you see sometimes behind me in some of the angles. So it's supposed to be a 57-inch display. So I'm going to measure. And while the measurement is interesting as an app, it's also an AR application. What I wanted you to focus on is how it visualizes the plane. It actually understands the orientation of this display. So it sees a surface there. It also sees a surface on the floor sometimes. And it understands the normal, so the orientation of that surface. And it actually draws that into the view for me, into the AR view. And this is actually good design. And so we'll talk a little more about this in other parts of this MOOC specialization. My second example here is Google Lens. So when it comes to object recognition, I was playing around a little bit, obviously, here in the studio. Google Lens is often associated with like this way of translating menus or like translating from one language into the other, but you can actually just like make this text on my screen. You can copy paste it, you can read it out. So you can do some of these things with Google Lens, which is really an impressive tool, if you will, some basic AR. Okay, so you can do that, but you can also really detect objects. So you can walk around and use the camera. And in order to make AR really a thing, so that we can start to interact with these objects meaningfully, we need to understand what they are. In this case, it was able to detect the type of wheel that I was using. And if the computer actually knows what kind of equipment, what kind of physical objects are around the user, the augmented reality experience can be a lot more meaningful. And so this kind of semantic understanding of the environment around us is still one of the key barriers right now to technological innovation. It has to do both with really like building this understanding of the world. So machine learning is like the term that you would probably think right now. So that the computers can actually see, we call this computer vision. They actually understand, the computer actually sees like a human understands, builds a perception and semantic labeling, and understands that it is a chair and even understands what kind of chair it is. So some of these things are still a little bit away. I mean, we see early examples of this, but we are not there yet when it comes to really semantic understanding. I'll show you some examples of where we are on the iPad, for example. Now we can detect people and we can use those as information to, for example, occlude content. Or we can like walk around. I will walk around in the studio and I'll show you how it detects and understands what some of these objects are. There's a wall behind me, there's a window opposite, there's this seat or a chair that I'm sitting on. So this is the end of the AR concepts lecture, and I'm going to talk about AR technologies really that implement some of these concepts in a separate video. So I chose key concepts that I think are key concepts. We started from the characteristics and then I went through a couple of key terms, including down to some of the algorithms. I hope that you thought this was interesting and useful. I think understanding these concepts is really important so that we also get a better sense of these technologies and their limitations. Once those limitations are overcome, however, we may enter a very different world and discussion around some of these technologies. So in later portions of this MOOC, we really talk about ethics and also privacy and security concerns, which really have to do a lot with both AR and VR. So I'll see you there. In this video, we're going to talk about augmented reality technologies. We're not just going to talk about them, we're actually going to look at them. Okay, so the whole idea is, and we're not going to start with the HoloLens, but like this is one of the latest devices. The whole idea is to understand all the technologies that are actually coming together in a device like this in order to get this to work. It's actually been years of research and development before a device like the HoloLens 2, which this is, can appear on the market and actually push us just a little bit further again in this space. So I'm going to leave that here, and we're going to talk about augmented reality technologies. So we're going to learn about a few AR technologies, and these are actually all enabling and building on top of each other. We're going to start out with marker tracking. We're going to look at motion tracking. In this case, like tracking a device through 3D space without markers actually, so markerless if you will. We're going to learn about body tracking, really tracking bodies. We're looking at the Kinect, understanding the skeletal tracking of the Kinect, and also looking into its depth sensing capabilities. We're going to lead over to spatial mapping, because that is something that the HoloLens can do. It actually creates a 3D mesh of the world around you. Basically a copy, a 3D copy if you will, a 3D scan. People often like to say 3D scan. And then it actually does a little bit of scene understanding on top of it, but I'm going to show you also where we are with some of the mobile platforms at the moment. I'm going to show you ARKit and some of the scene understanding there. We're going to talk about projection mapping, because if you have all these things, you can do also projection-based AR. So not just, I always want you to not just think in terms of mobile or head-worn AR, but also let's not forget about anything to do with spatial AR or monitor-based AR. Finally, I think we're going to talk about a key ingredient to actually make AR content appear as part of the environment, and that is actually light estimation. I'm going to show you an example there as well. It's not exactly what I had in mind, but you will really see the difference that way. So let's get started. So this lecture is really built around a number of demonstrations for each of these technologies. And so I'm just going to get started with the first demonstration on marker tracking. In this video I'm going to show marker-based AR. So I'm going to actually basically show this marker to the camera. I'm using ARJS here, quick and simple. And I'm going to just give you the demo. So this is now me in a web browser, and it's using a slightly different camera, the one that I have over there. And as I now bring in this marker into the view, you can see how the camera is kind of like tracking that marker and relatively accurately detects the pose and the orientation of that sheet of paper. I have to pay attention that I'm not occluding it. As soon as I'm occluding it, it has a hard time obviously seeing the marker. So the way I've printed it here allows me to move it, and it's also at a really nice size for the camera, so then the tracking works pretty well. Relatively robust, so we can even let it fall. And well, that didn't work so well, but so this is at the core of a lot of the AR things that we show. In fact, I believe that Maca-based AR is very good for prototyping. So there's something that we'll explore in later segments of the courses here as part of the XR MOOC. And yeah, I'm just still excited. They don't have to look like this. They can actually be customized. They can look and blend in. They can look more like the environment. They can blend in a little more. They can look more like QR codes if that's what you want. So you could embed a URL and then have people both use it to open and launch your product or interface or whatever it is, and then also use it to augment the experience. So yeah, I think this is pretty cool stuff still. And even though we have more advanced marker-less AR technologies and devices, I don't think that as a designer you can live without marker-based prototyping, and rapid exploration is just so much faster. So that was my first demo on marker tracking. And now we're going to look at motion tracking. What I mean by motion tracking is like understanding how a device like the smartphone or the HoloLens, how they really understand where they are in 3D space without holding markers up in front of them. So let's look at this. So in this example, we see my student Rob, former PhD student, actually go through the School of Information. AR Core just came out, and we started playing around with AR Core and getting it to work in the web. So this is a 3JS scene. Those of you familiar with these technologies will know this. Anyway, we're going through the building. We're actually walking up some steps. We're walking around with a smartphone, and we're dropping landmarks, if you will. We call them breadcrumbs, so that you can actually go back and find your way back. What this really demonstrates is how accurate the tracking actually is, and how well AR Core as a smartphone, without any special cameras, it's really just software-based, augmented reality and the tracking, how well it can actually maintain the tracking. Let me show you a second example here. So this is Rob again demonstrating one of his prototypes in the lab. In this case, we're just calibrating this display to the smartphone, and what we can then do is actually write on it. So the way this works is we are actually moving the smartphone just like the way we want to write, and so it becomes kind of like a laser pointer, if you will. So we've played around with this quite a bit. He was quite proud of this little prototype. So that was Rob, and that was one of his projects, AR Menagerie, that we worked on. We were really exploring mobile-based AR and what can we do with it now that we have these tools. So that was really interesting. So far I've shown you marker and motion tracking. So far we can understand a little bit of the environment, not too much yet. For good AR, we also need to understand quite a bit more. Actually, we need to understand people, and I'll explain in a little bit more depth later why this is important. So I'm going to show you quite an extensive demo here of the Kinect. I've pre-recorded this, a little bit of, karate. I still got it in me, and a little bit at least. And this is Mawashi Gary. Anyway, so I'm going back to the computer, and I'm now going to replay this recording. This is actually a Kinect recording. So the Kinect is a depth camera, if you will,
and it can also do this kind of skeletal tracking. So what you see, if you look at the left, that's the original image. On the right, there is actually a skeleton drawn in, and that is the estimated skeleton. Sometimes these lines are a little bit thinner. That's when we're not exactly sure because we can't see the joints. We can't be sure, but in any case, the Kinect actually can do quite a few things. It also has a depth camera. You see a big shadow behind me. That is because the camera couldn't see behind me. But you do see a kind of 3D reconstruction, frame by frame, in real time, 3D reconstruction of my body. I'm going to play around with a few settings here. And one thing I wanted to show you is this kind of what they call the surface mesh with normals. It'll look very interesting. It'll look like a plastic version of Michael. What you also see me do on the right, I'm actually moving around this 3D scene. This is not like I'm not actually moving the Kinect. I'm just moving the perspective on that recording. And obviously I cannot see behind me because we didn't actually record it. We didn't have a Kinect behind me, so we couldn't actually see behind me. And so the Kinect can actually do quite a bit of stuff here and quite a lot of things. So what do we have for now? Well, we understood marker tracking, and then we did motion tracking. So basically the devices find their own markers and they're going through 3D space and doing SLAM or visual inertial odometry that we learned about in the concepts. Then we learned a little bit about Kinect. The Kinect is actually quite advanced. The reason I wanted to show you the Kinect is because if you think about it, in this HoloLens is actually a Kinect in there. Now a Kinect with which we are like walking around. The demo that I just gave you, the Kinect was stationary and it was pointing at me and basically did a 3D reconstruction of me and the world behind me. Now, if you have a Kinect in there and you're walking around with it on your head, you're actually scanning the environment all the time. And we are getting what is called a point cloud of this, or the spatial mesh. We call it the spatial mesh. And that is just the 3D information. So the really hard part would actually be making sense of this kind of like spatial mesh. And I'll show you spatial mapping first, and then we're actually also going to talk about scene understanding, so really the sense-making part.
I have X-rays coming out of my hands, and when I tap, it really reads the environment nicely. I'm going to show you a little bit of a different demo later where this will see much better how that mesh is being built, but it really is quite impressive. And of course the color effects they chose look really nice. And this can also be done up into this area here, and it really, when you're like at a distance and you're doing this on the floor, it's just nice how it travels through the entire room like a little wave. We can actually go here into the software and we can save this mesh. It'll download it for me, and then I can open it, and I'm gonna quickly recolor this in a color scheme that I think makes sense. And then when we zoom in here, it does look a little bit chaotic. The traces of where the lights are, and here's my capture station. The seat is a little bit visible, and then the shelf, not so well captured over there. The light is really interesting. We're going to insert this chair. That's the example I wanted to show. So now we have a virtual chair. You can put it on the floor. Okay. So the hand obviously needs to stay in view of the device, otherwise you cannot track it. And then make it a little bit larger, and that's roughly where I place it. So now it's like a good chair. It still seems a little bit higher than this one, but it's fine. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to drag it and actually going to place it over there on the floor, and a little bit like this. And what I want to demonstrate now is when I sit down and I'm behind this chair, you can see how it renders the occlusions around the black chair. And this is one of the hard things, to keep with the illusion that this is a an object that is part of the real world, we need to be occluded by virtual and physical objects, obviously, like this chair here.
So that was a first application of the spatial mesh. We can do occlusion now. And that is really important so that these virtual objects really feel like they are part of the world around us and in front of us as well. And occluded by both virtual and physical objects. So that's pretty fundamental. What I haven't figured out yet at this stage is we have a 3D reconstruction of the environment. We can do quite a bit. But do we really understand what we see? Well, and the answer to this at the moment is that the devices are, well, they're getting better at this, but they don't actually yet, at least at this stage, know exactly what they're looking at. But they are getting better at this every minute. So here I'm going to show you an example of scene understanding.
All right, so we're trying to just walk a little bit through the environment here with the iPad, and it can see all these different kinds of surfaces. So this is using the LiDAR and has a relatively good understanding of these different kinds of environments. And it does have basic semantics. So this was characterized as a seat. It's probably a bit hard to read the label. So this should be a table. This is none, it doesn't know. Basically when I look up there, this is a window. It gets that despite the light source, which is unusual since this is a studio. And here we have a seat, so it gets that right. It knows where the floor is, and this is hard because it's a glass table and it just doesn't know exactly what all these things are. Otherwise, pretty good. So it's a wall, that's pretty easy. So it does look nice. And this is the semantic scene understanding and labeling.
So in this example, I'm showing the iPad, ARKit, people, segmentation, and then occlusion as a result of this. So there is a virtual base in front of me that you can see is not real, but we see it on the iPad. And then my hand actually like trying to go through this. And obviously my hand should actually occlude the virtual object when my hand is in front of it. And then as I reach through the vase, at some stage my hand should appear behind it. So what happens here behind the scenes is actually analyzing what the camera sees, trying to find a person in there, and then segmenting out this person, so basically extracting this person from every image, and figuring out the depth, the distance of that, well, part of the human body to the camera, and then adjusting the rendering accordingly so that the flower or the vase are actually appearing behind or in front of the arm, my arm. So that's cool, right? Quite impressive set of technologies that we have so far. With that, we can actually do a lot. So we have scene understanding, and that will improve in the next few years, so that's exciting. What we're going to do last is actually look at two more things. I wanted to show you a little bit of projection mapping, just so that we also understand spatial AR a little bit better that I introduced you to in the concepts. And then finally, we're going to look at light estimation. I have a little bit of a demo there as well. So in this example, we're showing two things. We're actually in the lab here. It's a little bit of an older recording on the HoloLens 1. There is a projection setup that is actually using projection mapping to go to render between these two walls. So the image is actually distorted to make it fit. If you think about how geometry works, that's how it works. In any case, we also see a HoloLens rendered cube in front of it. And what we're actually using, we're using the Kinect that is also there to track the position of the user, adjust the projection accordingly. So we can actually have these virtual cubes appear just like you would view them on a HoloLens, but you don't actually have to wear anything. So I'm showing here a projection mapping solution, Microsoft's Room Alive toolkit coming out of Microsoft Research. We set this up in the lab, and it's actually quite cool. So this was a short demo, but it showed a few things coming together. And what you could also see is how With projection mapping and a relatively nice setup, we can make it possible for people to see augmented reality even without wearing a HoloLens. And the experience can be very similar. If you noticed how the HoloLens cubes were basically occluding and working in a very similar fashion as was the projection in the background. In reality, of course, you wouldn't want to have both. Like, there's no need to have a headset and the projection, but as a concept, but I wanted you to be able to see these two technologies and compare them a little bit. All right, finally, we're going to do light estimation. This is really the last part we're going to look at. And here I have an example. All I'm going to do is place my phone on the table, and then I'm going to find a light switch. This is AR Core Elements as an example. So I'm trying to find the light switch, and you know, as I switch it, it actually does change. It detects this, so the phone can actually detect the light, the amount of light in the room, and can adjust the content to make it like a night scene. And this actually makes it now fit better into this environment when it's dark, and the brighter version, as you can see here, blends in more nicely during the day. And that's actually all there is to it. In the future, there will be better examples and more examples of light estimation. Right now, not a lot of applications actually make use of light estimation. This is also something we're still really figuring out. I mean, it's very hard. Like, if you're inserting content over there, but your phone is here, and it has a light sensor, it knows what the light is here. It doesn't know what the light is over there, so it has to estimate it. How do you estimate this? And why do we have to estimate it? So that we can adjust the lighting and the rendering, essentially, of the objects that the virtual objects that we want to insert into the scene over there, to make it fit the light conditions over there. And so, with that, we could also talk about spatial audio. I did show that in the VR concepts and technology section, so that applies here as well. So I've walked you through quite a number of fundamental technologies. If you put them all together, you really have a nice AR experience. And that was the point of this whole lecture. In this video, I'm going to present, well, some ideas towards an XR decision tree. We've just been introduced to VR and AR, both the concepts and the technologies, in a little bit more detail. And as you will experience, if you're working in this space, people will ask you for your advice on which technology to choose when and why. And now I happen to be somebody who has been working on a lot of projects already, and I have kind of like developed some intuition towards when to use AR and when to use VR, and maybe when not to use either of them. And this is something that I'd like you to develop as well. So the idea for this lecture is to give you a decision tree. Now, it's not that simple. I've been thinking a lot about how to best teach this and what is this decision tree. And well, here is a version of this decision tree. So the whole idea behind this lecture is to be able to answer some of these questions, the ones that you have to ask yourself when you engage in a new project. Should it be VR or AR? Or is neither a good idea? What kind of AR, VR display and tracking technologies should we choose? What are the benefits of each, and what are the challenges and what are the limitations? Which types of platforms and devices should we support? This is not straightforward. This is an increasingly complex and diverse technology landscape. If you remember looking at this together with me, it is really quite diverse. And finally, which tools should we use? And then both for design and development. There's a number of tools out there. There's actually so many tools out there. It is quite difficult to, well, maintain an overview if you're in this space, and then for somebody new to this space, it's even worse. So when it comes to the question of whether to do VR or AR, we already have some advice from very experienced people like Mark Billinghurst, for example. So he says VR is ideal if there's lots of visual elements, and I agree with him there. 3D spatial interaction, that makes a lot of sense.
if there is physical manipulation. Then he says procedural learning, but I wanted to talk about interaction at infinite resolution. So let's think about this for a second. Okay, so here I have the Quest and one of the controllers. So lots of visual elements. That makes sense, right? We're like going in there and it makes us feel like, wow, we can see so much content, even though, as you know, some of the VR displays are smartphone based. Essentially the screen real estate that we have is not larger, but because of the agency and autonomy and this idea of really being able to look around and immerse ourselves with this content, even walk through it and then interact with it spatially in 3D, that really makes VR quite a platform for these kinds of experiences. This is really where it is ideal. Physical manipulation, that makes a lot of sense. Now we even have hand tracking, even though, I mean, unless this, I'm not sure whether I want to rotate cubes and charts and whatever, like with my hands. I mean, it looks cool in Minority Report, but frankly, it is not ergonomic and it's not really the most usable experience in that way. Anyway, we can do a lot with these controllers, so that's fine. So physical manipulation, if you will, or direct manipulation is definitely something that I can see as well. And then I said interaction at infinite scale. Now, when it comes to AR, there's usually some relationship between this virtual content and the real world that we see. Now in VR, we don't actually have that connection to the real world. And so I say interaction at infinite scale because we can make something super large and still kind of comprehend it and see it, despite the limited screen real estate that we actually have, just because of how free we are with moving around in the space and looking at it. And so, yeah, that actually then enables interaction at really, really large scale. We can also make something super tiny and super small and then still interact with it. And so I think that is where virtual reality is really fascinating. On the other hand, AR is ideal if there are some visual elements, not obviously everything visual and virtual, because then it would be VR. 3D spatial interaction and physical manipulation are just as good with AR, if not better. And then interaction is either at one-to-one scale, so between the virtual content and the real world, it really fits in there like life-size content, or less. Larger than one-to-one scale usually doesn't make a lot of sense just because of the limited field of view that we usually have. So it's not as immersive as we can do it with occluded displays like the Oculus Quest. And so that's why I say interaction, not at infinite resolution, but at one-to-one scale. I think this is where it is really interesting because you get a sense for what, like when I buy furniture, I want to really have one-to-one scale. I want to make sure it actually fits in here. And that's where I think AR is really good. Now, VR wouldn't be a good idea for furniture placement. If I'm in this room, it doesn't make a lot of sense to not see the room. So one-to-one scale is, I think, the best application of AR, at least in this example. On the other hand, if you're looking at when things are not ideal, so VR is not ideal if there are many non-visual elements. What do you actually show to users? Is it a white or black screen mostly that you show? Well, you think about it. Lots of text to read or input. Both reading and input are very cumbersome and tiring, actually, even with some of the best input methods that we have now, including speech. And it's also not ideal if there is a need for haptic feedback. And this is something that Mark Billinghurst and I also agree on. I would just say it based on the fact that unless there is some kind of mapping between the virtual content and the physical world, any need for haptic feedback usually requires some additional user instrumentation or some additional device like blowing air at the user or something to produce this kind of haptic feedback. And these devices require a lot of calibration and need to be instrumented and installed very carefully, so usually not ideal. And then if there is a need for connecting with the real world, then this is really a case for AR, not for VR. So keep this in mind. And then AR, on the other hand, is not ideal if there is also many non-visual elements. Although I do think that AR experiences can work that are mostly audio-based. We haven't seen so many examples of that. When there is lots of text to read or input, it's also not good with AR. And unless you have, for example, character recognition, like I can write on a sheet of paper and that would be captured automatically in AR and then I can process it further, that is actually exciting and in fact something we're working on at the moment. When there is a need for haptic feedback, I would also say AR is not ideal unless there is actually a connection with the real world. So you can map, obviously if you're interacting with the real physical world around you, then I think it's fine. If that AR application is really designed for that space, you will basically have haptic feedback. When it comes to haptic feedback, I like some of the design choices the HoloLens 2 made. So for example, now when you're opening a start menu, you're looking at your wrist and then you're actually touching there. So you have like this self-actuated kind of force feedback because you're touching. Same with this gesture. It gives you some resistance as you're touching your thumb. So I think that's quite smart. So we're using our own body to provide haptic feedback. I think that's very interesting. And that's where actually AR can work. Finally, if there is no connection to the real world around you, then really this is not a case for AR. I think you should look at VR instead. So before we really come to our decision tree, let's first review what kinds of technology choices we actually have. What options do we have before we make any decisions? Well, obviously on the display side, I've introduced you to a few different types of displays, from head mount to room size. AR displays are a variety: handheld, head-worn, spatials or projective or monitor-based. We covered those. We also talked about tracking, 3 degrees of freedom versus 6 degrees of freedom. We discussed about outside in and inside out. We understand head tracking and eye gaze. I mean, so head gaze is really like most VR, unless the device actually has built-in eye tracking or you extended it with an eye tracker, it actually really just tracks your head. And so if your application needs eye tracking, then you have to think about that. How do you actually provide that support? And then, well, you can also think about what other things to track. Obviously, you have controllers, and in some devices like the Oculus Quest, you have hand tracking built in. You may choose things like Leap Motion, as I showed you earlier, so that you can attach to the VR headset and then provide a form of hand tracking as well. On the AR side, you have to think about, on the AR side, one of the most important decisions you have to make is whether you want to do marker-based or marker-less AR. It really has a number of technological implications. And then you have to think about how much of the real world around you do you have to understand. So is plane detection sufficient, or do you need 3D spatial mesh? This usually requires a little bit more advanced technologies, sometimes even additional types of cameras, including depth cameras, like we have with the Kinect, the HoloLens, or the RealSense. And whether you need to track physical objects. That's something you also have to think about. So either you train the system beforehand, you attach markers to those physical objects, or you use some specific machine learning based libraries that allow you to detect some physical objects. And there are actually additional considerations. So I simplified a little, but as you can see, lots of choices to be made. So these are the technologies considered by themselves for each AR and VR, and how do they actually translate to different kinds of platforms and devices if you're using off-the-shelf devices. So obviously on the VR side, we can choose between something that is phone-based, like Cardboard, which is really on the low end, up to something like maybe the latest Rift S, Quest, Oculus Quest 2 coming out soon at the time of this recording. So these are some of the most advanced virtual reality head-mounted displays that we have. You could also look into caves, but I just left that out for now. So for AR, we can do the same. We can rank the technologies, rank order the technologies, and from the low-end spectrum to the high-end spectrum. So I would put marker-based, usually on the phone, or some kind of webcam-based applications on the left. Markerless, if I'm thinking on the phone, it's kind of like medium end, and then on the high end I would put wearable AR, so head-mounted displays with 6 degrees of freedom, so the HoloLens and the Magic Leap. This is probably also the understanding that you have at this stage, and this is what I would expect if I ask you how would you rank order the following devices, and then I give you in some random order, like Windows Mixed Reality, Oculus Go, and then HoloLens and smartphone. So the technology landscape is even larger. I said we need to pick tools, so we can pick tools from the more design-oriented, so 360 authoring, then maybe a little bit of 3D, immersive authoring, so working directly in VR, or then using more like development tools that are listed down here. So then on the AR side, we can also look at libraries that are more dedicated to specific types of tracking, like marker-based, body-based tracking libraries and tools here. We can also look into immersive authoring. So these, I would say, this is where I would draw the line. Maybe this is more designer-oriented tools, and then more the developer-oriented tools. So AR Foundation, XR Interaction for the toolkit for Unity, AR Core and AR Kit, or MRTK, and some other solutions as well. So these are obviously down here are really the frameworks for development, and up there are the tools that will help us in the earlier stages of design. Many times they actually target designers. We're getting closer to the decision tree. Before I draw the decision tree, I'll draw a technology tree. So I was thinking a little bit about this. I'm going to divide this. On the left, I'm going to put up AR. On the right, I'm going to put VR oriented things. So first we talked about display, and this is a little bit repetitive, so I just went over those display types. And then I characterize the AR space into marker-based, markerless, and then the VR space in terms of tracking into 3DOF, 6DOF, outside in, inside out. Each of these are, some combinations of these are associated with different kinds of headsets. And then between AR and VR, we have often this in common, that we want to track controller, or at least receive input from controllers. Even the HoloLens has a controller, like a little clicker. I usually don't use it. I usually just rely on the hands. So controller and hands, both VR and AR. Eye tracking becoming more and more pervasive now on these headsets. And then tracking additional objects, for which you often actually need additional libraries and tools. So I don't really cover that in this MOOC too much. And then on the tools side, well, I've just like laid out a little bit of a mental model, a version of it more on the development front. So from ARJS and Vuforia, which are really around marker-based application development, to AR Foundation, more like around smartphone-based AR. And then for ARKit and AR Core in this case. And then we have MRTK. So this is really the toolkit from Microsoft, the mixed reality toolkit that's actually spans both AR and VR space, so I put in the middle. And then we have the more VR oriented, both the SDKs for some of the main headsets, and then Steam VR. So these are some of the SDKs, the software development kit, some of the options you have there. So as I was drawing out this diagram, I was actually thinking about two things. So I call this an XR technology tree. I was thinking about strategy games, like for example, I like to play StarCraft, and in order to give my units some certain abilities, I have to research some of them along the way. So let me illustrate this quickly. So one way to look at this tech tree, in order to end up with AR Foundation, you have to research AR, you have to choose handheld, and you have to research markerless, and then you actually have access to AR Foundation. And or let's do AR handheld and then marker-based, and then you can end up with ARJS or Vuforia. And then if you have Unity, affinity towards Unity, you would pick Vuforia. And if you have an affinity towards A-Frame, WebXR, and the web-based approach, then you would choose ARJS. There are many other tools here, like AR Toolkit I could have chosen as well. In any case, so this is the first way to look at it. But the second way, and the other thing that I was thinking as I was creating this diagram, was actually Jeopardy. So why do I say Jeopardy? Well, if you know the game is actually one where you actually you see answers, and you actually have to ask the right questions. So if you look at this tree actually has all the answers. But in order to make use of the tree, you have to know how to ask good questions. And so the best people at Jeopardy ask the right question. So I'll give you an example again. So if we're looking at AR 800, it would show us AR Foundation. And so the question that you would ask is, what is a markerless, smartphone-based, or handheld AR toolkit? And then you could say AR Foundation for Unity. And so that would be the correct answer. Or if you're opening up VR 800 and it shows you as the answer Steam VR, then the question would be, what is a head-worn, what is a platform for, then the answer would be, what is a virtual reality platform that allows you to program against HMDs that support both 3 DOF or 6 DOF and outside in or inside out tracking. So basically all the popular headsets out there. And then this would be the answer, Steam VR. So this is opposed to the idea of showing you VR, let's say 600, and it shows you Oculus, and then you would say, and you're thinking maybe Oculus Rift, okay, or Oculus Quest, and then you would say, what is a software development kit that allows me to program against head-mounted displays that support 6 degrees of freedom inside-out tracking? And you could see the difference here. Steam VR really covers like this entire space, just because it's a cross-platform, but still just VR. So, and if the answer were MRTK, so Mixed Reality Toolkit, the question would be, what is a toolkit that allows me to program against both AR or VR, handheld, head-worn, markerless, or 6 degrees of freedom, virtual reality headsets, and then that would actually be MRTK, because it does support, from my experience at least, I have successfully worked with MRTK, programmed against AR Core and ARKit smartphones, programmed against the HoloLens, so head-worn AR, and also head-worn Oculus, actually the Rift S, so that's why I said 6 degrees of freedom and inside out. So it is fun when you know all the answers and therefore can ask the right questions. And that's really what I wanted to illustrate with this tree. This tree contains all the answers, and many of them are actually a little implicit. And I can make these connections relatively easily because I've worked in this space for a while. So in order to navigate this space, I was thinking, what are good questions that we could ask, like in Jeopardy style? So finally, here we are at the motivation for this extra decision tree that I was promising. So I'll start by stating some of my goals before I talk about some of the non-goals. My goal is, first and foremost, to provide a framework for you to think about XR technologies and actually to think through these technologies and actually make technological choices. I wanted to be systematic and technically sound, but I didn't want to require a lot of technical background. So you going through my AR and VR, both concepts and technologies, lectures should be sufficient for you to understand how this decision tree works. You don't have to be a designer or a developer necessarily. I wanted to provide concrete examples, but make sure they are representative. Now, the problem with concrete examples is there are often some super specific tools and toolkits that a hardcore developer would point out to you. And I know many of these, but I'm not sure how long those will be around. Often these things will be incorporated into larger frameworks driven by the more key players. And so if you're missing something here, doesn't mean that I don't know about it. Just means that I decided not to pick it as an example because I thought it was not that representative in the sense that it wasn't that well known or popular. Non-goals are actually to cover all possible technology choices in terms of platforms, devices, and tools, to provide one universal decision tree that works for every project. So really, this is not what I do here. So my approach here is to treat this as a design space problem. And I was thinking, what is one of the tools that I like to teach in interaction design? And I came back to this paper from the 90s on questions, options, and criteria as a tool to think through a design space. So this is a tool for design space analysis. And so in fact, I wanted to suggest possible questions, options, and criteria for you to think through as you're making decisions around an XR project. So here we're going to start from a question. So the cue, how to display something. And then obviously we have a number of options. So let's say something could be permanently displayed or something could be appearing based on some event from the system or some user interaction. And then you can think about, okay, criteria for each of these, and then you make some connections and you actually assess each of these. So for permanent, if something is permanently visible, then there is no user input required, therefore low user effort. It's probably not that helpful if it's always visible, so it might actually clutter the screen, so I wouldn't actually positively assess screen compactness with this option. But it does provide continuous user feedback because it's always visible to the user, so I would say yes, that's a positive. So appearing is, well, it may require more effort on the user, so something needs to trigger this. It does help screen compactness, and maybe I have so many other things that I need to display anyway, so maybe that's the choice to go with, which is interesting. It seemed like the other option seemed to outweigh this one, but I go for this one because I consider this the right trade-off. And so this is depending on the situation. So the next question then is how to make it appear. And maybe as you try to answer that question, you can also mitigate some of the concerns you may have around user effort and user feedback. So I was thinking, how can we turn this XR technology tree around by providing a set of questions, options, and criteria for XR for you to think through. Now, this would even work better if you were looking at a specific scenario or actually example, like a project of yours. So I introduce you to these ideas a little bit more conceptually and generally speaking for now, but then we'll actually apply some of these to some of our scenarios that I have prepared for you. So here on the left, I show a set of questions. These are questions, I'm not sure how generic they are, but they are really some of the ones that often come up in my projects at least. How do I display things? So what kinds of display technologies do I choose? How do I track things? So what kinds of tracking and sensing technologies? What kinds of pipelines do I have to build? How do I want to enable travel? So navigation through the content. This is especially interesting in VR. How do I want the user to be able to manipulate things? Is it a form of direct manipulation? Is there some kind of indirect mapping? How does that work? And how to enable collaboration? A lot of my work involves multiple devices and multiple users often, and sometimes in different locations. So I wanted to think about those questions. And so this is a question that I often ask. So before I go through each of these questions in terms of options and criteria, let's first think about how to actually fill those different kinds of columns. So on the questions side, as you work through this QOC, you really have to ask questions about the design of specific elements. So the examples here, as I say, are a little generic, so not as representative of a good QOC, but the main thing is that you get the idea. On the options side, you really have to list out design alternatives. This is not whether you want to make something bold or italic. In fact, you can make it bold and italic. So these are not really design alternatives. These are just some related options for text styling. So think about something that is more mutually exclusive. Really, something permanent or something appearing. That's a better way to think about options. And then on the criteria side, really establish criteria that can be objectively assessed and weighed. Because obviously you want to look at these criteria and then you want to actually weigh them and make an informed decision about the questions and the design options that you have. So on the display options side, this can actually work at different levels. First of all, you can think really in terms of the specific types of display technology. So head-worn, should be handheld, AR, VR. And then if you go inside, so AR and VR, so it could be on the VR side, head-worn, or AR side head-worn. We could talk about heads-up display. If it's an AR phone, we can actually place things in screen space, so in 2D. We could do 360 on the phone or in VR. We could do 3D, and then the question is like, where do we place content? In the world, so world space, somehow attached or fixed to the camera. Or like something that is following you, so basically with a little bit of a delay as you're like looking somewhere else, it's like coming with you. So examples of follow me would be the main menus on a HoloLens or an Oculus headset. And then you can look at these options and assess them, and I spelled out a few criteria here that I usually consider. So user familiarity, whether some of their previous knowledge translates to this design. User comfort, This includes ergonomic and usability considerations. User mobility, so I mean both like the type of context in which they are running the interface, so are they seated or are they, like, can they walk around? I'll also consider accessibility as a main factor here. Then instrumentation of the user, so how much do I need to put on the user in order to be able to do some of these things? And I also need to think about, so I think about instrumentation of the user or the environment. I think about some key characteristics in terms of display size, so especially do I clutter the screen, the resolution, and then obviously how far I can see and things like that, the frame rate, and any other kinds of additional device requirements. And then I make some positive or negative assessment, and then I choose the option that I think is the best for a specific design element. Tracking, so here I list out options. Obviously these are the familiar ones from 3DOF, 6DOF, inside out, outside in, marker-based, markerless, face-based, body-based, and we have other kinds of tracking options as well. I wasn't thinking so much in terms of technically tracking, so magnetic or visual inertial, or what kind of tracking you are thinking. So more like in terms of how I wanted to track users in the headsets or devices that users are holding. And then I'm thinking about criteria that we had from before, like user instrumentation, but also environment instrumentation, especially for marker-based, for example, any kind of constraints, physical constraints in the environment, device requirements, and if I'm requiring some exotic technologies, and whether these devices are affordable, and whether like if I have an experience that really runs on the HoloLens, I must admit to myself, while it is cool, a very small portion of the population will actually have access to it. It's not so much an adoption question. I think a lot of people would use the HoloLens if they could afford it, so it's a cost question. So when it comes to travel, I'm thinking about walking, redirected walking, teleportation, menus, and there are other options, and I weigh them against an almost similar set of criteria. When I think of manipulation, think about doing it with controllers, hands, voice. Do I need eye gaze? I can actually manipulate content with my eyes, so scrolling, for example, when I reach the fold. Marker-based or physical object. So I use a physical object to actually manipulate some virtual content. So a physical prop, this is something that is relatively common. But then, at least in research, but then I have to think about some of the more advanced sensing requirements and maybe some additional frameworks and tools that I need for that kind of tracking and to support that kind of manipulation. So when it comes to collaboration, I'm thinking about co-located or remote, and then I'm also, this is in terms of place, and then I'm thinking in terms of time, so synchronous or asynchronous. And for remote and asynchronous, I'm thinking about networking requirements, and for asynchronous, maybe additionally about storage requirements, because I need to persist some information in between the usage. So now we actually do have a way to think through this space. It is not exactly the tree maybe that I was hoping for. I mean, I drew out this technology tree, but think of this decision tree as multiple stacked questions, options, and criteria trees, just like I showed in the original notation. I'm going to show you some examples based on some scenarios in the remainder here. Think about this scenario where you have a family come together and decide how to decorate the living room using various AR displays. So one question we could ask is how to track in this scenario. So we can consider marker-based solutions. We know it's mobile, so we have marker-based as an option or markerless, although that does have some device requirements. Then we can, lay out some of the criteria here. So marker-based works on any device, markerless doesn't work on any device, so no need for instrumentation. Well, that is only the case with markerless, since it just picks its own markers essentially. But in a marker-based approach, I would actually have to put a marker somewhere in the space. And then can I move around? Well, that is a little bit more constrained with marker-based, because obviously the marker always needs to be in the view of the camera. Otherwise, I cannot actually really understand the pose of the device and the position, and so that's why I do the positive assessment here, and I decided to go for markerless. And I don't know whether you would have gone the same way, but that's something for you to explore. I have a few more scenarios for you to think about. So another one is the collaborative game that I showed earlier, where we play together. And we showed it in a co-located scenario, but you could think this through from a remote perspective. So it should be synchronous. So it's collaborative, it's synchronous. The people play at the same time, at least that's what we had, but it might be remote, not in the same place. How would you design this? What kinds of technology choices would you make there? If you don't know about specific networking solutions, that's fine. That's always a big question as well. So it's just like think of the actual questions to ask, and think about how the QOC would change if I tell you that no, they're actually not co-located, they're actually remote. You would actually ask about collaboration differently. And in order to enable maybe both co-located and remote, you would think about ways to implement that. The second scenario is more in a public space. Here we have one version of it in a classroom where the teacher wants to show the solar system, and then the students can use a variety of AR displays, for example, or you just go for some of them, but like the idea is you would need to choose what kind of technology you would put in place, and then you would also need to be able to answer questions around who can see this, how do we display things, how do we track things. You have a variety of options. You could go marker-based or markerless. If you go marker-based, you could also think about where you would place the markers. How would this actually work for all the users? So lots of things to think through. Given that these are mostly seated, you might lean one way or the other. So there are some interesting trade-offs here. My last example is also in a public space. Think in terms of a group meeting. You're just going to a room on campus or like in the building that you work in, and you want to work together collaboratively on some exercise and viewing some AR content together. So again, how would you display things? How would you track things? How would you capture things? How would you manipulate things? Can I actually move some of the things? Can I point to things? Is there a connection? It's still an AR scenario here. In fact, most or all of these are actually AR users. In this example, we also think about VR users as an alternative. And could these VR and AR users even work together? I leave this up to you. So think about the people, think about VR and AR displays. And if you really wanted to work on this, this is actually what we'll do in the honors track. We're going to go, I give you this exercise of actually thinking through some of these scenarios and putting together an XR decision tree in the form of multiple stacked QOCs, thinking about the display and tracking technologies, thinking about collaboration and maybe other aspects that you want to think through. In fact, you are coming up with the questions and you are coming up with the options and the criteria. And it's a good way to kind of like brainstorm and have some fun with the knowledge that we have so far, and also soliciting some feedback from our peer learners. So I would really invite you to this exercise as part of the honors track. Welcome back to the honors track. In this exercise as part of the honors track, I would like you to consider a few different scenarios and then come up with a recommendation in terms of AR or VR technologies that you would be using or that you would suggest we should be using to support and implement some of these scenarios. So that's a little bit of fun, and also it's actually a very pragmatic way for you to explore the whole design spectrum that we have in terms of XR technologies. And so I introduced you to one specific way. In fact, I've already talked about it in the lecture, but now we are actually going to try it out and see how well this works. How this is a little bit more of a formalism, but it should make the approach more systematic. So I have the task description here for you. So our task is to recommend XR technologies for a given scenario. In fact, there are several scenarios to choose from, and you can work on one of the scenarios. So as a first step, you should consider all 4 scenarios and pick the one
that is of immediate interest to you. You can then also later work on some of the other scenarios if you find that's fun. I hope it's fun. So you should consider implementations along the reality-virtual reality continuum, but now we're talking in terms of technology, okay? So walk through the XR technology tree, which I'll show you in a second again, and collect your options. So the options is part of what we are going to consider as part of our QOC, our questions, options, and criteria analysis. So at this stage you have obviously the options, and now in step 4 I would like you to really strongly think about question formulation. So what are the right questions to ask, and then what are the criteria, and this is when you actually do the QOC as systematically as possible. Finally, in the 5th step, and that is optional, you can pick another scenario, do the QOC analysis for that scenario, and then compare. And for most of the scenarios you have a few different ways of doing things. So there's no generally right or wrong. Each of these choices that you can make as you walk through the XR technology tree will have an impact on reach and maybe user experience and scale and scope. And so these are things to consider. And so it would be interesting for you to consider alternative solutions as well. So in terms of what I would expect you get out of this exercise, I feel like, okay, you're going to learn about a scenario-based approach, and that is the human-computer interaction style to this kind of technology selection and decision-making and thinking. But I think it's a good approach. And so you would learn about a scenario-based approach to selecting XR technologies. You would also get a better sense of what questions to ask. So as part of the QOC, I really force you to think about the questions. It's fine if you know all the technologies, but asking your clients the right questions, if you are going to make recommendations to them and working with the client, it's very good if you know what kinds of questions to ask. And so that allows you to really navigate that space. And then obviously you can also consider different options, and these questions will drive you in how you will assess these options. So the criteria. I would say that at the end of this activity you have a more comprehensive list of criteria to aid decision making. It's not complete, it's not exhaustive, but it's, let's say, more comprehensive, and obviously you can build this out. So here are a few pointers. First of all, this is the first scenario. So home decoration. We are looking at potentially a collaborative solution. We are looking potentially at something in the augmented reality space. You want to preview different kinds of home decorations. You can think about bringing in new kinds of carpet, furniture, or wall decoration. How would you do this? What would be the kind of technology that you would want to use, and what kinds of criteria should you think about? So what are the options, what are the criteria, and what are the right questions to ask about this? Second scenario, it can still happen in the living room, but here the focus is on playing a game. It's a collaborative game and potentially involving different kinds of technologies. Here I'm showing spatial AR actually in the middle. So projection-based AR with the Kinect. This is a HoloLens, so a wearable AR, head-worn AR solution. And this is a handheld AR solution. So what if you wanted to support these? They could play this game. These players could be in the same room. They could be co-located in the same room, or maybe even in different locations, just to mix up things a little bit. Would that change anything about the technologies that you would pick? You would probably need additional technologies to enable, obviously, the remote collaboration, but that's something I'd like you to think about. Let me introduce you to the third scenario. The third scenario is a classroom lecture. So here there is a teacher or an instructor up front. For example, they talk about the solar system, laying out a few planets for you to think about. And obviously they would want their users, so their students, with any kind of AR or VR technology. So we are showing a few different headsets here. And my student Kara Daly prepared this sketch for us to give us a little bit of a sense of what kinds of technologies we might be looking at. This could be in the AR space. You could also think about a version of this scenario where you're just like thinking, you know what, I think we should be going with virtual reality. It would make things easier, or not. And so I'm not saying it would. So something for you to think about. Anyway, the whole goal of this scenario is to have an instructor up there talk about the solar system and have the students in this classroom be able to look at it in a version of AR or VR. The fourth scenario, and this is our final one for now, and maybe we can have more scenarios in the future. This is a team meeting, okay? So it's a little bit smaller in terms of the number of people, It's maybe more collaborative, so think about that, ask questions about that. And then also using both VR and AR devices. Could be mostly headsets, but you could also explore how this could work with handheld AR devices or even spatial AR. So I leave it up to you. This is just a team meeting. That's the most important thing. You want to have collaboration. There might be physical assets like these posters here from which you want to actually have information projected on a physical object. That could be one way to interpret it. This skeleton here could also be completely virtual. I'll leave it up to you. You can interpret this scenario a little bit, and the idea is really to make a recommendation. What do you think would be the best way to implement this? So again, you should consider the entire spectrum, so the entire reality, virtual reality continuum, all kinds of display technologies, not just what you see explicitly in the figures that we use to illustrate these scenarios. You can go broadly. You can really explore each of these things that you learned about in the AR concepts and technologies, as well as VR concepts and technologies lectures. And so really consider the entire spectrum here and make a good technology recommendation. Go through the tech tree, both on the AR side and on the VR side. Consider these different kinds of tracking technologies on both sides, not just the displays. You don't have to think too much about the tools and how you would implement it. This usually also makes a really, really big factor in when I recommend technologies. But for now, let's focus on some of those up there and not so much on development, since we haven't really learned too much about it yet. And finally, the way I'd like you to approach this is with a systematic QOC analysis approach. So questions, options, and criteria. So you lay out the questions, you lay out the options that you have. This is an example that is really focused on a user interface design, and then here are the different criteria, and then how you would assess, both positive or negatively assess. I talked about this in the lecture, and then finally, obviously, you would make your decision, your recommendation based on some of these criteria. Again, the paper we are talking about here is the McLean et al. From 1991 paper, so questions, options, and criteria, elements of design space analysis, which I think works pretty well, as I illustrated in my lecture. A couple of example questions, options, and criteria. So ask questions about the design of specific elements. This will help you. So consider specific elements in each of the scenarios. You just have to work on one scenario, but obviously nobody's going to stop you if you want to consider alternatives and also some of the other scenarios. Then for each of these questions, you list out the design alternatives. So really like looking for really opposing ends when it comes to options, not just related options, as I explained in the lecture. And then also really you establish the criteria that can be objectively assessed and weighed, and then that way you make your decision. So here was one example for laying out the options for different display technologies and what that means in terms of user familiarity, comfort, mobility, instrumentation, etc. And these are just examples of how you can approach this task. So I would really encourage you to approach this technology recommendation a little bit more systematically, following the QOC analysis. It might feel like we are overdoing things, but that's important. I think it's important. You can start to cut corners when you have done it picture book style. That's how what I always say to my students in interaction design. If you don't know all the steps in the process, how are you to know which of these steps is really important and which of these steps you can skip? And often, because every project is different, it might be that there is a step that you would usually skip, but in this particular scenario, in this particular case, you really need to consider this step. And that's why I'd like you to approach this in a more formalized, more systematic way. It'll help you train your thinking, get you into the right mindset, more like a design thinking mindset, which I think will be very useful as we're starting to think more about how we can shape the XR space. And so there will be another exercise as part of the honors track. I have one more for you after this, and then obviously also more exercises in the other courses that come with their own honors track. So I hope you enjoy this. Fine to complain. I mean, it's okay, I can make changes. But it would be great if we could engage with these scenarios and come up with some, well, interesting technology choices. And again, it's an exercise designed for you to really navigate this entire design space of XR technologies, getting a better grip on all the choices you can make. It should be fun. So I look forward to seeing what you're coming up with, and I'll see you hopefully in the next exercise as part of the honors track as well. So in this video, we're gonna watch me actually go and attend a virtual conference on virtual reality, actually in virtual reality. So that's interesting. So the IEEE Virtual Reality Conference, IEEE VR in 2020, was supposed to be in Atlanta, and then it actually had to be moved to online and remote due to COVID-19. And so this was one of the first conferences that I have attended in this way, and it was very interesting. It's obviously interesting to go to a virtual reality conference in virtual reality. So if any kind of conference is the one that seems to be well equipped for this kind of stuff, then at least that's what we all thought, then it's the virtual reality conference. And I want to say that obviously the organizers did a really, really good job. It was interesting to see how it was attended, and actually they had way more attendance, at least in numbers, than in previous years of this conference. And so as part of this video, I want to share a little bit my experience of what it was like to attend this conference. I'm going to show you some excerpts of that, and I'm going to reflect a little bit critically on that experience at the end. So I'll basically have a little bit of a diary study here, so you can see some sequences that I was recording. Now, keep in mind that I was attending the conference, and the way I provide the footage is like as me going to a public event. There are some concerns about filming at venues like this, and so I was very careful, and I was basically just working with a student of mine. We were going to some parts of this conference. We're going for a walk. I did meet some people. I was very careful. I did not include anybody really, and but it is an interesting way to actually capture my little trip to the IEEE VR conference. That's very important for me, and obviously there are issues with how this footage was produced, and this allows us to actually talk about some of these issues as well. This is kind of like me looking at the website, and then I'm like picking an avatar. Now this is the interesting part, right? Where you address yourself before you go to a conference. In this case, you're actually picking an avatar. And I remember I was looking for a very specific avatar. So then this was like one of my first experiences here, going to some of the rooms and exploring essentially in Mozilla Hubs. So it shows Mozilla Hubs, exploring essentially what the world is like, attending some of the speakers, seeing some friends and colleagues, and then trying to make it up these virtual staircases. That was a little bit of a tricky thing to do. And there are some reasons why this venue is designed this way. But it's funny that even in VR, at least to me, it's funny that even in VR, things are not accessible. It's to try to make eye contact and hand contact with Blair, who was a friend of mine. That didn't work. And then I met this person here, and we kind of like shook hands in VR, and that was a very interesting experience. It's kind of like meeting people. I was trying to get a sense for the program, what kind of sessions are on. So somebody from the community actually contributed these screenshots and put them in VR. Bad design, if you know what I mean. And this is something I'll bring back as a negative example in the design-oriented course 2. And then me picking a venue, actually a room. So that's funny, right? You kind of like have to still find your room even in virtual reality as you're going to these conferences in virtual reality. Like you would think that, wow, now that should be straightforward. All we need is a menu, but this menu is obviously significant. Please be aware that visitors in Hub's lobby can be anywhere in the room without being seen by you. So that is important knowledge there. And then also they had some instructions around recording. So what I was trying to do here is going actually to a coffee break, having a little bit of an interaction with some of the people there,
and I thought that was interesting. I was trying to make a joke around tea and coffee, and then I was reading my student Shweta, and we actually had quite a bit of fun. And so we were exploring a few things together here, so I'll share a few moments. For example, we were looking at posters, and I was trying to find her. And in fact, I was actually occupying the same space as her. That was really weird. And I couldn't see her. I mean, that never happens usually. And I was playing around a little bit. These are things you can do in virtual reality. I was trying to get a different perspective on things. And this was an interesting moment because Shweta was kind of like getting embarrassed for what I was doing. Just like when we would go to a real conference, I'm the kid in the room kind of thing. And so I was playing around with some of the tools we have in VR. So we have a laser pointer here, and I saw other students present some posters to me. That was really cool. They made good use of these tools, so I wanted to try it out myself. And then we were going a little bit on a walk, and I thought that was interesting. So I was trying, I think we had some audio issues here. Shweta couldn't hear me, and this is funny because these basic issues happen all the time. Yeah, and then when we figured it out finally. So yeah, this was me attending IEEE VR in VR. Some excerpts, some sequences from some of the recordings I've actually attended over multiple days, which was interesting, right? Getting up, dressing up, kind of like looking professional, and both in VR and then also in real life, because I was treating it as a job. I thought I wanted to record that experience a little bit for my students so that they know what it might be like to go to a virtual conference. This was probably a little bit special because it's a virtual conference it's a virtual conference about virtual reality, so it was interesting. So when I compare the experience, the things that I'm usually excited about, which is meeting people at conferences or seeing friends, this was, to be fair, a conference that I don't usually attend. And so I did know quite a few people, and I connected with some of them. It was an interesting setup. There was like a Slack kind of like chat thing in parallel to some of the sessions, and you could obviously then watch the sessions in Mozilla Hubs, where you saw a lot of the footage. But you could also just go to a Twitch stream, so it was just live streamed to Twitch and YouTube, I think. And so multiple different ways of actually accessing this conference, which I think the organizers did a really great job. But then really divided attention between some of these channels and created some issues. So when I met people, they weren't always using VR headsets, for example, which is fine. But some people had really issues with muting their microphones so you could hear everything. Some people were speaking very loud. And so that was interesting, just like in the real world, I guess. And so in many ways, this virtual reality experience recreated a lot of the issues we have when we go to a normal physical conference. So you might say it was actually kind of like close to the real thing, right? It's a lot of people aim for that in virtual reality, making it like a reality. I did meet a few people. It was interesting. The encounters were different, definitely. I didn't necessarily see, I couldn't get a face, right? I just saw an avatar. It was interesting. I went to this meetup group. That was cool. Met a few people from Europe. Did not include that footage because it was kind of like obviously private discussion and nobody was aware of that, so I did not include that. The coffee breaks were freestyle, and I asked and announced whether it's okay, and so that's kind of okay-ish. So obviously my whole experience is interesting, both from the impact of COVID-19, the use of XR technologies, and then also like attending a conference remotely, and the fact that there is now footage about this. Like when I go to a conference, I take photos all the time. I take videos. I have some friends and colleagues smile in there, look at interesting sites. And so I was treating a little bit that virtual reality in VR experience the same way. But we don't actually know exactly, like, did I now do something that is okay or not? I was, again, careful with some of the footage. And so this is actually really good for us because we can talk about
some of the issues. So I touched a little bit on accessibility. I touched a little bit on equity, like having access to these devices. The software they chose and all the channels they provided allowed a lot of people to participate. Accessibility is and was still an issue, and in many ways wasn't fully solved. But I mean, credits to the organizers, this is still really well done. Privacy and security, I mean, there were a couple of warning signs here and there, but I don't know what other people did, how they recorded, how they participated, and who they were. And then on the social and ethics side, obviously, it was very interesting, very different behaviors in VR. It's not like really meeting people in the real world. I mean, in many ways, that design of that whole conference venue was stupid, right? Why do we go in VR? So the talks were actually the most boring part of the conference because everybody's just staring at this huge screen. And I wonder whether people just took off their headset or never wore one to begin with to attend a talk. However, posters and really, like, posters were some of the most amazing content in this conference. Now, in the real conference, when I go to, I do enjoy talking to students a lot, and I like it when I see other professors also talk to students and go to the posters. But unfortunately, in the real conference experience, posters are usually placed in some very bad location where unfortunately, nobody actually finds them. And actually, posters are often by early PhD students and younger researchers, and so they should kind of like be promoted. They will be the new kind of researchers in our community. So for me, it was very exciting to see how VR actually had an impact in the sense that it made that very, very cool. The talks, yeah, I mean, a few people made some better use of VR and actually had some slides in VR and gave some demos in VR. But really, the posters did the trick for me. And what I also liked was a little bit of fun venues, like when Shweta and I went on a walk together. I thought it was a cool idea, doing that in VR, racing each other a little bit. So yeah, so it did have some fun components. It raises lots of issues though, and those are the ones that we're going to explore more. COVID-19 can be definitely had an impact on a lot of the research community, obviously a lot of professional work, and most likely also you. So it's not the main issue I want to talk about here, but it's just interesting because a lot of people now think there was an extra hype around XR just coming out of it. And so in total, what do I think of that experience? Well, I think the organizers did a really good job. I overall don't think that it was the same experience. It had the same effects on me and the same quality. It was in fact very difficult to integrate it with my real life going on in the real world because it happens in parallel to this virtual conference. So getting up, different time zone a little bit, and actually there was not so much the deal here. But I could imagine for some of the other conferences that I'm going to attend remotely, it's going to be challenging. In any case, I think that gives us lots to talk about, and this is where I want to end.
In this lecture, we're going to talk about trends in XR. So we're trying to look into the future. We're trying to see where things are going, what are some of the issues, but in this one we really focus more on an outlook. I have a specific lecture dedicated to issues. There's so many issues we need to talk about. So in this one we're looking a little bit into the future. And when it comes to these things, it's always important to first establish a frame of reference, or kind of like the coordinate system, if you will. So how does Michael think about things? And given that I'm a human-computer interaction researcher, I really think of it in terms of three main entities: people, tasks, and technology. I use this illustration here, which I have adapted from my colleague Mark Newman, and I really liked it so much. And so it puts people on one side of the triangle, tasks and technology on the respective other edges. And so this is interesting. So in each corner, we actually have these entities sitting, and we are exploring their relationships. So human-computer interaction, which is again the area that I do research in, we ask this question usually: how do we use our understanding of people, their tasks and technical capabilities to design better systems? And so this is a design question, but it's also from a technical perspective. And so what is interesting about this triangle is how we can explore different sides of it. So for example, the relationship between people and tasks. What do people do? How can we support them? So in ACI, we often study and observe people before we intervene in any way and think about designing a solution. We really first need to understand the problem. We can also innovate on the people and technology side. So how do people interact? What are the human constraints? And how do we overcome some of them? This area of study is really one that I focus on a lot in my research. And it also directly relates to some other areas of research, for example, human factors engineering. There's really thinking about constraints. So what is motion sickness in VR and how do we overcome this really? It would be a very interesting topic here. Or another one is like text input. So how do we make it possible for users to efficiently enter text on an AR or VR device? Two really big open issues, and I suspect over the next few years we will see more and more research in this space. Finally, there's also the side between tasks and technology. So in this area of research, it's really more like scenario-based and task-oriented, and it really questions the role of technology and user-centered again, but it's looking more at the activities of users and less so on the specific types of users. So in the following, I'm going to explore each of the sides of this triangle a little bit more, and I look at it from each angle, essentially from the people angle, from the task angle, and then also from the technology angle. And we're talking about trends. So obviously in the AR/VR space right now, what we do see a lot is single users, okay? So you get a VR device, you put it on your head, and then that's it. That's you. Now, of course, increasingly, you have multi-user experiences. So these users could be most likely somehow remote. So it is more likely to see remote users in the multi-user scenario than lots of co-located users doing together a VR application. Now, in classrooms, this happens. I mean, I've seen it here at the University of Michigan, relatively large classes using XR devices at the same time. And so, yeah, we are already kind of like there. But what's the next step from there? Well, it's social, right? The idea that when you go outside, you see lots of people who own and use these extra devices. Now, I'm not sure that we are there yet. I mean, right now, when you go outside with your HoloLens on your head or your VR device on your head, and you shouldn't be walking then, I wonder what would happen. I suspect that society is actually not ready yet, and I also don't think that you will see a lot of other people doing this right now. But it depends on the right technology and the right form factor coming out that affords you to do this, essentially, that enables you to do this. The other observation that I have is that obviously right now a lot of these technologies are very focused on able-bodied users, okay? We're trying to get this right, but in the future, I think it should be any user. People with special needs and impairments, could also be situational impairments, right? Like you're using an AR/VR device in a specific context, like on a bicycle or in a car, really has very different constraints. Well, this is more on the task side, but basically it turns a perfectly able-bodied user into somebody with significant situational impairments. And most AR/VR experiences break. I mean, there's really just no way that you can safely use them in some of these contexts. So this brings me to tasks, okay? So when we design AR/VR experiences right now, we're thinking very... It's quite cute how we think about it. So we can think about it in a seated or tabletop AR experience, for example. We can think about a standing VR or a room scale AR experience. Or we don't have that yet so much, but we can obviously support on-the-go scenarios in VR. So as you're traveling on a train or airplane, I mean, we are beginning to see some of this a little bit. And then obviously world scale AR, like Pokemon Go is really a thing, and you can walk around and you see people play around the world and actually together map out the world. And so gaming and entertainment is something that it's not so exclusive to the living room. We do these things more out in public. And so we can see how these tasks are actually going to be supported on a larger scale. This has a lot of technological challenges as well, all kinds of tracking issues that we need to figure out, even just like moving from tabletop and seated VR to standing and then tracking users in 6 degrees of freedom in the room and supporting an entire room scale experience, and from an AR perspective to really understand all the objects that are in the room and then augment them, so understand their geometry and maybe also what they are, so classify them. So in order to really enable these tasks meaningfully,
I mean, I don't really give examples of tasks, but I mean, the typical scenarios that we often work with are like kitchen scenarios, some kind of furniture assembly, maybe exercising, maybe entertainment in the living room, maybe office work, any kind of productivity scenarios, any kind of virtual or online meetings, remote meetings. Most of these scenarios take place in this configuration. Right now, we don't do too much out there yet. In fact, most display technologies like the HoloLens work relatively poorly outside in daylight. And so that's really something we have to work on. Also, like thinking a little bit more broadly about tasks, context-wise, we are used to designing for a very specific context, a very limited and constrained context. But in the future, you will see applications embed and incorporate more techniques to actually scale experiences. So you could imagine that a user is given a choice, whether they want to run the application here on the tabletop or whether they want to bring it into the room. And then as they maybe go from this room to the next room, or maybe even going to the neighbor's house or whatnot, we will be able to support transitioning these tasks and continuing these tasks. And so we will be able in the long run to support more and more contexts, not just the traditional tabletop seated environment. And again, this will require advances in technology, but also really on the design side. We really need to think this through and give more control to users. Finally, technologies, okay? So here I was thinking a little bit about three main trends that I am observing. And some of them obviously are already quite evident. There are transitions that have already happened. So initially, everything was kind of tethered just because of the computing power. Always everything had to be plugged in or using adapters like with cardboard around the phone. And then we have started to see more standalone dedicated devices, like the Quest is an example here, the Oculus Quest, or the HoloLens, which is basically a standalone computer. So these are still, though, dedicated AR or VR devices. What is happening at the moment is really building mostly AR, not so much VR, into devices. A good example here is our smartphones, how ARKit and ARCore in 2017 really changed a lot the smartphone. And so we're adding around the smartphone. So we're seeing a lot more built-in technologies. In the next few years, you will see robots coming out with AR. I mean, you will be able to inspect what your Roomba sees and maybe guide them. And so using AR technologies, I mean, the robotics world in general is very close to augmented reality. And so these technologies will benefit. So more and more cameras and sensors. I mean, LiDAR, which used to be a very expensive technology, is now built into the iPad. And so that's an interesting new trend. More and more cameras in the iPhone, for example. I mean, a few years ago when Google came out with Google Tango, it required a depth camera on a smartphone and additional cameras. And that's why it actually died, because most manufacturers couldn't afford to do this. I mean, afford not necessarily financially, but from a design perspective. So that really killed it. And so then the software-based version of Google Tango is in many ways Google AR Core. So now that's happening, and Google has actually been very careful with how many cameras they put on devices since then. And so now Apple is in this space and actually like adds more and more cameras to the iPhone. And in the next few years, we will see actually devices coming out with all kinds of sensors and cameras. And so we will see more of these built-in technology trends. So my second trend is actually closely related to the first, from tethered to standalone to built-in, which is from hardware to software and now also to actually computation happening in the cloud. So the example that I'd like to give here is ARCore and ARKit. Obviously, this is a form of software-based, built-in kind of AR that we now have in smartphones. It used to be that you required additional cameras. So Google started out with Google Tango and they put in a depth camera, essentially like kind of like a Kinect built into the smartphone. And Google Tango was like this relatively interesting and promising, really promising project actually. But then it died because nobody wanted to have all this hardware in the smartphones. And so only very few adopters. Lenovo and Asus were like two of them producing Google Tango devices. So then they kind of died. And then ARCore came out, which was really a software-based solution. I mean, to be fair, ARKit came out first, and then 3 months later, ARCore came out. So Apple versus Google in 2017 was an interesting summer for our research team, let's just say that. And now we are at the stage where, I mean, we are really good with the computing power we have on mobile phones and desktops and all that kind of stuff. But there's only so and so much you can do on a single computer, no matter how many cores you have. And so what you're beginning to see now is more and more cloud-based computing. That means that goes obviously is a lot of data transfer and storing things in the cloud, like mapping out the world building an AR cloud. Now that is part of that discussion. But what I mean is actually that the rendering can also happen in the cloud. And then it will actually just be streamed to your phone. It's just like actually you watching a YouTube video, but what you're actually doing is playing a game. So you're using the sensors on the devices to collect all the information of how the device is moving in space. Then we're sending this via software to the cloud. In the cloud, we have multiple machines computing and rendering things and then sending this high quality thing back to you. We've seen examples of this with Unreal Engine 5, where really a lot of rendering is happening online, so in the cloud. HoloLens has examples where there's actually a remote holographic rendering, and so the quality of the models is really high polygon count, super high resolution, high quality. That's what a layman would say. It looks really, really sharp. We can achieve that through cloud-based approaches. And then my last trend that I think is similar to the previous trends, but more focused on an apps perspective. So right now we're thinking about whether to design an AR or VR app. And what you're beginning to see more and more is obviously incorporating AR and VR modes into apps. But it's still AR or VR. So most of us make that choice as designers, and then that's it. What I think in the future will happen more is that there are specific tasks in an application that benefit more from AR, and then there are specific tasks that benefit more from VR. And then so I would imagine that more and more apps are actually building in modes for both, and actually thinking really about this cross-reality transitioning. So an example I'd like to give here is when I teach a lecture in the classroom, in this future classroom, this vision that I have, and I want to use XR technologies. I can imagine that there is a topic, let's say I teach about AR, VR, obviously then you will understand that the VR things I really want to show in VR and the AR things I want to show in AR. And so I want to be able to transition to have the students, look at content together with me and look around in the environment before we go into a VR task. It could be a VR-oriented design task where we really want to have all the degrees of freedom and this high, field of view and really designing like crazy. And then we might actually later in the lecture we might switch to AR. And right now, we need to find specifically different apps. I mean, there are painting apps designed for AR and painting apps designed for VR. And nobody really thinks about bridging these realities yet. I do think that in the future, we will identify, it's more like at the app level right now. It's either an AR or VR app. But in the future, again, as I say, there will be within an app, or experience. I don't like the term app actually too much, but anyway, there will be tasks that we support with AR or VR modes. And I think what this will lead to is that users, depending on their current task, but also their preference, will be able to choose, and obviously also their context. So will be able to choose whether they want to use AR or VR. And now that's going to be very powerful. Because then we can actually really enable productivity scenarios and we can be productive in different kinds of contexts. Now, obviously, this can also be scary because, productive anytime, anywhere. We don't want to go there necessarily, but on the other hand, it would be interesting from a technological perspective. So let's call this cross-reality. And I think cross-reality, by the way, is what I think XR should really stand for. The ability of an application to transition between AR and VR rather seamlessly, really triggered by the user, depending again on their preferences, contexts, and task. So this was just the first overview of the people trends, the task trends, and the technology trends. So now I thought I'm going to expand on each of these technology trends a little bit more. So from tethered to standalone to built-in, we really started out from tethered VR AR headsets, so Rift and Vive. And then in the AR space, maybe one example is Magic Leap.
Chronologically, this may not always be correct, but now, at least for a few years, there was this trend around smartphones, okay? So we brought out Cardboard, there was Gear VR and Daydream, which are actually both dead now. Google and Apple pushed both smartphone-based AR with their AR Core and AR Kit platforms. A new wave then happened, which is standalone VR AR headsets. So the Go and the Quest come out, and they're actually like really mobile. They need to be charged, but they're self-contained computers. The latest and most recent trends are really into integrated VR and AR capabilities. So some early examples of this are spectacles and focals, which are really just like glasses on your head. Spectacles didn't actually have a lot of AR capabilities. It's just basically a camera on your head. And the idea was to really learn how that might work from a user perspective. That's at least what Snapchat said. And Focals, really, which was acquired by Google, and it's going to be interesting where they are going with this, but it was essentially just glasses. In many ways, it was similar to Google Glass. It didn't have a lot of AR capabilities yet, but Google is already with Glass in the space. So I think we will be beginning to see more and more of these built-in glasses and contact lenses in the future. So on the second technological trend, from hardware to software to cloud-based, here I already gave some of the examples. I'm going to expand on this a little bit. So we obviously have seen dedicated XR hardware, so Google Glass and Tango, and then Kinect and motion capture suits. This is really more like, I mean, in the larger space of XR, obviously this is also used in other contexts, so like filmmaking, etc. But we have now seen a trend towards software-based XR, so ARKit, AR Core. But there are also lots of frameworks out there that we should really associate with these technologies. For example, human pose gesture recognition frameworks like OpenPose, PoseNet, and BodyPix. And then obviously also any kind of like face recognition or body-based XR with software and machine learning. A lot of machine learning going on in this space. And so Lens Studio and SnapML, so really bringing machine learning into the community, into the Snap community, is an interesting move and is an example of this trend. To cloud-based XR, which is really, I mean, I gave already some examples, but Kinect Azure, the idea that Microsoft takes down the Kinect, which was hugely popular with researchers, and brings back a cloud-based and Azure-based Kinect. It's a depth camera where a lot of the processing and understanding, so basically the sense making of what the camera sees, the semantic reasoning, all that kind of stuff happens in the cloud. HoloLens has remote rendering support. And so my last example here is 60AI and Niantic. So 60AI was really an interesting startup that was really focused on 3D reconstruction on smartphones and really rebuilding the world as they see it. And it's an interesting move, obviously, from Niantic, which is behind Pokemon Go, to acquire that company and bring in this talent and knowledge into the company. So it will be interesting to see when Pokemon Go players map out the world for us. I mean, not for us, for Niantic, and therefore Google, how that will actually play out. And well, this is still an interesting example of this move from hardware to software to cloud-based. And so on the last trend in technology, when I said from AR or VR apps to AR VR modes in apps, but still AR or VR, to actually supporting cross reality, so transitioning depending on task, context, and user preference. So examples here are obviously dedicated VR meeting apps like AltSpace or Second Life, AR furniture placement, IKEA Place, Wayfair, and you have all kinds of other examples there. Google Earth and Google Lens are really VR and AR specific examples. And they're dedicated apps, right? So Earth is really like exploring the world in VR, and Google Lens is really showing you, well, identifying objects that you're pointing at with your camera. And now we're beginning to see more and more integration of some of these features. So Snapchat is obviously an all-around AR app, and it offers obviously lots of AR modes, but people don't think of it as an AR app. I mean, that's the interesting thing with Snapchat. It's actually a messaging app, and it integrates all these kinds of lenses as a goodie, if you will, or as like as an entertainment and content creation tool. And so that's smart. Amazon Shopping has adopted AR furniture previews or any AR product previews in view in your home kind of thing, view in your space kind of thing. What I find very interesting is how Google is integrating AR and VR into maps. So you have 360 previews, you can do Street View on maps, and you can actually do what they call live mode now. You can actually walk around with Google Maps
and explore the world that way, seeing like a view of the map superimposed as you're walking through the world. I also think it's very interesting how they are mixing search results into Google search. So when you use specific keywords where they have content prepared for AR preview, you can actually then see 3D models at least, and then also seeing like, for example, a tiger in your space. And then we also have examples of apps that are supporting both AR and VR. One that I think is promising in this space is actually Spatial. Spatial is a virtual meeting and conference app, if you will, a meeting room that can be in VR or in AR. And in fact, users can use different devices. And so that is interesting. And then a lot of the ongoing research in this space. For example, one project that I'm working on, or I have been working on with Mozilla, is XR browser for a while now, where we're really exploring, when you're browsing, how to transition into VR and AR modes and how existing web apps and websites would need to be adapted. What kind of support would we need to provide in the web browser?
So this was an overview of the trends in XR. We looked at it from the people angle, from the task angle, and then from the technology angle. And obviously I expanded quite a bit on the technology angle. This was important because I wanted to think about these issues from all these different angles. But when it comes to some of the understanding the reason behind some of the issues that I bring up, it's important that we get to see more about these trends, and specifically in the technology area. So for the rest of the week, we're going to talk more about these issues, and you can have more of a discussion around some of these trends. But I really want to bring up the issues. And what is interesting is none of the trends at the moment indicate that there will be fewer issues. There will actually be a lot more issues, right? We're moving from on-device to in the cloud, computing. We're building everything we're fabricating AR into everyday lives. We will be integrating it into our clothes in the future. I mean, we already have body cams in kind of like in a lot of settings, not just the police wearing them. And so there will be very interesting issues just as a result of some of these new trends as well. And obviously with machine learning, we can do so many things. I only showed a little bit of body pics, which is based on TensorFlow, which is a way to do machine learning. It's a library, if you will. And yeah, so obviously that we can look at a photograph and see there's a person in there and detect the gender, leaving racial bias aside, which we often have in current computer vision technologies. Yeah, so, or can estimate body weight and those kinds of things. So I've seen all kinds of solutions in that space. That is interesting, and those trends lend themselves very well for a broader discussion around some of the issues. So that's why I wanted to have this lecture here, and that's why it's at this very place in the MOOC. Welcome to this lecture on key issues in XR. I thought we should really bring up and discuss some of the important issues in this space. There's actually a number of issues. We've talked so far a lot about the concepts, the technologies, the trends, some of the opportunities, if you will. And for enthusiasts, it's really quite an interesting space. Now, some of us hope, and that is you as well, should also think about this more critically. And I thought we should have a lecture dedicated to some of the issues. And not just like the limitations of the technologies. No, really the broader issues. Since these technologies are actually making it into our daily lives, we need to think about what does that mean and what's the impact of these kinds of developments that we can witness and observe. So before I get into a little bit more organized lecture where I'm trying to provide a conceptual framework of how to think about these issues and how to think them through, I thought I'd start with an obvious one. And I hope it's an obvious one. So these glasses, maybe you could tell, they were actually real. Now, however, one sec, this is not real. Maybe you knew, maybe you noticed, maybe I'm not the kind of beard guy, but in any case, this is potentially an issue because you never know that what you're looking at is actually the real thing. And in an augmented reality application, this can actually be quite, well, dramatic, let's say. There is the concept of diminished reality, which is really manipulating, mediating the environment around you so that it actually starts to look very different. It is different from virtual reality though, because it is still the real world that you're looking at. So the goal is to really mediate it and change it. Just like, for example, in this case. Now you're getting confused, right? I mean, yeah. I mean, this one is more like for my mom. I really wanted to include this. Maybe it brings back some memories. Okay. So the technology that I'm using here is Snap Camera, if you are interested in this, and this can be set up so that it's kind of like connected to the software, and then I can actually show these different kinds of lenses. And so this lecture is really dedicated to the issues, so let's start with providing you a little bit of an overview and then jump right into the specifics. So to start out, I was thinking, what are the main classes of issues? And I identified 4 different ones. First one is design issues. There's really a high barrier to entry, so it's really hard for anybody who wants to participate in XR design and development to make it into that kind of space. There's actually few guidelines and best practices out there. It's a moving target, it's always evolving, it's radically changing, so we just don't know yet. On the technical side, there are lots of issues. Here I picked like 2 prominent ones. One is platform fragmentation. The fact that we have so many different devices out there and few key vendors trying to control the market in some way really leads to the same problem that we had with mobile devices in the past, and actually still have to some extent. So with mobile devices, if you remember, as a developer or designer, it really makes a difference whether your user is using an Android kind of device or an iOS, so iPad, iPhone kind of device. And most of the time you actually have to create specific apps to each of these kinds of platforms. And with XR, it's the same thing. I mean, we have a number of cross-platform solutions now, but there are still these vendor-specific device SDKs that really give you the latest features, access to the latest features, and it really takes some time before these features make it into some of these solutions around Unity or Unreal or even WebXR, which we're going to talk more about in the 3rd course. There's obviously also the issue of device limitations. A lot of these devices are still fairly limited. They're often overhyped, and there's a lot of overpromise in a lot of the promotional videos out there, which actually by in itself is definitely another issue. We're not always honest when it comes to these technologies. The 3rd class of issues, I would say, is those that have to do with user adoption. XR, AR, VR, still fairly unknown. It feels very unfamiliar. I mean, it's not the standard interface we use on a daily basis, right? It's not like a website, or if I took away your mobile phone, you would probably miss it. If I took away your Quest or your HoloLens, if you have one, it would probably take you a little while before you realize it's gone. You don't actually depend on it yet. And there's obviously the larger issue, which is really important, issues to do with accessibility. What I mean by that is that there are people out there that are that usually benefit from screen readers and other kind of software to make applications and user interfaces more accessible to them. And in the AR VR space, we're really doing a poor job so far, basically excluding this whole important group of users, and that is really, it is very annoying to me because it also directly impacts this whole teaching experience here. It's very hard for me to make sure that we can all make it through the exercises that I have thought of in the honors track. The tools that I wanted to use are actually not, while they are really widespread and actually enjoy high adoption, like Unity and Unreal, they're really difficult to use. And so accessibility is an issue, and equity obviously as well. So most of these technologies are still very, very expensive. There's a high cost associated with them. If it's not the actual device in itself, when you buy it, if you can afford the $400 to $500, that's fine. There's still additional costs, like you learning all these things, setting up the equipment. And so equity is really an issue. Like, for example, if I want to teach a class, and let's say, oh, let's all look at this together in AR or VR. Like, how do I do this? Most environments are actually not equipped at this stage. And then finally, obviously, social acceptance. I mean, let's say you're an enthusiast, and that's great, and let's say you get some cool device and you walk around outside, and then what? Like, what are the people around you going to think? There are lots of actually ethical issues and social concerns. If somebody walks into a cafe with a virtual reality headset, what do you think? If the pilot says, hey, good morning, this is a flight to Seattle, I'll welcome everybody on board. By the way, this is my first real flight. So far, I've only been trained in virtual reality. I mean, yeah, I mean, we do have flight simulators already, but I mean, would you trust that pilot? I don't know. So these are really some interesting questions that we have to, well, really concern ourselves with and think through. Finally, and this is a big class of issues, this is like everywhere, privacy and security. It's a really big issue, and so I'll shed some light on each of these, but I think these are the 4 big classes. I'm sure there are additional issues, but this is what I came up with as I was thinking through some of the issues and preparing this lecture. So I thought we could start by looking at AR and VR from a technology perspective, and there are a number of issues that are shared, and I think many of these issues we're actually really making good progress. So realism is something that, I mean, we're starting to relieve some of these experiences. We were starting to feel present in some of these experiences. Many of them are clearly immersive. We do have relatively good support for natural interaction, so that means gesture and speech, so body-based interaction, if you will, as opposed to mouse and keyboard and indirect manipulation. We have a lot of direct manipulation. We do still have the controllers, but even that feels kind of natural. So we're also making good progress on the spatial mapping side. I mean, this is more like a focus in the AR world, like mapping out the environment around the user so that we can really augment the experience. But also on the VR side, we really have to do a better job. Oculus is starting to show some obstacles that it can identify in the room, because in a VR environment, these things that are in the way are actually not only disruptive to the user experience, they're actually very dangerous. So spatial mapping, I think, is something that we shouldn't just associate with one of these technologies. We use it a little bit different. So in AR, we use it for occlusion and some of these things. And in VR, we really, well, we want to avoid danger. We want to make sure that our users are safe in both AR and VR. But in VR, this can really be an issue, given that your view is occluded by the headset. Object recognition is something that we're also improving. So we have a little bit more semantic understanding now. We know this behind me is a wall. This is maybe a shelf. I mean, this is already getting hard. But if you look at some of the more detailed examples that I showed, like Google Lens, for example, I can bring up a number of objects in front of the camera, and the camera will relatively reliably tell me what kind of object it is. When the object is moving, it is hard. Do we know whether an object is dangerous or not? I mean, we can figure out whether it's moving. We can probably find out the trajectory and velocity, and we can probably warn users, but at this stage, we actually don't really have that kind of stuff built into these technologies just yet. It would be very useful though. On the VR side more specifically, so we're actually making quite a good progress in terms of haptics. There's a number of controllers out there, like kind of gloves. They're really, it's like exoskeleton. They really attach around parts of your body and may even support you, provide haptic feedback. So kind of think of it kind of like force feedback, so that when you touch something in virtual reality, it feels like real. Locomotion, yes, I mean, we can walk around in VR. We have 6 degrees of freedom tracking now, inside out, so we don't have to put anything in the environment anymore. So we're definitely making good progress. We're having more and more advanced techniques in terms of redirected walking, so that we can actually create larger virtual experiences in smaller physical spaces just by tricking essentially the senses of the user, but in a way so that it's not evident to the user and it's a little bit surprising, and so it's still kind of okay. But even that area of research, in my opinion, has a number of interesting issues to really figure out, given that we do essentially deception of users. So now we're talking about AR specifically. So perception refers to all these classes of issues that have to do with how we perceive things when we're looking into an AR interface. Occlusion is a really important one. So obviously if a virtual object is kind of behind me, my body should occlude it. Just like my body occludes the real chair behind me, or like parts of whatever is behind me right now. And if these were virtual objects, they should obviously react just like in the physical world. And the other big issue with perception is, for example, light estimation. So in order for augmented reality content to really appear like it's part of the real world, we need to figure out what's the light condition over there as opposed to over there. And I have interesting key and fill lights here, so that would be quite different. And we need to figure that out to fit in the content and, well, essentially work around some of the perceptual issues. Finally, scene understanding. I think that's where we're making a lot of progress, because it's this intersection that's so exciting to a lot of people right now with machine learning and AR. So like computer vision, this idea that a computer can look at things and actually understand what they're looking at. So that this behind me is a wall, okay, we can do this. That I'm sitting on a chair, that I'm actually a person. So people segmentation is something that falls into that category. We're making progress there. You can see examples on ARKit. Most vendors will adopt similar techniques and build these techniques into their environments. We can segment the sky from the rest of the world. We know the ceiling. We know all kinds of vertical and horizontal surfaces. Yes, but most often on most, for example, mobile devices, all we know is a classified, to some extent, a few labels that we have there, point cloud. And so then we know that this is a chair or something that you can sit on, let's say. We don't know. We don't actually know it's a chair. We just know that you can probably sit on it. We can tell whether something is a window or whether something is a wall. So I already gave some examples when I talked about spatial mapping and object recognition, and so scene understanding is really the semantic layer on top of it, and that's really hard. You might think that, well, we're making a lot of progress with like mapping the world, and that's true outside, but indoor mapping, so indoor location mapping, has always been a little bit of an issue. Well, up to the point when Street View started to go into buildings, and public buildings at least. But so with AR, I mean, a lot of us are actually using these technologies at home, and or like in, let's say, more private settings. And so scene understanding really involves a lot of computation. And the question is where this computation happens. And so, you know, this, okay, don't get me started, but this raises all kinds of issues. I should go to the next slide, but I'm so happy to talk about some of these issues in more detail as well. So scene understanding relates to some of the things I also said when I talked about spatial mapping and object detection and recognition. And scene understanding is really the semantic layer. But these are just the technical issues. So I said we should also look at some of the broader concerns that are out there. And those are the ethical and social concerns. Ethical concerns that you might have, but then also ethical concerns in the sense of, like, what if you use these technologies in a more public setting? So what are the social concerns there? We're going to talk about that a little bit. And then accessibility and equity, a huge class of issues. I already said that, but I want to expand on that a little bit. And then privacy and security. So these are some of the three, kind of like, depends on, I've grouped it into three, but there are more like 6 kind of really big sets of issues. And I want to have a little bit of a discussion around each of these, especially in the honors track. I've prepared a few exercises. We're going to look at a few cool video examples in each of these. When I say cool, I mean cool because they support the learning experience, but some of them are actually quite not cool and quite scary. And that's really to poke a little bit into the ethical and social concerns side of issues. So I mean, if you've seen Black Mirror or some of these, like Upload or some of these movies and series are actually quite interesting, how in film at least we are processing the impact and actually some of the evil or potentially bad directions of these technologies. And it's important that we really think about this. So what I'm going to do now for each of these groups of topics or larger issues, I'm going to ask a few key questions that I think we should concern ourselves with as we are thinking through some of these issues. So the first important question I asked here is how to promote ethical and responsible XR design. This is really a question that is really important to me. It is inspired and informed by many discussions with colleagues and other designers in the space. And I think it's really important. And we don't actually know that yet. I mean, there are like, when you create an AR or VR app, it goes to an app store and then it will be reviewed by somebody potentially, and then it will be determined whether that app is kind of safe to be used. And then it goes out to the users. And then we don't know what happens because we can't anticipate all the kinds of contexts in which these apps are being used. And so how do we actually establish some kind of process and policy to actually govern some of this? It's really a big question. So how to increase control of users over XR apps? So another big question that I'm thinking about a lot on the ethical side is how to increase control of users over XR apps. I mean, the whole idea of ethical and responsible design is to be transparent and to give control to users, and also make it safe, obviously. And if you look at the current XR experiences, the apps that you can download and try out, I mean, they're not customizable. I mean, they just come in some standard configuration, basically more or less do what the most they can do in terms of what the devices allow them to do. So the limit is really more like the technology, not like whether we should be using all these sensors. It's more like, oh, cool, we have access to all these sensors. And so how do we give control to users? So maybe I want to trade off some accuracy and tracking if it means that you don't know everything that I have in my household. I mean, you as the developer of that XR app. And so I think obviously there are also, obviously this also plays into accessibility issues that I'm going to talk about later. What are new norms in social XR apps? That is an interesting question. There's a lot of social and meeting-oriented AR and especially VR apps. So AltSpace is a popular example. It used to be Second Life and had all kinds of interesting issues around it. And so it's a lot of issues in that space. Harassment is a really big one. And how do you actually police this? And is it okay to have, like, should we have real people observe what other people do? And are they allowed to judge them? Can they police them? And should they be visible or not? All kinds of issues there. And what happens if you ban somebody from these platforms? And should you ban? And what's the threshold to banning? It's really difficult. How do you trace identity? And how do you make sure that this person that uses that ID and but then also has another ID? So it's all these issues. How to mitigate concerns about XR use in public? That to me is a big one because right now, I mean, when you walk around with the smartphone, that's fine. I mean, legally, it's probably not, and it's also like not the smartest thing to do, depending on how you walk around with it. It's not the safest thing to do, at least. But nobody looks at you in a weird way if you take out your smartphone. But if you were, let's say, at the bus stop and you took out your VR headset, or you put some kind of glasses on your head, more like AR technology, what do you think is going to go through people's minds around you? And how do we mitigate those concerns now? One way that is often done is through extensive advertising. So I suspect when Apple comes out with their new kind of whatever it is, glasses, it'll look so cool in videos, it'll be heavily promoted, and then at some stage it'll be fine. People may want to have that, and maybe it'll mitigate some of the concerns. But overall, this is something that society will figure out, and what we need to do is actually make sure that we get a lot of the other issues right, so accessibility, equity, privacy, and security, and make those safe and customizable. And maybe then trust into these technologies will increase. Also, a big issue is, and I'll bring it up in a second, is actually what happens with the data that's being collected and who processes it, who has access to it. And I think that who question is a really big thing. If you're a fan of that who company,
then it'll be fine for you, but it may not be fine for others. And so that's something to really think about. So looking at the two issues on the right, as one example in this space, it's really hard to give concrete examples, it's so broad, but let's revisit quickly when I went to IEEE VR conference in virtual reality. So this was an interesting experience because a lot of people knew, okay, this is one of the first now remote conferences due to COVID-19. This is obviously a conference where people are very enthusiastic and interested and supportive to some extent at least of these technologies. And so on the social XR side, it was interesting because I met a lot of people in VR. I had interesting discussions talking to their avatars. It felt a little bit like meeting people at a conference, at a real conference, so that was fine. There were no weird moments, but that was because it was overall a professional event. The organizers also made sure that a lot of information was provided beforehand to really make sure this is a professional event. And obviously people have a certain reputation and a responsibility when they go to these events, and so kind of was fine. I'm one of the users of these VR devices. I didn't use it all the time, so I saw a lot of people overall though that didn't use VR devices. I'm not sure whether it has to do with them having specific concerns about these technologies or just like because it's very tedious and cumbersome right now. The way it was set up was, you know, lots of little virtual reality rooms limited to like 20 people or something. It was really hard to find somebody just because of bandwidth and other kinds of issues we had to. It's hard to scale these kinds of events. It's the same with finding a big conference venue in the real world, but it's much more solvable in the virtual world because we can add more compute, if you will, and then we can support larger meetings and venues. Wouldn't be such a big deal. I mean, you still need to figure out some of the technical issues there, no doubt, but overall it was an interesting experience and really played into some of these ethical and social concerns that I was just talking about. So one thing that was also noticeable with the VR conference was that actually virtual attendance was a lot higher. Normally this is a venue that is limited to, I don't know, 400 to 800 people, and this time they had many more. I've never been to VR to this conference before, and so in many ways it actually had some interesting impact on the shape and the scale of the conference, and so maybe because the barrier to going there was relatively low, it was for free as well, and so it kind of attracted more people than usual. That doesn't mean that these XR technologies are now enjoying more acceptance automatically. Shouldn't be interpreted this way. It's just interesting moving these venues into this kind of like online format and supporting it with relatively state-of-the-art virtual reality technologies actually did have quite an interesting impact on how this whole conference played out. So one big question that goes through my mind is how to make XR accessible for impaired users. This is really a big one, and maybe the one that people think about initially when I say XR and accessibility. Oh yeah, how do we support people that are not using their visual sense primarily? Like virtual reality is essentially all about the visual and the AR experiences that we're designing these days are also predominantly visual. We have relatively poor support for users with visual impairments. We in fact don't actually really design for them at this stage. And how do we make it accessible? So that's a big question. One of the projects I liked in this space is Seeing VR. It's a research project by Microsoft Research, by actually some colleagues and I would say friends in this space. It's human-computer interaction research, and it's really quite impactful. It's a toolkit targeted at developers to check their applications, whether, like basically you can try out different kinds of seeing modalities, so different kinds of impairments can be simulated to some extent. and you can check against those and make sure that you're kind of like adapting your interfaces in the right way. I think that is a great example of a tool and an effort. It's really a research effort where we need to see more of. The other big question in this space, so I'd say accessibility, is really two things. Like, how do we make XR accessible? And then how do we use XR to increase users' abilities? That's a little bit different, right? Now I'm thinking about giving vision to people who may not have good vision right now. And we can use, given that some of these technologies are quite advanced, especially in the AR space, so we talked about, we have good spatial mapping, we have object detection, we have an understanding of geography, and we also now are making good progress on the semantic layer through scene understanding. So we can actually tell people what they're looking at. I mean, in real time, you could provide a screen reader for augmented reality. And that might actually, I mean, designing this is still quite a big question. How would you do this? And something that I'm actually thinking about in some of our own research right now. But it could be really powerful. The one example that I wanted to share here on the accessibility side, and then also equity, because it really levels the playing field and allows more people to come together, is the iGym project I did with my colleagues here at the University of Michigan. And that project was led by Roland Graf, who's a good friend and actually a really good researcher as well, and a designer. And so this was a great collaboration. So I'm going to share a few insights from iGym here. So iGym was really this application that Roland and Hansuk, a professor in computer science, have been working on. So it was designing an augmented reality floor projection system. iGym with the idea inclusive gym, so adaptive sports, so allowing children in wheelchairs to play against other children in wheelchairs, both manual or powered wheelchairs, we designed for both, and then also play against able-bodied children. And so we had the most interesting user studies, and that was really my role, like how to help design, evaluate, assess the experience, how to make it fair, the whole study design, and then we actually had other people helping with recruitment. So we brought in a few families, and so basically they came with their children and they were in wheelchairs, and they brought a friend or brother or a sister along, so some siblings, and played around. And we did it in a traditional kind of like user study style, where we really thought this through, how to play against each other. There's some kind of training involved. There was actually a whole algorithm that would help adapt the system a little bit. So balancing was really an important issue, and we actually didn't get it right completely. It was a little overbalanced. So the wheelchair users often beat the able-bodied children, and that was actually in some situations that was actually not cool, because it's the first time this happened. And normally I let my brother win kind of thing, but hey, now he actually beat me. And that is a feeling that I've never had before, an experience I've never had before. Anyway, that was really, really interesting. And AR, so augmented reality, the AR component was relatively simple from a design and development perspective, but it had a lot of impact. And there's also an important lesson actually to be learned. It doesn't always have to be complicated or super advanced. A little can do a lot sometimes. And so I do think iGym is a cool example where we used augmented reality and some additional means. We had like a kick button so that you would basically expand this circle around you, this peripersonal space around you, to be able to kick the ball virtually, even if you can't use your feet that way, or your arms. And so yeah, I thought that was a really cool example of how to use XR to increase users' abilities. So this then also directly leads to some of the issues to do more, well, I would say more with equity. So how do we actually broaden access to these XR technologies? How do we make sure that more and more people have them? How can I actually go into a classroom, and at which stage is it okay to expect that all my students have an XR device and can try out some of the content? To which extent do I still have to provide that? I mean, when we now go to a classroom in the Western world at least, we say things like, yeah, just Google this, or like, take out your laptop and I want you to use your laptop and I want you to use your mobile phone. But I can't say at this stage, hey, can we just VR this or AR this? I mean, this is not even a word yet. And yeah, because it's expensive. There's a lot of concerns about these technologies that hinder adoption. And the technologies by and in themselves are actually still not super convincing yet. There are more like lots of toy examples out there. I mean, iGym was really actually a really cool example. And I think we need to see more of these examples so that people see more of the potential. And that might be a way, if the finances are not the primary issue, it's more like some of the concerns you have, then maybe that's a way to broaden access. We need to learn from both positive and negative examples, but the positive examples are really the ones that have more impact, I would say. At least less damaging impact. How to increase diversity of XR users is another big issue. So finally, finally, another question that I'm thinking a lot about as well is how to increase diversity of our XR users. So I just gave examples from the Western world, and that's really where we see most of the technologies at this stage. I'm not sure really, I suspect gender balance-wise, it's probably more male when it comes to AR, VR technologies. I don't actually have any concrete numbers to go on. It's probably more like the younger generation, and I might just be stereotyping here, and that is actually dangerous, but I feel like based on what I've seen so far and based on the information that I have, this might actually be true. And so therefore, how do we actually increase the diversity of our XR users? Do we do this through design? Does it need kind of like, do these devices need to look more fancy? Do they need to look more like fashion? That's what some people think. The form factor is definitely an issue, but I don't think that's it. There are other issues at play here. For example, motion sickness. One thing that is a fact is that female users often react more heavily or are more likely to experience motion sickness. So motion sickness really means that you are like in this headset and you're just starting to feel dizzy. You're experiencing nausea and you're just really uncomfortable, and that while it happens with male users as well, it's more likely, and actually it happens more often, even in my own experience in the classroom and teaching with female users. And so we can do something about it maybe from a design perspective. So we have certain techniques, for example, as you navigate through this space, this is actually when motion sickness happens, like when the proprioception doesn't actually, your physical senses of your body don't actually match what's happening in the virtual reality. And so if you don't get this match right, or you're seeing too much at the same time, like in the periphery, if you focus more on the fovea area and actually blend out some of the peripheral, so if you limit some of the vision for the time as you're moving, is for example one technique to make this work a little better. And then we need more research in this space as well. So the last big topic area is around privacy and security. So when I say privacy and security, I'm thinking about some of these questions. So how to communicate what data is actually being collected? That's really a big question. I mean, I can show you kind of like a consent form, like terms of service, and you scroll forever before you're like opting into that experience. But do I really inform you? Is that the best way to communicate? How often should I ask for your permission? Lots of issues there. Is there kind of like a standard interface, or should every application should figure that out for themselves? One thing that I can see with Mozilla and some of the efforts they're doing there in the XR space when it comes to making Firefox or versions of web browsers more XR capable is really thinking through, how do we communicate to users? How do we ask for permission for access to the camera? How often should this access be granted? And what's a good way to ask it? But it's still relatively technical, because most people don't really know what that means. What do you mean you need access to my camera? Okay, so what do you actually then see? Just the photos? Oh, you can actually do live 3D reconstruction of my space, identify every brand I have in here, and estimate the worth of all the objects around me? Yeah, you could do that. Is that the data that you're collecting? So that's a big question. How to prevent the XR app from seeing sensitive data?
right? So when you walk around with the HoloLens on your head, it sees everything you see, and actually more, because it actually has cameras going. It has wider vision than you. Even though the field of view, what it actually can augment, is really small. Don't get tricked by this, because the cameras actually see a lot more. They need to scan the environment around you. That's not the same as the field of view. And if you didn't know that, then that relates back to the first issue, which is how to communicate what data is being collected. Anyway, how to prevent the XR app from seeing sensitive data? Yeah, could you just like occlude it? Could we have some brushing techniques? So I was thinking a little bit about this from a design perspective. Could you blur out things? I mean, people always say, oh, we just do obfuscation at the source. So to do both with the data that's being collected and then also actually transferred to somebody else for being processed somewhere. And that is, this obfuscation at the source means, okay, before any application gets to see the data, we're going to blur out, for example, your face. We're going to de-identify you. We're going to anonymize it. And okay. What if my face is not the most sensitive data? So what if like all the documents that are around here, mostly my notes about the MOOC, but let's say there were some more important documents. So let's say who I'm going to vote for, or some of this data. And while that may be in my office, maybe I don't want the XR device to see this. And so how do we make sure that it doesn't see this? The best way is to just like not use it in that space. Yeah, so there are actually lots of issues just there, and I could go on forever. So how to know whether an XR app is actually secure? And here's a hypothetical scenario. So we can do redirected walking now, and that means somebody could remote log in maybe into your device and then start tracking your senses. In the future, the FBI or CIA may actually do this, and some kind of secret service somewhere else in the world may actually use this to kill somebody, right? We could just navigate them into obstacles. And scary thought again, but it is something that could happen, and that is the worst case scenario in many ways. But we really need to do a good job of building in safeguards, some kind of control, and maybe some kind of ethics board in general. Something on, when I do a new research study, I mean, it has to go through a review process, and that is really experts, and that is conflict of interest free, which is also very important, because they're just making sure that I'm doing a good job, and that that the users I work with are not at high risk, and that it's safe to participate in my research. And we should really think about XR the same way. In fact, in course 2, when I talk about the design ethics there, and I bring up some of these issues again, that is one of the approaches that I suggest, that we think it through from a kind of like an ethics review process perspective. Finally, how to develop safe and secure XR apps. This is also really like, we need more knowledge there so that we can guide designers and developers better. We need to have some process and workflow in place. I mean, the initial considerations of some of the app stores and app review we have out there is fine. And then that obviously it's user rated, so the community can also, alert themselves and somehow govern this to some extent together. But we probably really need some more official, some kind of more standardized way, because there are things like side quests, for example. I can sidestep the entire Oculus store. I can download any app I want that may not be secure, so I can just download the package directly on my Quest if I want, just using a tool called SideQuest, for example. So even if we have lots of things in place around the App Store and maybe controlled by Oculus to some extent, there will always be, it's kind of like in Jurassic Park, right? Nature will always find its way. And so this is also how it is in this space. So on the issues of how to communicate what kind of data is being collected and how to prevent the XR app from seeing sensitive data, I have an example here of using IKEA Place in the studio here, but it should really be in my living room. I had some concerns about that. And so I recorded it here, and it was just interesting to go through that process initially, agreeing to all these things. And actually it was very different. When I tried it on my iPad, there was actually this whole process,
and I have to kind of like agree to all the terms and give access to the camera. And then on my AR Core enabled phone, so on my Android phone, I mean, nobody warned me of anything or asked for any permission. It just worked. And I find that also interesting, that we have these differences between platforms. And one was obviously overkill, like nobody reads all those terms. And then on the other experience was like, that was also like no concerns. It was also a bit interesting. Anyway, so that was my example for this part. So far I've actually listed quite a few issues, and I was just like rambling and going on forever, and it's really something that is really important to me, and I think a lot about these issues, and I'm sure if nothing else this came through in this lecture quite a bit. And so get a sense that this is, it's interesting, it's dangerous territory. I mean, designing in this space, using things in this space, we do have a lot of responsibility to our users as the creators. We often lack the knowledge and experience. There's a lot of hobbyists and people out there that are trying to innovate in this space. We don't have a lot of norms. We don't have a lot of established processes and workflows to guarantee some kind of quality. And in fact, to me, it's really annoying with lots of the AR VR experiences I see out there. They're actually really naive, and I find that really a little sad. It's actually damaging to the whole potential of these, the whole potential of these technologies. But I mean, it's also true that we are exploring this together, and we need to learn from both positive and negative examples. And we can often learn more from negative examples. We just have to agree on the fact that not every example we see in the space right now is actually a good example. And we don't actually have all the indicators that we usually have, because we don't have equal chances of everybody trying this out. And so it'll take some time before we actually really figure out which of these applications make sense and which of these applications are really exploring the wrong direction. And so as a next step, I'm going to think through some of these issues and actually provide a little bit of my view on how to maybe address some of them. I will not be able to cover each of them. I was going on forever. But here's a few ways maybe forward. So one thing you've noticed is I've talked a lot about mobile and web and all the issues we have there and how we essentially replicate them in this space. So apply the lessons that we've actually learned from mobile and web rather than repeat them. So, I mean, to me it's surprising that WebXR is only now happening after we already had some of these kind of like the vendor specific doing their own thing kind of SDKs. So, I mean, surprising and not surprising. Obviously, it's not surprising because this is how the business world works, and obviously you push for it and market share, I understand. But it's surprising because we know from the whole mobile and web world that this didn't play out very nicely, and it just caused so much frustration for both the design community, so designers and developers, and then also the end users, because you just don't know, was it an app? Was it a web page? Is it an icon that I need to look for? Is it a bookmark? And so it's like, I don't know, there's actually this whole idea of having a shared virtual ecosystem in the future is going to be very interesting. In fact, this leads me to the second consideration, which is right now these AR, VR applications and experiences, I mean, they live in their own little ecosystems. We have their own app stores, they're not compatible. Like you buy this thing for the Oculus Quest, it doesn't run on your Rift S. And I mean, Oculus is now addressing some of these issues. I don't want to buy the same app multiple times. I mean, it doesn't make sense to me. And the other issue, though, is that these VR and AR devices don't really work well with anything else we have. Like, they don't integrate with my TV or my smartphone. I mean, Oculus, for example, has an app that allows you to register devices, but it doesn't do a lot more, and it makes some of the process a little bit easier. But, I mean, essentially, we have been creating more and more new information silos, right? Now we have some apps that are just on the Oculus or the Vive platform, and that's not so ideal because not everybody will be able to have all these kinds of devices. And we really need to think about kind of like this whole IoT, Internet of Things movement.
really needs to also make it into the XR space. And I'm not talking about those boring IoT applications that I see at every conference where I go to right now, where they give me an iPad and allow me to look under the hood of the car as if I were able to repair anything with my car or see what's wrong with it. No, I mean, maybe they target manufacturing scenarios, to be honest, obviously. But no, I'm thinking really IoT in the sense of having these integrated ecosystems, like a cloud around us, edge computing. And they're actually, like, I say this as if this were cool. It could be cool, but it's really, there's lots of issues to do with all of it. And the AR cloud is a really big one, for example. So once we have mapped out the entire space, who owns that data, who processes, where is it stored, how do I have control over the data? So that's very, very interesting. From a design perspective, a lot of tools out there are trying to create their own workflows, like use our tool, and then we have this next tool, and then you publish this, and then you have that tool, and then you have your XR solution. So, but then how do you actually get it from there to work on that other platform? Oh, yeah, I mean, that's not really supported by our workflow. And so, yeah, I see this a lot, and we really need to, when you design a new tool, for example, never try to replace, for example, Unity or Unreal. That's like too big a target. So you have to think about where does your tool fit into this larger workflow, and then make sure that you're really connecting nicely and integrating, and don't just hope that everybody will just change their workflow. It's like with all these to-do lists and task management tools or things that help you manage your email. And there are a lot of these buy-in and then they're becoming all-in solutions. So it's kind of like almost no way to get out of it anymore and you're stuck in them. We should really avoid this. So this one here also goes to designers and developers out there. So a lot of XR applications right now are really just toy examples. They are there specifically created to demonstrate some new kind of feature technology like people segmentation. So we have that as an example. I show you the vase as an example. There are other examples like with virtual objects behind people. I mean, that's cool. Or like you look at live 3D reconstruction and then you apply a little bit of physics and then people like drop like virtual balls into the physical world. I'll show you some of these examples as well. Yeah, so first of all, for an end user, it's hard to imagine what the real value is with each of these applications. I mean, they're designed to inspire designers and developers to show their potential. I understand that we have these toy examples, but we can really be a little bit more thoughtful when we create new kinds of XR experiences. It's a lot more work, but that's something that's definitely, I see a lot more effort in my research lab in that space. I'm really grateful for my students to really think beyond some of the, it's so cool initially to show you a virtual object, and I get it. But you really need to think more about it. How do you communicate the value of these technologies? And it's in specific domains out there, but we have to understand those domains to really understand how we fit in, how does the XR fit in. And you won't get away easily with some kind of toy example in a critical domain. One is, medicine is definitely a very critical one, or crisis simulation, or nursing, things that we've worked on in the past. But even just learning and instructional design is very critical, where XR will play an important role. And even there, we see lots of toy examples right now. I mean, okay, again, I get it, we're exploring the space, but let's go beyond this somehow. Finally, we really need to lower the barriers to entry. And that's something that I've worked on in the past as part of a lot of my initial research in this space, just because of how hard it was for me to get started in this space. I thought maybe other people are also experiencing this. And that's true. Lowering the barrier to entry also brings me back to some of the accessibility issues I talked about. So we really need to be more inclusive. We need to make sure that a lot more people can use and benefit from those technologies and actually see the real benefits, and enable some kind of critical mass. And then the responsibility that is with designers and developers out there is also a lot more significant. So those were really a lot of the issues. And remember how we started out? This is almost how we started out. And I'm just going to go back, so maybe that it will be a memorable lecture. talked about a lot about the issues. Obviously, you could probably see how important they are to me, how engaged I am with some of these topics and issues. I just wished that more of us were able to dedicate more energy to this space. It's really, really important. It's a really difficult set of issues to work on. It requires a lot of training in a number of areas. So in the human-computer interaction space, which is the research space that I'm active in, we do have a lot of people that play around with these technologies and invent new interaction technologies. And I think, and that's cool. And I'm also one of those people as well. But over the last few years, I've organized a few workshops and collaborated on a few research proposals that really try to push into these issues and work on those that are highlighted here. And I think it would be great to see more appreciation for some of this work, and that people like myself can actually transition and work on these issues, because I do have the training, and that we have the experience of actually putting these teams together to actually work on those issues. The issues are really too big to tackle by individual people. They require large efforts, and so yeah. I think there will be a lot of pressure on companies in the future, if not already, to really get a lot of these things right, and we need to continue to push that way. We also, as designers and developers, we really have to figure out more of our responsibility and find ways to, actually do ethical and responsible design. That triggered the lecture that I added to the second course, and accessibility considerations are throughout. It's hard. It's difficult. It is really frustrating to me, and I'm sure to a lot of our learners out there as well. I was trying to do the best I can. Now the best is not good enough. I can see that, and maybe in the next few years this is something that I can improve as part of some of the contents we offer here. So okay, now I don't want you to think. I don't want you to get used to this too much. So I'm actually gonna go back to a normal Michael look, but this one last time, just one last time. Okay, and that's it. And here the lecture ends. Welcome to this last exercise in the first honors track of our course here. That's the first course in the XR MOOC specialization. So don't be sad, I have more exercises as part of the other honors tracks in the other courses. So I think if you go through all of them, you'll become a little expert. At least that's what I hope in terms of the XR space, if you're obviously not already an expert. So in this one, we're going to approach things a little bit differently. If you think about the tasks and activities we've done so far, so the exercises in the previous modules were really focused on building a better understanding, so the knowing XR part. But now we want to start thinking more about the issues. We are entering the last portions of the XR MOOC course 1. Again, there's more to come. And now we want to think about shaping the future of XR. And in order to shape the future, we really need to understand the trends and the issues. And obviously, I've had lectures around those topics. So now we're going to do some activities and really, as part of this exercise, reflect on some of the key issues. So here is the task that I have for you. So perform what I call an XR impact analysis, focusing on key issues. So you should consider all major classes of issues, and I'm going to repeat them in the next slides. Also obviously outlined in the lectures, and my lectures focused on key issues. State the issues that you are most interested in, and that may be for different reasons, but I just want you to be clear which issues are you going to focus on as you are performing the activity. I think you should pick those issues first and then focus on those issues in the activity. Perform one of the suggested activities using Think Aloud. We have 3 activities that I have prepared for you. It would be great if you were all doing the same activities. You don't have to do it exactly the same apps or exactly what I show, But these activities are designed a little bit differently, and so it would be great if we were sticking roughly to these activities, just to ground our thinking a little bit. Use think aloud, so as you're performing the activity, you just speak out, you speak your mind, and you say like, oh, this is weird, or this is annoying, or wow, this is the information they potentially collect. And so these kinds of wow or surprises are really good indicators that something might not be right about the user experience, or because I ask you to focus on the issues and actually state them up front, it guides your thinking. It's something you will notice about yourself. Obviously, then I would like you to write your impact analysis. So this would be a few paragraphs in text, just really capturing your main thoughts and concerns. And this is something you want to share with other readers, with other learners who will then read what you wrote and actually respond to it ideally. Optionally, you can do another issue or activity. So you can stick with the same issue, just do another activity. But if you're really interested in privacy and security, for example, you can just go through some of the activities and not change your lens. But you can also change your lens to a different issue. I'll lay out the issues and repeat them again in the next few slides. So you should add to your impact analysis as you're varying some of these. Again, there's an optional step, but I think it would be a very valuable one to do. In terms of expected results, so what do I think you get out of this activity, and why are we actually doing this? Well, I think you would actually learn about an activity-centric approach to uncovering issues and concerns. It's fine to talk about issues broadly, but it's often better to root it in specific examples, concrete examples. So you would also start with an initial brainstorming, how to address issues and mitigate concerns. This will then actually develop our design thinking mindset, and that promotes, for example, ethical and responsible design. So ethics are obviously a key, and they should be like everywhere. We should concern ourselves with ethics as part of a larger design problem all the time. Unfortunately, as you will also notice if you start working on some of the other courses, especially the development-oriented ones, so the third course in the XR MOOC, we are going to be so busy with the technology, it's actually sometimes really hard to focus on ethics and responsible design, at least if you do not make those issues explicit. And that's why I make them explicit. And I'll remind us every single time. So I hope you don't find it too annoying. It's just a reminder, and this will help our more technical audience as well. So we don't want to be blind to these issues and just be like, yay, this is cool technology. We really want to have a critical discussion. So what are these issues again? Social and ethical concerns, obviously, accessibility and equity, and privacy and security. So these are the three big classes of issues. These are your lenses that you can adopt as you're working on these activities. So what are the activities? One activity is a social VR meeting activity. So this is from me going to the IEEE Virtual Reality Conference in 2020, the one that couldn't take place in Atlanta due to COVID-19, the one that I attended, as many others, completely virtually. Here is actually an example of me walking up these virtual stairs and trying to find some of my friends and waving at them, and then, no response. But I met somebody else and I had a virtual reality handshake, which was a cool experience. So you can look at this activity, and I hope you will have a similar experience as you're trying out social VR. Hopefully a positive experience, but there is no guarantee. Then the other activity that I'd like you to consider is an object, I call it object recognition activity. And in the object recognition activity, here I'm showing an example of me trying out IKEA Place in the study. I'm actually performing object recognition of one of my pieces of furniture. You can use other apps to do that. For example, Google Lens allows you to point at objects and ask Google what it thinks it is. So I wanted to perform one of these activities where you are using your camera to, in some sense, scan the environment, and then the computer does something, but you don't know exactly how they do it. It's just magic, and they recognize the object. And then obviously you can continue with the activity. So here I'm actually now placing really this object in my living room. There is additional, if this is really well done in the future, There would be additional object recognition to make sure that this actually fits nicely into the room. At this stage, it's a little primitive, no occlusion whatsoever, and so these are things that we'll talk about later. But it's interesting when it comes to these activities and how a computer, you should think how a computer thinks. This idea of human computation, you specifying the algorithm, that's a very good approach to uncover some of the issues. So who tells this smartphone what kind of furniture we're looking at? Where is that database that they are looking up against, for example? Last activity, and this one is a little bit of a, well, let's say funny one here, is an augmented reality photo activity. So I want you to do something like this. Here I'm actually using an AR Core samples project. This is not Snapchat, but you could just go ahead and use Snapchat. It would lead to similar results. I'm analyzing a little bit what this lens, which is clearly a lens, just saying, right? This is not how I usually look. It is a lens applied to my face, so face tracking. It is interesting. So essentially you're pointing the phone at your face, and obviously there could be things in the background that you are showing as well. So these are some of the things we should concern ourselves with, and then again consider it from these different lenses. So the social and ethical concerns in each of these activities are something to think about. Accessibility and equity, right? Who can try this out? Is this accessible? What kinds of issues might users have with special needs? Is there anything else we should be thinking about when it comes to accessibility and access? So equity, and by the way, accessibility and access are not the same things, even though I hear people always confuse the two. But equity is really this idea of making sure that everybody, independent of social and economic status, whatever that means, has access to an XR experience, so technology and the app. And there are all kinds of concerns when it comes to equity. One of the big recent ones, and I just have to include it here because it just happened, is Facebook, for example, requiring users to register with their accounts starting October 2020. That is a really big issue along all these fronts, and something to consider as well. In particular, privacy and security, you will see it will be a major theme. So in fact, you could take any of these three activities I just showed you and run it through any of these lenses, and you would learn a lot, and that would be the most comprehensive way to do an impact analysis. Finally, when it comes to impact, I want you to also consider what happens before, during, and after the experience. As a designer in course 2, I would guide you in your thinking to make sure that before your users are trying out an experience, you should set the expectations of users for this new reality. It's very important, and there are a few techniques to do so other than just text and long terms to accept. There could be an onboarding mechanism, for example, something more tutorial based, or some kind of instructions that would guide users through this and actually prepare them based on examples, for example, seeing quick snapshots of the experience and potentially even inserting a warning. It could be a trigger warning. That is something that also comes up in some of my projects in research that I'll share with you in the second course. Obviously then design impact analysis during the experience, where as a designer you really have to balance the realism. You want to make it as cool as possible an experience, obviously, but comfort, user comfort and safety, you can't really compromise on them. So think about how much is what I just said, how much of this is actually violated in some of the activities that I suggest here. And then finally, obviously, as a designer, you should help your users transition back to the old reality. So if there is onboarding, this would be the offboarding, so more like a debrief, maybe some kind of support in this transition period. Obviously, the longer we, for example, spend in social VR, the more we might identify with it. One of the big dangers that I see, for example, especially with children and maybe different kinds of audiences as well. So really take a diverse, inclusive mindset here. Don't just think about yourself, but obviously that's a starting point. But as you explore these different concerns and as you're trying out these activities, so really as you're navigating this whole landscape of issues, I think this impact analysis will help you. The techniques behind it that I wanted to formalize here a little bit. So using these lenses, following my protocol, the task description, to make things fair. So really stating the issue first and then stay focused. Use think aloud and write up your concerns. This, I think, will be a good way for us to think about it. Obviously, in the research domain, there are even more formalized, so privacy impact analysis or assessment. There are more formalized methods. So this is a little bit of an intuition, a little bit more, broader audience scoped activity here. But I think it'll get us into the right mindset. So let's hope you enjoy some of these activities. I have a few more pointers of how to access social VR platforms, for example, where you can find them, what is the software. But please also help each other. This is in a rapidly evolving space. So if someone tries out something new and has a positive or potentially negative but not traumatizing or otherwise dangerous experience, please share. And obviously if something goes really wrong, then we should just warn each other as well. There might be new products coming out. It's hard for me to anticipate. We don't have a lot of regulations in this space yet. So I hope we're going to learn something. Treat it as a learning experience. Be careful. I think the activities I chose shouldn't be too dangerous, but if you watch Black Mirror a little bit, obviously social platforms are actually come with a certain danger. Harassment is a really big issue there, and then it's not going to be better in virtual reality, for example. So I hope you have some pleasant experiences, and they will still be worth reflecting on. You don't have to experience the most negative versions of some of these realities. So I hope you enjoy this, and we're going to learn a lot together, and we can share our experiences and learn from each other. Again, this is the end of our honors track, but only in this course. Please consider taking some of the other courses focused on design and development. Would be great to see you back there. And then I'll see you next week, where we're going to think more about strategy, and I have a few cool panels with both leadership at U of M and people in various domains and positions, and then also students, which I think is great, and I hope to see you there. In this video, we're going to talk about developing your XR strategy. So this is really designed to be a lecture around this idea of growing your experience, your knowledge, your team, your equipment, making good strategic decisions. Now, I'm not a businessman. I mean, what do I know about XR strategy? So I would argue that over the last 5 years, I have developed a little bit of a strategy. So as a professor at the University of Michigan, obviously my role is to do research. So I have to grow a team. In fact, I actually have to train students, and I chose to train students in this area of XR. Then I'm also involved in some of the more strategic decisions at the University of Michigan. So currently I'm the XR faculty innovator and residence as part of the University of Michigan-wide XR initiative that actually spans all 19 schools and colleges. Still, I don't know too much about business, so don't think of this as a business strategy lecture, but think of it as a lecture where I'm trying to share some of the insights I've gained over the past few years. So I wanted to start at the beginning. What are really the considerations that you have to make? I was thinking, well, you have to think about knowledge. So what knowledge do we actually have on the team, and what do you want to learn? So what do you want the team to learn? How to diversify, where to acquire new knowledge. So we're going to talk about that a little bit.
And that obviously is a lot about team. So strategic considerations have a lot to do with team building and what kinds of talent do you need to have on your team. So what roles do you have right now? And what is actually a good composition? What are new roles you need to create? Obviously, XR is a lot about equipment. So I'm basically just buying things when there is a need, and the need means there is a project and potentially funding behind the project. Also, like what kinds of tools? What kinds of tools do I learn, and how do I embed them into the process? What is the workflow? And then users. First of all, obviously, if you have a product or service in this space, who are your users and the target users? And then what tasks do you want to enable? Obviously, what problems do you want to solve? But that's obviously the first important thing to ask. Now I'm going to talk about each of these. So knowledge, team, equipment, and users. And so we're going to go through each of these and we're taking a mindset of growth, a growth mindset here. So on the knowledge side, so it helps to have knowledge obviously in the applications. I don't mean like I've played Beat Saber and Pokemon Go. I mean, that's maybe the first step. No, I mean really like having an overview of the kinds of applications that are out there. We need to have decent knowledge about the technologies. If for any kind of new solution that we create or want to create, we really have to have a basic understanding of what kinds of technological options do we have. You definitely want knowledge in the space of what are the key issues. Right? So somebody who thinks through the social, the ethical concerns. The ethical concerns are really important, and how they influence design, how they drive design, how they inform design. You want to have knowledge in design. So in this space, obviously a traditional, or let's say a very basic UX background is a good start. You want to have knowledge in the development tools and environments. You want to have an understanding of how to build against some of these technologies. What are fast and rapid test-driven development cycles? How do you quickly deploy to these platforms? How to debug, and what debug actually means, and how to inspect XR experiences. So that's definitely where you want to have knowledge. You also want to have knowledge on the management side. So building a team of people that can innovate and work in this XR space is hard. It definitely requires experimentation. I'm not sure I have the solution. I've been experimenting over the last few years. Obviously, management also has to do with financial decisions, and including also what kinds of equipment and tools you may want to acquire and invest. So growing the knowledge, well, it often just takes one person, an evangelist, like this person here, a VR adopter walking around and showing it to other people. A strategy that we've often used, and this maybe works best in academic context, but in general is a reading group, like bringing together people from a variety of research groups or research areas. So I'm involved in a few reading groups, not always as active as I wished, but there is one by Academic Innovation here. That's an entity at the University of Michigan. It's quite broad, drawing in a lot of people, and we did a reading group around XR. One thing that I think is very useful is a community of practice. Having this opportunity, maybe once a month, to gather and bring together people from across the institution, let's say, so the university or the company or the little team that you work on. Maybe bring in people from the outside for some technology demos. We've done this quite a few times. Let's talk about the team. So when it comes to the team, obviously you can think in terms of roles. So I need a designer on my team. Do I need more than one designer? I don't know. I need at least one developer, somebody who really understands that technology, maybe somebody who knows Unity. Do I need a manager? Am I the manager? So that's something to think about. In the XR space, how much is there a place for artists? There's actually a really strong place for artists, and it's a really good place. And then researcher. Researchers are really both on the academic side or user experience research side, so a little bit more practitioner oriented, like finding ways of, finding bugs and finding issues and improving the product, as opposed to finding evidence for a hypothesis and doing some more rigorous scientific research. How much do you need to have somebody with an entrepreneurial character on your team? So somebody who manages and goes beyond and maybe drives innovation and also thinks about acquiring funding.
So I feel like as a professor, I'm like in each of these roles a little bit, but I'm going to share a little bit my strategy of how I've tried to grow my team at least. So the first thing I usually look for still is actually experience with development. I just like these technologies are quite technical, so in some sense it's a filtering mechanism. If you're not technical, that doesn't mean that I will not look at your materials, but I'm looking for experience with XR. Any kind of development experience with XR. If not, then at least some kind of mobile or web development experience. I'm looking for a portfolio. I'm looking for projects in that portfolio, and I'm looking for the complexity of the prototypes that were created, and also the size and the complexity, the composition of the teams that somebody has worked in. So have they worked actually in teams, or is everything individual? I'm looking for roles, whether there is a lot of independent work or a lot of teamwork, and then to which extent was it leadership? And that's something that I'll just think about. I am looking for experience with design. This is often still very necessary, but most of the times I'm looking for somebody who can bridge both design and development. I'm very interested in whether somebody has experience with running and designing and conducting user studies. So that is very important. And finally, obviously, there's always this adding this any kind of talent to the team. So is there experience with X where X is really new, and if this new thing would be significant, is always a place in my team at least. And then when I bring somebody into the team, I'm usually thinking about how to make this a productive and useful learning experience for the new team member. I'm asking myself, how can they grow by working with us? Like, what do they get out of it? What can we provide? In fact, mentorship is something that I really think about. How can I enable them? What can I provide? Are there things that they need to grow in? And do I have the knowledge and experience to support them? And do I have the time? And then I'm looking at opportunities. So what do they actually add to the team if they were to join us? And this is a little bit more generic. And I do make a risk analysis. So I'm thinking about the challenges of bringing somebody into the team. So how much overlap is there with existing skills? How much do we grow? I'm thinking about team dynamics and all those usual things as well. So that is not specific to XR. Thinking about equipment. So throughout this course, we really made an effort of bringing in all the equipment, or a lot of the equipment that I have access to. Some of it I bought, some of it I was given by vendors. Sometimes the school chipped in some money, but a lot of it was actually me sourcing, if you will, the equipment. I just show basic devices here, but there's a lot more custom stuff in my lab. So this question around equipment is really an important one. So when can you use an off-the-shelf device, and which of these do you actually buy? Growing the equipment, really, I would say, first of all, your phone is a great start. I mean, if you're not running a team or something, if you're just by yourself or exploring this in a little group, really start from what you have, which most likely is a smartphone, and then explore ways of turning it into an AR device, so marker-based or even markerless if it has support for it, or into a VR device. My approach has always been to go more broad rather than deep. So what I mean by that is I don't buy like X times the same device. I'd rather have a variety of devices. So I'm aiming always for a good mix, both of AR and VR devices. And the beauty is when you have a variety of devices, they can be combined in interesting ways. So I do have a number of just Kinects still around. We have some Intel RealSense, so we can use some of these depth cameras to support some of our more custom kinds of setups. I've been building my own displays. You can also combine your traditional like smartphone and touch with a HoloLens, tablet or smartphone touch with a HoloLens, and can build new kinds of experiences that way. At least that's how it's often approached in research. So I've usually looked for this power in combination and really trying to go complementary in terms of technologies. And then what is really important to me is that we actually have equipment that is set up, that is always available and ready. I usually try out the latest. I try it out, but no need to buy it yet. I never buy in bulk. And so one thing that I'm often asked, and I didn't really know where to fit it in, but I thought, this is a good place, is when it comes to buying new equipment. So look for a powerful graphics card. An example here is the NVIDIA RTX series. You're looking for a decent CPU, i7. You can get away with less. The most important is really the graphics, the GPU. And then people always think they need a lot of RAM, like 32 gigs. Well, that is cool, and it's actually not that expensive, I think. All you need is 16 gigs, at least at this stage, unless you're really loading a lot of very complex models, a lot of stuff that you need to actually keep in memory. But my thinking is GPU larger than CPU, larger than RAM, so higher priority. So then let's think about users. So internally in your team, you really want people to adopt more of these technologies. So it often takes one person. If you are a user, but more like with a designer or developer background, then what you really need to do is you need to embrace these XR technologies. You need to learn about the methods and tools, how some of your traditional methods and tools need to be adapted. You need to help create design knowledge by doing, not by thinking about it, but by doing projects and helping create design guidelines and revising guidelines, and also creating some kinds of design patterns. As a researcher or instructor, you really have a place here because you can shape the future of XR. You're actually training the talent. So if you can somehow bring it into your classes as a way of growing users, that would be the user base. That would really be really good. I'm always looking for creating new learning opportunities. So even in a class that is not focused on design or development or anything like that. As a researcher or instructor, your role is actually to spread the knowledge. As a manager and entrepreneur, I think you really need to know the players, the key players, like who are actually the people, where is essentially funding available, and then develop some XR strategies. So growing the users really could be through seminars, right? So you have an evangelist or somebody who knows the stuff and then talks about it. I think better yet is actually giving demos, so really learning by doing or trying things out, I think is very good. Workshops, it's kind of like a combination of seminars and demos. A workshop is really much more active. I think it's one of the best ways to learn about these things. One tool that I think I have used, and it's been very successful actually in my little career here at Michigan, is design jams. A side effect of each of these activities is after that somebody will walk away that has not seen XR yet, and they will then go to the next person and maybe become an evangelist. And so, this then creates an interesting cycle and hopefully spreads the knowledge. Yeah, so that brings me to the end. At least I wanted to convey a few ways to think about XR strategy, not just in terms of promotion and marketing, but really a much broader view on things. So how do you, what kind of knowledge do you have? How do you grow the knowledge? Who do you have on the team? How do you grow the team? Equipment, how do you make good decisions there? And then users, and users was really broad, not just like the users that you're designing for, but also like growing the user base of XR. Okay, so let's wrap up here. Keep in mind, whatever you do in this XR space, make it a regular thing. So maybe bi-weekly reading groups, or maybe even weekly, some kind of monthly community of practice, some kind of ritual that people know is happening. And if they miss out on one opportunity, they know the next one is coming up. I would always encourage you to try out different things. So go for a mix. I've been experimenting over the last few years. I've tried out a mix of kind of like seminars, demos, design jams, all these kinds of things. And interest in these things also shifts. I don't think that you have to stick to one of those. You can offer different kinds of these opportunities for others in the community to engage with you. I think you should aim to grow from within. So obviously it's nice to look for collaborators and like-minded people outside your groups and your teams. But bringing in knowledge from the outside is not as effective, I would say. And so don't just look for other people working in the XR space, but be strategic also here. bring in enthusiasts from the outside. So, and by enthusiasts, I mean people who are passionate potentially about XR, but they are primarily domain experts in their specific domains. Again, I hope this was kind of useful, and look forward to some of the feedback and hearing some of your thoughts about this lecture. I'm sure I can improve some aspects also with your help and over the next few years, but this is the knowledge that I thought I could share at this stage, and maybe it's the starting point for an interesting discussion among us, and also learning about other strategies that others have employed. So, well, thanks for watching this.
Welcome, everybody. I'm looking forward to having a discussion with a few invited experts, faculty, managers, deans, and all the people involved at the University of Michigan, where I want to talk about XR and strategy. Like, Michigan as a university has a lot of things going into XR at the moment, and in this segment, I want to unpack what that means for different people working at different levels in the university. I want to structure this discussion around two major themes. The first theme is really about the current, the now. What are we doing right now? What kinds of initiatives are going on right now? And now I would like to start with a brief introduction to who we have today joining us. Okay, so let's get started. Why don't you say who you are and what you're doing at Michigan?
My name is Michelle Abersold. I am a clinical professor in the School of Nursing, and I also have an appointment at the School of Information. And I'm delighted to be here today. Most of my scholarship is really in the area of simulation-based education, including a lot of work in XR.
Hi, I'm Joanna Marecki-Milinchik. I am the Associate Dean for Undergraduate Education in the College of Engineering. I'm also a Professor of Material Science and Engineering. And my role has been both to do XR research. In our lab, we're interested in trying to use XR to teach concepts in material science, but also as Associate Dean to develop ways and the infrastructure for faculty to be able to take these kinds of technologies and apply them in their own classrooms.
My name is Dan Fasihazian. I'm Associate Director for one of our centers on the North Campus, the Ditterstadt Center, and I lead the Emerging Technologies Group. I'm also a member of the College of Engineering's IT department called CANE. And my role is to help evolve technology. So we've been involved in XR for a long time, but my team develops spaces, and we actually have a team of developers who actually build applications for different uses on campus.
My name is Jeremy Nelson. I am the director of the XR initiative at the University of Michigan. We've been tasked with three major goals: to bring XR technologies for teaching and learning to our 19 schools and colleges in the residential curricula at the University of Michigan Ann Arbor campus, bring these technologies to our online curricula, which is evolving quickly, as well as creating innovative public-private partnerships.
Well, this is great, and such a nice set of participants that we can learn from today. So I wanted to structure this discussion first around scale. Now, scale is really, when it comes to XR, we often start small, but at the university level, we really want to scale very quickly. So I want to learn from you what that means in each of your projects, and then as we go across the university, what that means up to the scale of the university. So Michelle, I wanted to start with you and learn about some of your XR projects and initiatives and how you deal with the question of scale there, both in terms of like how many students may be involved or how many subjects may be involved, and tell us a little bit about the kind, you can pick a project and tell us a little bit about participants and technologies and how you deal with scale.
So the whole question of scale, I think, is really an important one when you're thinking about XR technologies. And sometimes I also think that that might drive the choice of technologies that you're using. So two of the projects that I'm working on right now, I think about both of them have a little different scale. So the first project that I actually got started with is a virtual reality program that will focus on helping practicing nurses, physicians, and pharmacists really learn about teamwork and communication. And this environment is a pediatric emergency room, and so it will be multiplayer, and small teams will come together using an Oculus or a HTC, but it will use the high-end devices. And so they'll come together, they'll practice their skills, they'll practice communicating, and they'll practice their teamwork. So this particular project, although we would like to get many teams to participate in this, the scale is going to be somewhat limited by the number of high-end devices that we have, the Rifts and the Vives, and being able to bring people together to do that. So I look at this project as a little smaller scale. Now, another project that we're involved in that was just funded through AI, who is going to partner with us, is a project where we're really going to help nurses and pharmacists understand some of the devastating effects of chemotherapy drugs when those drugs are administered intravenously and something goes wrong, and those chemotherapy, very potent, hazardous drugs leak outside the blood vessel or leak outside the port and destroy the skin and the internal skin. And we don't see that right away. So although we can explain that and we can show people the devastating effects, they don't really see what's happening inside the body. So we're kind of calling this project Under the Skin. Now that project, we want to scale up and scale up big. So we want to be able to bring this to 60 participants who come to our workshops. We want to be able to take this to maybe 100 graduate nursing students who are in our assessment labs, pharmacists. So we're using the Oculus Go because that's something where we can get many headsets and distribute them and put this out widely. So I think for us, sometimes it's driven by need and then how sophisticated the device is we use.
Yeah, this is great, and it also echoes like one of my observations from working with many of you, and also from my own work, that large scale often means low tech, because that's a way to scale and work with the budget constraints that we have. So this lowest common denominator approach is one way to go about it. So Joanna, I was wondering if we are now to talk about the college level, the College of Engineering specifically in the University of Michigan. I know that one of the initiatives you have going on is the AVMR Clinic, and I wanted to learn how you deal with scale at that level.
Thank you. That's a great question. So just as we heard before, there are different kinds of technologies that you can employ. You can do a Rift, or you can do an Oculus Go, and so forth. One of the ideas that we had early on is to use mobile devices to do augmented reality, for instance. And so that was the idea that I first started working on as an individual researcher. When I got into the dean position, one of the things that I began to realize is that as you go to different kinds of classrooms and different kinds of contexts, the students need to understand how to interact with the mixed reality itself. And we don't actually have a very good way of doing that yet. There is no normative context. Like in a lecture hall, people know, you sit, there's a screen or a blackboard at the front, and everyone faces the front and listens to a lecture, and that is the normative context. But there is no normative context for XR kind of applications. Now, I don't think that I can figure out what the best normative context is myself. Instead, what it has to do is we have to have a lot of different people playing in these spaces to kind of figure out what the best normative context is. And so our approach is to get these tools in as many people's hands as possible, and to get different faculty members to think about what makes sense in their context. And by having a lot of smaller experiments and like really lowering the barriers to adopt these kinds of technologies in their classrooms, I think that we'll be able to get to a normative context where XR learning kind of makes sense. So that's been our approach. So rather than, having, one person think about what is the best way to do it in this particular context, is to just lower barriers, get people to work with developers, like in Dan Fesahesian's group, get people working with PhDs who know about pedagogy and know about educational research in ways that engineering professors don't necessarily know, getting those people working together to really understand what are the best ways to deploy these kinds of technologies in different kinds of contexts. So it's similar but different. We're trying to get the technologies in as many people's hands as possible, and that's how we're dealing with the scale.
Thank you, Joanna. And I know that one potentially small but yet significant thing that you've been doing is running a series of workshops, bringing people together who want to learn about how to actually teach or how to actually engage with AVMR or XR technologies. And so I was wondering, these workshops, I've participated in one of them. I think, what would you say you've learned from running workshops with faculty and students who want to learn about XR?
The thing that I've learned is that we have so much more to learn. It's the thing that really strikes me is that this is such a wide open space that no one really has the answer, and that there's a lot of different ideas out there, and there's a lot of like contradictory kind of findings that people are reporting on, and there's no single way, which means that we need more people in the space. We need more people generating more data, generating more experiences, and we need more interaction between all of us to figure out what are the best ways and what are the worst ways, so that we can get rid of those things that don't seem to work really well and move on and start doing different kinds of work that is really impactful for the student.
So now, Jeremy, in some sense, you probably have the bird's eye view at Michigan right now. You have been with us for some time now, and I know that as one of your first steps, you've actually reached out and talked to a lot of people. So it seems like one of the big questions you had for yourself first is like, what is actually the current scale at Michigan? And then how do we maybe extend it and accelerate it? So can you tell us a little bit about your steps, first steps, and how do you make a sense of the scale of XR work at Michigan?
Yeah, no, thank you. I mean, the first thing I really wanted to understand is where were those pockets of expertise, who was building in space, who was teaching with the technologies. And I think the folks we have today together on the panel of leading that space. So I really tried to meet with as many faculty, staff, students, other non-academic units that are in the space to really understand where are the folks that can build the technology, who are the people consuming it, what do they want to explore, what types of equipment do we have. And so really to try to build that sense of community, and as well as meet with faculty in other schools or colleges that aren't even thinking about it yet, to help understand where they are in the adoption phase or contemplative steps, and then share with them what we've seen in other places to help build that excitement, interest. And so, there's been a lot happening. Obviously, the work here at Michigan didn't start with the XR initiative. There's been a lot of work happening for years. It's really tried to bring that together and see where there's critical mass that we can support. So a few things, I'm thinking about ways that we can create frameworks or processes or tool sets to help enable scale for faculty to begin to bring their assets or to bring their concepts to a platform or to the technology that they can bring to the class. So particularly, there's a lot of work that can be done with 360 video. There's some platforms that we're exploring there where you can use traditional video methods and insert digital elements and digital interactions to scale out development on that phase. as well as we launched a seed fund to spur innovation and first rounder projects. So we just announced 6 projects that we'll be working on. Michelle's project is one of those 6. We'll be helping build a virtual nuclear reactor for nuclear engineering, working with folks in our School of Music, Theater, and Dance to create some toolkits for immersive audio, be working with physics to create a physics lab. So lots of pretty exciting projects to get going and get students using that, building on what Joanna was saying about getting more experiences in the hands of the faculty and the students so we can continue to learn and develop.
Okay, this is great. Thanks for sharing that. Now, Dan, you have been patiently sitting with us, and I know that you have also been someone who has been very active for a long time in this space. One thing I wanted to ask you directly and specifically is, I know that you have been running the XR community of practice for some time now. And so I want to make a transition from scale to also approach. Like I want to learn more about how can we implement some of that scale, how can other people learn from this, like what we are doing, and also how can maybe other people improve on what we're doing. So this XR community of practice, I was wondering, what was your idea in terms of like, who did you want to bring together? Who do you bring in from the outside, and how would you characterize the learning that is going on and the exchange that is going on in that community of practice?
So my goal to start the COP was, as we're all familiar, University of Michigan is a big, diverse institution that sort of encourages people to think locally, develop ideas, and so 1,000 seeds can sprout. But in a lot of ways, we do have a lot of duplication of effort that happens in lots of places. So the idea was that we, for a long time, the Digital Science Center was seen as being in a leadership position in XR development. And I wanted to open a platform for us to be able to share all the work we're doing, all the work we've done, but at the same time also to invite others who were doing amazing work in their labs and for classroom use to say, share what you know, where are things going, and sort of expand on the ideas and where you would think you might be doing in the next 2-3 years, so that we can bring the community together so that we can actually build the scaffolding that everybody can leverage, as opposed to building a lot of silos where we're reinventing the wheel. Lots of metaphors, but so that was the concept. So it's been great to see it evolve, and we just made it open. So we have faculty who show up at these meetings, we have students who show up at meetings, we have staff who are working in labs supporting faculty work in these meetings, and usually we give them a platform to be able to present on their ideas. And we intentionally designed it so that the meetings can actually rotate around campus. So we go to your lab, your space, your environment, so you can share what you're working on and what you're experimenting with. And it's been a great way for us to sort of an email group that sometimes generates traffic for people saying, have you seen this? And it's been great to have it evolve over time. And so that was the sort of the intention. I think it's been evolving to meet those needs.
Yeah, that's great. And then I know that we also often get like requests from the outside of people who want to like come in and present some of the technology. And I think that's a really great way to disseminate it to the knowledge to a lot of people. So I wanted to ask you a more specific question about approach. This is a really difficult question, but I thought, Dan, you are the man for this one. So you have in your capacity managing a team working on a variety of XR projects for some time now. I know when you ask me this question, I would tell you, well, each project is specific and needs a tailored strategy and a specific approach. So now here's my question for you. Do you think, if you reflect on the work, is there like a common approach that you take to taking on a new XR project? Are there some common metrics or some common key components that you look for? Or is really every project so different that there is no common strategy?
That kind of touches on your question of scale as well, because in a way, always go back to sort of mission of the Duderstadt Center, which is what I try to drive our identity, which is we are supposed to be in a space where we are experimenting and thinking about where things are going as opposed to where things are in a lot of ways. We're supposed to be, as Dr. Fauci has been quoting Gretzky, which is we're supposed to be where the puck is going to be as opposed to where the puck is now, you know? And so that drives a lot of the stuff we do. We have criterion we use to sort of evaluate projects as they come in, because we don't have capacity to really take on all the projects that they would like us to take on. So some of the key criteria are, is this project going to sort of explore unique uses of this technology that we haven't tried or other people on campus haven't seen, so that it will allow us to open conversations. If we are working with Michelle at nursing, but we see that this idea actually has applications to lots of other disciplines. So we take on that project to say that a collaborative work environment like Michelle's project, which we developed for VR Heart, is about a group of people looking at a specific a patient, and then how can they communicate with each other. There's lots of applications of that kind of tool in lots of disciplines. So when we take it on, it says, let's think through how we do this kind of collaborative VR environment, and then what we learn actually will help us apply to other disciplines. So those are the kind of key things, which is if we develop this as not just a one-off thing we're going to do and it's going to be done, it's going to actually have potential to grow in other spaces.
Well, I was just going to echo what you just said. When we're doing our clinic, for instance, when we pick the proposals that we have that we're going to be supporting in the College of Engineering, it's the same kind of thing. We're like, is the project going to be benefited by being in XR, or can it be just as easily done using a different technology? And XR is really besides the point. And then how portable is it to other contexts, yes. Right? Because we really, that is the most important thing, especially in this phase now, is that we want to make sure that we develop these tools in a way that are as applicable across the board as possible, and not just going to create a cool app, but it's only relevant in one specific and very limited context.
Yeah. A project that was funded by College of Engineering as part of the clinic was, how do you integrate 360 video in a VR environment with interactivity? So Joanna funded our effort to be able to say, okay, we have a toolkit that does a lot of cool, great things that we can manipulate, but we never really got a chance to implement a 360 interactive content. So we developed that because we think that 360 is going to be one of those low-hanging fruit where people are going to be able to sort of like, give me some, I have some content, I have some camera I captured, I want to bring it into an XR, a VR environment, how can I use it? So building that platform would allow us to move it into a bigger use case. And the other piece of criteria, which is based on our capacity Duderstadt, and like we have some unique resources. We have a motion capture rig, we have a photogrammetry rig, and we have all these kind of elements that are not really available in lots of other spaces. And so if a project comes through and says, there's a movie class, a class that's going to teach how to make a movie like Citizen Kane, and they want to use a motion capture rig to capture an actor replaying a scene and embed it in a VR environment, nobody else can really do that because we don't have a Vicon motion capture rig sitting in a lot of places. So those kind of drive a lot of the projects we take on, and ultimately is also capacity, and do we have the expertise to actually execute on the plan. So those were sort of the high overview of things we think through as we get contacted by faculty and researchers to say, is this maybe a potential pathway for them to pursue using XR?
Okay, so this is great, and it also highlighted some of the synergies just between some of our teams and where we are, and I think we would even have more stories to share there. I think we nicely talked about scale in this segment. The observation that scale ultimately means potentially making low-tech choices, at least at this stage, and making sure that we can reach more people. We talked about approach and how to define what is an interesting project, and it can sometimes be disappointing for somebody starting out in XR thinking that this is interesting. Isn't my app interesting? And the choices that we as researchers or Dan as managers and Joanna as deans make when it comes to funding projects. I think these were valuable insights that I wanted us to share with our learners. And so thank you for this first part of our discussion. Okay, welcome back to our learners. We are going to continue our discussion with invited experts from Michigan. In this second part of our discussion, I want to focus the discussion on around success. How do we define success? What are potentially metrics that we look for? And then also I want to look into the future together with you, obviously. So I'm going to take some turns here, and in the end, we'll open it up completely and see how that goes, okay? But I wanted to start with Michelle first, which seems to be recurring, always picking on Michelle. So Michelle, for some of the specific projects that you have described earlier, or maybe even others that you're working on, I was wondering, how do you go about defining success for these projects, both in terms of research and maybe integration with teaching? Are there any specific metrics? Is there anything you aim to show to demonstrate success?
That's a great question, Michael. Just looking at this whole idea of success and how you figure out whether or not your XR project was successful. Some of the ways that I try to approach this is, obviously, I think everybody knows each project is unique and what you're trying to achieve is going to look different. And I think it just kind of goes back to really some of the basics. So what makes sense for learning and research, whether it's, case study or, for me, mannequin-based simulation, are going to look in some ways similar to XR. So, I think about, things like learning outcomes. What is it that I'm trying to achieve with this? So when I looked at the Heart VR, one of the most important things that we were trying to accomplish was to give our learners an opportunity to practice communication skills and practice their teamwork skills. Those were the two things that were the most important. And so we created the environment to support that. A sort of secondary objective was the opportunity to practice the pediatric advanced life support algorithms. So they were able to go through and practice the algorithms. We knew that we were not going to be dealing with any type of task-based learning. So they weren't going to practice CPR skills. They weren't going to practice, any kind of hands-on skills. So that guided our development. So then at the end of that, what we looked at is, so how would we know whether or not it's successful? Now we haven't fully implemented it yet. However, things that we've built into that is, first of all, were they able to demonstrate effective communication skills? If we ran them through this program several times, did the communication skill improve? Did we see back in their home units, could we follow up with them and ask them, did this help? It's hard to measure transference into the clinical environment, so we often don't try to do that, but we do try to ask them, did this help? Do you feel more confident in your skills? And maybe sometimes look at knowledge, things like that. So what can we easily measure? For us, sometimes the research questions are really the same as the learning questions, what we're thinking about for education. So another area that we can use XR very effectively is Kavya came and talked a lot about this whole idea of perspective taking. And so I have another project where we're going to help folks that are in healthcare provider roles understand what it's like when you're deaf or hard of hearing go to a healthcare visit. And so we're going to use the idea of, as Dan talked about, 360 video and creating these 360 videos where you can sort of step in the shoes of somebody who's deaf or hard of hearing. And the whole goal for that is just to learn what it's like, to understand what it's like, understand the perspective. So if they understand it, they can then work towards creating a better experience. So our goal is not to teach them what to do better, but to just give them that experience and improve and increase their understanding. So those are really very two different goals. And I think with everything, you really look at what am I trying to achieve? And then I always say, how do you match the technology with what you're trying to achieve? And for our purposes, we thought 360 video could do that for us. And we didn't need to try to create a much more expensive virtual reality animated environment. We could do that with 360 video. So we'll see how it works out.
So that was great. I think it showed obviously that we are all also still learning, and even if a project may not be successful in some traditional sense, for example, I had some other questions in mind as I was listening to you, like did the project ever fail in the sense that you matched it with the wrong technology? But I'm going to ask Joanna, because Joanna, I know in your role, talking again about the AVMR clinic, but you can take this question more broadly. When you accept a project for funding, are there specific criteria you apply in terms of how we should be thinking about success in each of these projects?
Yeah, so the way to determine whether or not a project is successful, I mean, there's two ways that I kind of think about it. So one way is, specific to that project, and one of the criteria is that every project does have some kind of a mechanism or some kind of a way to determine whether or not a project is successful, if it's actually achieving the goals that it is planning on achieving. And the second metric of success, I would say, is whether or not that technology is then ported to another context. So that to me is the ultimate success, right? So maybe, the 360 situation that we just heard about from Michelle, so that's a scenario that she's applying in a particular context. But then if we were able to see that context, that application or what was learned from that particular thing was then applied to another course, say in like a design course around, consumer centric or socially enabled design, for instance, that to me would be an enormous success. Now, we don't have successes like that quite yet because, it's still very early days in the projects, and we're still trying to determine whether or not the individual projects themselves are successful with regard to their own criteria. So I don't know if this is appropriate or not, but I kind of wanted to show, talk a little bit about my personal research where there was a failure, if you will, that just opens up more questions. So the research that we're trying to do is to try to help students understand crystal structures, which is an important concept in material science. And a lot of that concept requires spatial reasoning. And so what we were thinking about is perhaps we can use virtual reality and just mixed reality kinds of representations of crystal structures to help students develop like an understanding of what these crystals really look like in space. And the idea is that they would do better and get better spatial reasoning out of this. Where spatial reasoning, of course, is the ability to take a three-dimensional object and turn it in your mind. Rather than doing it in your mind, it would be so much better if you could just do it with the object in virtual reality or mixed reality. And so we did these experiments, and we did them over a course of 2 years. And we saw absolutely that students who did a particular task using virtual reality to manipulate these objects on that task did better than those that didn't. But here's the, so that was like a huge win. We're like, woo, yay, fun, this is exciting. But then we did a pre and post to see whether or not those gains were retained. And we actually saw that those gains were not retained. And in fact, the students who didn't use the virtual reality did better afterwards than the ones who had virtual reality. And so that now raises so many fascinating questions, like, you know, is there something about doing this mental manipulation that actually cements the learning or not? And so how can we now change the experiment? How can we actually change the learning activity so that those gains aren't lost? You know, maybe there's something else that we're missing. So it's this fascinating, you know, again, it's going back to, you know, there are things that we just don't know. Like, that is a counterintuitive thing that we just found. So how do we actually apply that? So that's a failure in an individual case that I think will have ramifications in the long run that will be much more positive.
This is great. Both, I mean, I was feeling with you as a researcher for a second because, oh, damn, negative results. But I mean, on the other hand, I think it applies. I always say that to my students in my own courses as well. At least we've learned something. And I think that applies in this entire space. And it's a good attitude to make progress towards learning about XR, I think. So, Jeremy and Dan, you can figure it out between the two of you who wants to take on this one. I want us to think even a little bit more forward. So Dan probably has some new projects coming in. I know that Jeremy, as part of the XR initiative, you have just funded a few. I know that one thing, so I want to talk about next steps. We talked a lot about research. We did mention a lot of our efforts with students. So one thing that I think is a little problematic at the moment, coming back to scale, is we do have student-oriented XR spaces. So for example, in the Dürerstadt Center, I can also, as an instructor, I can go there sometimes and teach. So I feel like with a lot of these things that we're doing and the facilities we have, we're kind of like at maximum capacity. And I feel like that's also what I hear when I talk to you. So how can we improve on that? How can we extend our capabilities to do more and better XR in the future? How do you think about this?
So I think we've talked about this. Maybe I'll briefly capture sort of the rationale of how I thought about the visualization studio. At the, you know, when we developed the visualization studio, opened it in fall 2018, we literally looked at the environment and said, there's a lot of people who are being locked out of using and accessing these tools, even not being able to go. You know, you can go buy, some faculty member may buy a headset, but there was not a holistically developed environment that can allow a group of 20, 30 people to join and collaborate and work and develop the environment. So we basically put a marker on the floor and on the ground and said, we need something to help us think through the process. My hidden but long-term strategy was that I want to build something that can demonstrate to the campus what we can do. And the intention was that this is one way you can build X that is designed to support as many disciplines as possible. So it's not micro-focused on a specific discipline. And what I wanted to do, and we're having some really great conversations with various schools who are coming in and saying, your formula looks like this, and I'm going to build a lab in my building that's going to be applying specifically to architecture students because I need other things around this environment. And we're talking with folks at LSNA saying, you guys have done X, but we're going to need Y. And then we're going to use your formula, but we're going to evolve it differently. And so the hope was that we will build something not necessarily to fully satisfy the demand that we saw coming on campus. It was a way for us to say, this is one way of doing it. We want to keep evolving it because we started with one set of hardware, but within a year we flipped Rift S's and all that kind of stuff. We changed this model of how we try to operate the center, which is change quickly and identify the things that work, and others can learn from it and evolve it so that the scale is going to pop out at different areas on campus. It's going to pop out at different schools and different departments are going to evolve the space to fit their specific needs. And that, you know, the COP and other tools are going to help us collaborating into those environments. So you're right, we are oversubscribed. I'm trying to solve the short-term problem, so we are adding 6 more workstations in the was supposed to be winter semester, but it's going to happen in the fall. We're going to add 6 more workstations, add more capacity, so that at least the size of a class that you have, Michael, can come and be able to use it, even if they have, you know, a couple of workstations to double up. But that's never going to feel like it's going to satisfy all the things we need. So the strategy, the long-term plan is we have the space used on the 3rd floor. Can we, you know, I have ideas for how we can expand a capacity for a room that can hold 50 people that has XR enabled space. But still, that's not going to be enough. But the other pieces of the machinery are moving, where other units are thinking and mapping and adding to their budget for what they want to do in the next cycle, so that they could have a space that's capable of supporting faculty and students in their individual units. So those were the 2 sort of pathways that we're trying to follow.
Okay, this is great, and this already actually helps a lot of people across the university, because a lot of people, including myself, make use of those spaces. So Jeremy, killer question: what are the next steps to even increase the scale at the larger university level? And I know you think a lot about teaching and residential learning and online learning, and how do you bring these technologies to like a mass? So I'm wondering, what do you think are your next steps as part of the XR initiative?
Sure. Yeah. No. I think the blueprint that Dan put down with the Visualization Studio is something, you know, that we can build on top of, and other parts of the university that allow even more folks outside of the North Campus community to participate and experience. There's one smaller lab on Central Campus now that I think 6 or 8 students can participate in. It's just not to the same scale. So I think there's a blueprint there of how to build out a space and how to replicate that. So we're talking with other units around campus on how to do that. I know the School of Information is looking at building a new building, and they want to include space in there. Our College of Architecture and Urban Planning have already been talking about building out an XR lab. So I think there's kind of taking that model and building out, you know, large spaces where folks can come together, and as well as smaller, more iterative spaces. You know, also, I think with some of these new devices like the Oculus Quest and more of the portable, you know, Pico devices that you can have anywhere, really, anywhere where there's a wireless connection and enough room. So I think looking at ways to make that available. I know Michelle, as well as another faculty industry, have acquired dozens and hundreds of Oculus Go headsets and are able to deploy those. So I think that's a method as well. But we have to be thinking about scale in terms of maintaining these devices, the security, the patching, the update, content distribution. So those are all similar types of challenges that have been faced with IT in terms of desktops and laptops. You know, as well as, you know, in the AR space, mobile phones. Almost many folks, many learners have a smartphone that has AR capability in it. And so how can we leverage what's available, or at least, you know, that minimum set to scale this out and create experiences that can be consumed by more folks. So I think as we generate more content, as we curate more content, it'll help us in making larger purchases of equipment and spaces that hopefully aren't out of date before, you know, we get to use them for too many semesters.
I can add one more thing, Michael. It is something we've been talking about internally within Kane, is that, and this is stuff we mapped out early, but we haven't executed on, which is just in the Digital Staff Center, we have 250 workstations that are, you know, really good machines that have the software, but there's hundreds of machines that are distributed throughout campus. And so making specialized XR gear available for checkout, like somebody can come and say, grab a piece of hardware that we maintain and support, and then all of a sudden you have lots of places that can become a group work environment for people being able to explore XR technology. And so that may be, you may not need to equip every machine with the hardware, but if we have 20 headsets that people can check out when they need them, which we have some limited of those tools available, but we would like to expand it. So when you ask what the pain point is, that if we can expand that capacity both on Central, on North Campus, and students can go out and check, you know, a Pelican case with a Vive or Rift S or, you know, other gear, and if we build the platform so that the software is built into all of our load sets that are in the labs, and all they need to do is plug and go, especially with the hardware that's inside out tracking, so you're not worrying about sensors having to mount on the desktop and stuff like that, then that feels like it's a step that will allow us to engage, and lots of students actually are coming to campus with really powerful laptops so that they can actually take it to their dorm and be able to use these tools. So that's another strategy that I would like to pursue. We're having some internal conversations, but would be happy to engage for a more wider approach to campus.
Yeah, so one of the things that I also wanted to make sure that we pointed out is, XR is coming, right? The technology is getting better all the time. The devices are getting less and less expensive. Our ability to, detect motion, it just changes by leaps and bounds every single year. And so really, the message I think that we really need to say is that we need to do investments now in hardware, not because of the hardware so much, is because we need to develop the content. We need to understand what XR is good for, so that by the time XR is in everyone's hands, which it will be, we'll have a very good sense of how to deploy XR in the best possible way in the learning context, in the training context, culturally, think about security issues and so forth. So the fact that we're doing all this investment now, some people might be, well, as soon as you build it, it's obsolete. Yes, that's true, I suppose, but that's not the point. The point is developing the normative context. The point is understanding under what circumstances XR is best used for. The point is, trying to figure out all of these other issues around security and accessibility before it's in everyone's hands. That's the point. That's why we do the investment now.
Okay, so this was really great to hear about current efforts and then also next steps in each of these efforts at Michigan. And now I want to think together with you about the future. Future, let's say 5 to 10 years. Where do you think we will be as a society? And then also obviously us at Michigan and our roles as faculty, deans and managers. What's that future going to look like? I think we all think XR is still going to be there. Maybe I should check in with you first. But then if you could each make a wish where we would be in terms of XR adoption technologies, and just like to go around and hear a little bit about your thoughts.
I guess I'll start. When I think about XR and where I believe that will be in the future and where I'd like to see us in the future, I have a few ideas. First of all, I want to speak a little bit about healthcare and looking around and interacting with some of my colleagues in dealing with the pandemic, the COVID pandemic that we're having right now, and trying to upskill nurses so that they can move from a general care to an ICU environment would be so much easier if we had some virtual technology available to do that. So although this pandemic has been extremely challenging, I think it is also, for those of us in the simulation community, we've been communicating on a regular basis, sharing best practices. One of the things that we are coming to understand is if we had more portable technologies like virtual reality, augmented reality, and even some app-based stuff, we would be in a much better position to provide training in what we are dealing with right now. That also fits in with much of what myself and some of my colleagues are really excited about being able to use virtual reality for. And I think of some of the work that we're doing with the Heart VR, and Dr. Mahajan and I have talked about this idea of having sort of a toolkit for just-in-time training for not just our students, because it will be great for our students to be able to do that as they're practicing at home or off campus to get ready for maybe some competency evaluations, but also for our practitioners. When you're in the environment, and it doesn't matter whether it's the acute care environment, whether you're a paramedic in an ambulance, whether you're working in a remote hospital or critical access hospital, if you're coming up to do a procedure or to do something that you haven't done in a while, and you want to take the opportunity to quickly practice that, sometimes the best way to be able to do that is to be able to step into a virtual environment and just do a dry run. And you can't, first of all, you can't do that. You can't go run down to the sim lab and do it. And you can watch a video or read something. It's just not the same. But if we had these virtual assets deployed throughout the hospital, then people could access this in a much more just-in-time way to practice a skill and do that. My whole career has really focused on how can we provide better, safer care to our patients. And that's why I got into simulation. But I see XR as really being one step better, one step more advanced, as well as one piece to our whole simulation bucket or portfolio to really help our practitioners, both as learning students and on the front lines, to be able to deliver more effective and safer patient care. So that's really my wish, my desire, and what I see in the future, because I would love to see an entire classroom of students have their laptop and an Oculus Go or some other device right there. So as I'm talking to them about anatomy, I can say, okay, go take a look, and they can put it on and they can see exactly what we're talking about. They can bring it to life. If I say, let's do something on heart failure, I can say, okay, let's jump in and do a virtual case study on that. I just think that this is where the future is going to be, and this is one of the ways we can provide some excellent learning for our students. So that's my wish for the future, and I don't think it's a wish that is crazy. I think it's going to happen.
Yeah, everything that Michelle said, she's absolutely, I agree with her 100%. You know, it's kind of funny to think about, 10 years in the future. You take a look at, you take our cell phone, here's our cell phone. That's only been around for, 10-ish years. And now, can you even imagine living your life without it? Can you imagine going to, a city you've never been to without being able to have Google Maps, or to check Yelp to see, where you should eat dinner, or, how do you get to this new place? I just can't even imagine what our lives would be like without our smartphones. I would like to predict that in 10 years, virtual reality, XR, is going to be very similar. It might take a little bit longer than 10 years because we don't quite have a commercial product. I don't think that is quite as, consumer hard as the first smartphone was. But I think in addition to that, what it's really going to do, it's going to create an entirely new way of thinking about things in ways that we haven't really had a chance to think about before. It's going to create a new branch of epistemology, if you will. If you think about how knowledge is currently organized, even on our computer screens, we have file structures. They're really one-dimensional, only one-dimensional. They're lists. If you think about a book is three-dimensional only because you can turn the page, but the page itself is two-dimensional. If you think about drawings and sketches and the way that we convey knowledge to one another, it's all two-dimensional, which is kind of artificial if you think about it, because we're three-dimensional creatures, right? We exist in three-dimensional space. Imagine now that we can conceive of things in 3 dimensions from the get-go, where we don't have to take this 3-dimensional reality that we're living in and project it onto 2-dimensional space. We can actually think in three-dimensional space and sketch in three-dimensional space and, you know, present information, organize information in multi-dimensional space even. I mean, I really do think that that XR is just the very beginning of a completely new way of us thinking about things. Michael may have heard me talk about, you know, calculus and what calculus has done for us. So calculus, really, one way to think about calculus is that calculus gave us a way to think about multidimensional space in a very rigorous way. If you take a derivative, you know, a rate, that is just really how much does, you know, distance change with time, 2 different dimensions. An integral is really the area under the curve, 2 different dimensions. And what we've done is we've taken multidimensional space and we've turned that into a single dimension of code. An equation is just a way of representing multidimensional space in 1 dimension. Say we don't have to do that. Say we don't have to take that cognitive step with converting the multidimensional into a single dimension, and we can just do this directly. What that even has to do with accessibility now, because one of the biggest things I think that prevents people from going into STEM fields is this abstract thinking. We have to be very abstract in the way we talk about the physical world. XR, if we can manipulate physical space directly, I think that means that we can open up STEM fields and other different kinds of fields to people that have never been there before. So I'm very excited about the prospect of XR, not only from the kinds of things that Michelle was talking about, but also, you know, all of these other kinds of things and different ways of thinking about our physical world. So I'm so excited.
I agree with both Michelle and Joanna wholeheartedly, and it's the concept of 2007 when iPhone came out and you know things changed drastically. I just see AR especially, but XR in general over the 5 to 8 years sort of changing how we do a lot of stuff. And this is related to the fact that AI, the other AI, artificial intelligence, is really accelerating. Machine learning, and in the fact that vision systems are becoming so sophisticated that these tools are going to be ubiquitous. You know, I just ordered to experiment with the new iPad that was released that has a LiDAR built into it, which means next iPhones are going to have LiDARs built into them that will actually be sort of studying the space, and the software is going to be a lot more sophisticated. So these tools are going to change how we do telemedicine. We've tried to work on projects with Dr. Mahajan, and how do you help a surgeon at a remote site that you can virtually sort of guide them on what they need to do. That stuff is going to change. Ubiquitous access to high-speed networks, machine learning, and you know, sort of massive processing GPUs sitting in the cloud is just going to really revolutionize the things we do both on campus, off-campus life. And so the things that I see for us to pay attention to is that the questions about privacy then automatically is on steroids. We have to really pay attention to it, because the things that we were checking a box without reading, giving it away, all of a sudden we have these devices that have dozens of sensors that are capturing a ton of information that is getting shared. And so those are the things that internally as a University of Michigan and other learning institutions have to pay attention, and how do we train the future workforce to pay attention to this stuff. But I see VR, AR being sort of this amazing empathy machine that could actually put you in somebody's shoes to understand what it is to be in that position. Anecdotally, we did a fast project on Uncle Tom's Cabin, where Eliza is escaping as the slaveholders are chasing him. And the students could then inhabit the Eliza who's being chased, or the person who's chasing her. And then the reactions we saw from the students was just like, you can read that book, but now all of a sudden you're in that role where you're running away, dogs are barking after you, and all that kind of stuff. And so these kind of things are going to be, as the quality of the content, the processing, and all that stuff improves, it's going to be sort of second nature for us to be able to acquire information with these tools. But that's the caveat, is that we really have to pay attention what's happening with the data and how when when the information gets shared broadly. So those are my 2 cents.
Okay, that's great. Michelle, Joanna, Dan, that was great. So Jeremy, I'm going to ask you the same thing. You can make a wish or you can make a prediction. Where do you think XR is going to be in 5 to 10 years in our use of XR?
Yeah, I think the acceleration of the hardware, the ubiquity of the computing, I think we will have glasses that are able to transfer the world and bring us together. I think the concept of presence, in terms of imagine if we were all sitting together virtually in the same space or augmented in the same space, and we could have this conversation differently than just looking at a screen. I agree with what Joanna said about we've for thousands of years been developing for a rectangle, basically, whether it be a wall or a painting or a phone or a television or a computer monitor. I think the opportunities that the technology holds, both virtually and augmented, I think we'll see a little bit more sorting, where augmented reality will probably be more pervasive throughout the world, and virtual reality will have more very specific use cases. I think the simulation, the training, the base, the soft, those sorts of trainings will be, I think, more refined and honed where that use case is. I think our role as a university, as an institution, will be to help figure out where best to sort and how to teach to that space and how students can learn in that space and become co-creators. I think much like we've seen with social media and other spaces, I think students and the world will become co-creators, and the tools will become more available for people to build and enhance on top of that. It's a very exciting time now to help shape that future, and I'm excited to be part of it.
So this is exciting to actually listen to you and hear your actually not so different perspectives. I think we're all enthusiastic. There was a little bit of a warning, we need to get this right. There are lots of new issues that we're raising. To me, it's a little bit ironic that when I teach this content, and Joanna and also Jeremy were making this point about how we live in 3D space and how we understand it so well and how we have been designing for 2D rectangles for a while. I would say that now we're starting to finally get good at designing for 2D. We need to think about 3D, and we know nothing. In some sense, we really have to learn from scratch. Our knowledge and skills of living in 3D space every day don't necessarily translate well to design. We make lots of mistakes there. I always say we need new guidelines and better guidelines in any case. But that's probably also what we're exploring together. We each learning in our own fields, and it was nice to hear your wishes and your predictions about the future of XR, which in general is positive. We agree it's not going to go away. We actually agree that it's probably going to be very pervasive and affordable, accessible, even to people with special needs, may even enhance some of our abilities in many ways. So there's potentially a bright future. So thank you for joining us today and sharing your knowledge and expertise and insights with our online learners. I thought this was a great discussion, and we'll hopefully have some interesting follow-up comments and discussions in forums that come with this. Would like to hear issues and concerns that our learners maybe have, or also dreams and wishes you want to make for the future. And so we can discuss those and reflect on those together as a community of learners and early adopters and practitioners. So thanks again for your time and for joining in today. Hey, everybody. So in this segment, I would like to talk about initiatives, and specifically about one student initiative here on campus at the University of Michigan, the Alternate Reality Initiative. And I've invited a few students who I've met a few years ago and have been very active in this space. We're going to talk about challenges they have had and also how it's going overall. They've been actually quite successful. So why don't we introduce ourselves to our viewers. So let's get started with you guys. Say who you are and maybe your role in this alternate reality initiative, and then we can kick it off really.
Okay, I guess I'll start off. Hi everyone, my name is Matthew Kosova. I'm the current co-president of the Alternate Reality Initiative, and I'm one of the co-founders.
Hello, I'll go next. My name is Besta Aydin, and I'm the current co-president of ARI.
Hey everyone, my name is Michael Zhang. I'm the co-founder and former president of ARI.
It's cool. So I'm talking to all the presidents here, so that is great. All right, so while it is a student initiative, one thing that I was particularly impressed when I attended your very first meeting, the kickoff several years ago, was the professionalism that you put into this initiative, introducing. Michael was the president at the time, and you had a few other folks around. So tell me, organizationally, how was it for you? How is it going? How many other presidents are there, or how many other members do you have on your teams? What kinds of roles? How are you organized internally? Let's get started this way.
So when we started, we were kind of like a ragtag bunch of different students, where we posted a Facebook announcement basically trying to find other students interested in the VR and AR space. And so that's how Besta, Matthew, and I all came together. And from there, we then started forming like as a formal student organization and having these different roles. And our leadership structure and the people that have been a part of our team has changed over the last few years as well.
Yeah, so then right now for different positions that we have, of course, we've always had your president, vice presidents, or right now 2 co-presidents. Then aside from that, we've had someone usually be in charge of the workshops that we do during our meetings. And right now with project teams, we have a head of project teams. We also do different sorts of community events through our meetings and different types of outreach. So we have a bunch of different leadership members for those roles. I want to say right now we have 8 different leadership members on the team, so we're able to divvy up the work amongst everyone.
So that includes like marketing, I guess, about your various initiatives and a lot of communication. I am a proud receiver of your newsletter that comes in weekly. So what other things are going on? Beste, what are you responsible for right now?
So right now, as a co-president, I focus mainly on the workshop and development side. So I help organize the workshops, make sure we have new and different content each of our workshop meetings. And we also balance those out with some community events. So we have movie nights, game nights, just to build the community of our team.
So basically anybody, I guess students primarily, with interest in XR, or like how were you recruiting? What were the people that you wanted to be part of your community?
Yeah, so for the most part, we'll take anyone. We are open to any students on campus, undergraduate or graduate students, to come and join. For the most part, our students do tend to be more technology-based, more STEM-based. A lot of our students come from CS, computer science, or other majors like that. But then for how we actually get the students, we recruit students at different on-campus events. So for example, at the University of Michigan, there's Northfest, there's Festival, Rackham has their own event for graduate students. And through those events, we're able to get a large outreach. So usually between Northfest and Festival, we're able to get around 250 to 300 undergraduate students to sign up for our newsletter. And then through Rackham, we're able to get around 50 or so graduate students to also sign up for that. And that's really just how we build this community. Whether or not they actually come to our meetings, we're able to at least get our information out to them, whether that's just information about our weekly meetings, about any job opportunities that we see, any events that we're holding.
We also don't really differentiate experience level. We have some people who are more experienced that come to our meetings and people who are just starting out. And we make sure to make our workshop content applicable to both of these groups, because we want the new people to be able to learn, and we want the experienced people to have some of a challenge.
And to add on to that, we essentially created ARI with the idea of there being 4 different types of areas that students will be going through. So starting off with exploring XR technology before they learn through our workshops, they build different projects, and then connect with other students or other people in the XR industry. So that way we can appeal to a large variety of students in different parts of their XR journey.
Well, that's great. There's a lot of useful tips out there for people who want to start off initiatives. So some of the ingredients that I hear include workshops. So, and I think Ari always struck me as this, it was always striking me as this initiative where people come together to learn about XR. So can you give some examples of workshops you have done?
So some of our workshops, we have some very technical workshops. So we have, for example, a Oculus Rift workshop through Unity, where we teach basic programming and controls for the Oculus Rift. We have some augmented reality workshops, such as creating Snapchat filters, which is a more of a fun workshop. And then we also have those that are not directly XR, like we have Blender and modeling tutorials so that people can make their own assets and import these to their VR or AR projects. So we try to cover a lot of bases with our workshops.
And the workshops are organized by you guys, right? It's not like you're, I remember attending some of the workshops, at least the ones that I attended, there were other students giving those workshops. Is that the norm, or was that special that day?
So for the most part, we are the ones, our leadership members are the ones who put on the workshops. It usually takes our leadership members a few weeks, maybe even a few months to get the workshop materials together, to practice, to create an online blog for those workshops that other students could follow along with on our website. So for the most part, it is us who are putting them on. Although, like you said, we do sometimes invite guests from other student organizations or from companies to come in and give workshops of their own. So we had a HoloLens workshop last year that we did not put on. A different student organization did that for us.
Oh, that's cool. So the partnering up, I hear the piggybacking on other events. That was what Michael pointed out, and you, Matthew, to really get the numbers. The numbers were really impressive. I didn't even know we had so many people interested, because I see just like 40 students in my class, right? Because we cap it at the moment, I agree. The wait lists have been longer, and they're in the master's level. But I think at the undergraduate level, which I think you have a lot of students that are undergraduates, and I think all of you are actually undergraduates yourself. So you're the home that they have at the moment, and I think you're doing a really good job. So we have workshops. I know that at some stage we really have to talk about one of the most exciting parts, which is your own conference. But so apart from the workshops, I also noticed a lot of fun activities. So Beat Saber tournaments is one thing. What else have you been doing to try to, keep the engagement high in your community?
So some of the things we've done, so Beat Saber tournaments are one of the more fun, and we try to get a lot of people from outside our club to join these fun events as well. We also do some movie nights or TV show nights where we watch something that's related to VR or AR. I remember once we did a Black Mirror episode, which was a lot of fun. And those are the ones that come to my mind. But we try to get students outside our org to come to these events because it's more of a fun experience than a workshop.
Yeah, then aside from just doing community events like that to engage our community, we've also started to do project teams, which has helped us have a core group of students who, in a way, are kind of forced to come to all of our meetings, which helps our retention up a bit. But through the project teams, it's usually groups of 5 to 7 students working on a project that they come up with together, and they come to each of our meetings to meet with our leadership members to discuss the progress, to go over maybe different project management methods for them, as well as this past year, they had the opportunity to meet with you, Michael, to get some guidance from you and to be able to get some other advice as they continue on their work.
Yeah, but I think one thing that we were worried about is really setting the right incentives for students to keep doing an entire project that is essentially just like for their own learning. And one of the reasons we thought I should maybe get more engaged is maybe I can get them some credits. But in the end, they just all seem to be doing it just for fun anyway. I don't remember anybody asking me whether they could do this as an independent study. So the incentive seems to be primarily, I just want to know about this stuff. But do the students, do they have specific goals? Do they want to land jobs in the XR industry, or how do they approach it? Like, what's their motivation to come, other than it being fun, obviously? Are there professional motivations and goals behind it?
I think right now it's a bit of a mix. So I know some of our students are currently working within this industry, whether it's be through internships or through consulting jobs. But I mean, for a large proportion of our students, and including myself, a lot of this is just for fun. It's because they like this technology. They think it may have a lot of different applications in the future, and so they want to learn more about it now. And of course, on campus, we are one of the leading resources for students, especially undergraduate students, to come and learn about XR. But yeah, I mean, I do think some of them would like to go into this professionally. But as for the project teams, right now, their incentives are just to create a project. And then you mentioned our conference before. We also let our student project teams come and present at our conference, to present their work, to show it off to the other companies that are there, the other attendees.
Yeah, but I must say, for self-driven learning and project, I mean, the quality of the projects was pretty high. It was actually essentially self-taught through your workshops and their own attendance. Obviously, I think I noticed a lot of technical students, so they had a lot of technical skills, and you can do a lot in XR if you can program. I think there's something we want to change in the future, maybe to include more people, but the quality was really good. So I want to move on to one of the potential highlights. Over the last 2 years, I've attended your conference, the XR Midwest conference. I remember Michael and Matthew, you kicked it off last year, and then we had to repeat this year. So can you tell us a little bit more about the goals of that XR Midwest conference? Who came? What were your takeaways?
Yeah, so the initial thought for putting on the conference was we're in the Midwest. When we were starting up RE, one of the struggles that we had consistently was just that we couldn't find that many resources outside of our school to kind of support us. Being in the Midwest, there aren't that many major companies that have headquarters here. Most of them are on the West Coast, maybe East Coast, some down south in Texas. But here in the Midwest, there really weren't too many opportunities for both company relations and for different events. So we ended up having additional funding from one of the programs that we applied for, and we decided to put on a conference with that additional funding. So for the first year, we didn't have any sponsors. We did pretty much everything ourselves, and then we were able to get 8, 9 different Midwestern companies to come in, present to students, talk about how they worked in the Midwest, talk about their products to help inspire our students and our other attendees, kind of learn more about the industry, see what opportunities are out there. And I think for our first year in 2019, we ended up having around 80 attendees. We had 10 speakers, and overall, we got a lot of really good feedback from that event.
Another motivation for doing XR Midwest was essentially trying to bring all the different resources and knowledge that we've gotten from other people in the industry who aren't in the Midwest, and trying to increase the accessibility of that. So for many of our team members, we've had the opportunity to attend XR industry conferences or XR hackathons across the US. But for many of those large events where you have like key opportunities to network with people in the industry or work on really exciting projects at a hackathon, those are prohibitively expensive for many students, often costing the hundreds of dollars to attend such an event. And so since there wasn't any other type of large event like that in the Midwest, yet we also knew that there was a growing community, a grassroots movement of students as well as professionals in the Midwest interested in XR, hosting XR Midwest was essentially our way of also giving back to the greater community beyond just the University of Michigan.
Well, that is nicely put. Really cool and really successful. This year it had to be online, and the numbers were extremely high in terms of attendance. Any major takeaways from this year's version of the conference?
Yes, I mean, this year, kind of like you said, we had to transition it from in-person to online. So that gave us about 2.5 weeks to do that. One of my, yeah, not too much time to restart an entire marketing campaign to try to get attendees, but it ended up working out. Like you said, I think we had like 200 unique visitors on the day of the event, around 300 registrations. But my major takeaway was just that no matter what happens, people are always going to be interested in this topic. So whether we're having it in person or we're having it online through Zoom, no matter what, we're going to get people, and no matter what, we're going to be able to spread the word, or like Michael said, to be able to give back to our community. So for the online event, we were really focusing on not just students at the University of Michigan, but we're also focusing on getting attendees from the greater state of Michigan, from around the Midwest. Is kind of what we're targeting in our marketing. So pretty much no matter what, we're always gonna be able to get people to be interested, and as long as we're able to kind of get our word out there and explain our reasoning for why we're holding the conference, I think that we'll be able to be successful with it.
Okay, so Ari has been really one of the driving forces at the undergraduate space here on campus. But outside of Ari, what do you think are other kinds of opportunities for students on campus or even beyond to learn about XR? Can you give some examples there?
So something we've been doing is inviting speakers who are professors or are doing work in this field to come to our meetings and talk about opportunities beyond just RE to explore XR. This could be through research opportunities on campus, work opportunities beyond, which we post through some of our job opportunities on our newsletters. And we also encourage students to do projects outside of our RE, such as through attending hackathons. I remember the first year these hackathons were announced, we only had 2 students, me and Michael, attend the first one. And then the second year, the number grew. We had 4 students attending the hackathon. So we've been pushing our students to explore XR beyond just our club at the university or outside the campus.
So I have basically 2 more things I really want to discuss with you. Before we talk about challenges and current issues and things like that, I wanted to ask you guys, what do you think your own involvement and leading in these initiatives, did it pay out for you? Like, I know that Michael has, at least Michael and Matthew, I've seen you've been speakers in events. So like, what kind of trajectory are you on? Are you going to be the future leaders in the XR space? Is that even an ambition, or is it just a side effect of being so active? What are the benefits for you as students and in your own careers leading such initiatives?
Like a career in XR, as well as so reword that. We found that one of the challenges essentially was trying to create resources for students who were interested in pursuing a career in this space. And so we had formed this organization called ICXR, the Intercollegiate XR Community. And essentially we tried to bring together all these different universities. And at our height, we had 23 universities actually across the US, trying to build up this network of sharing resources and advice to help get more students in this space. And I think in terms of my career, as well as in what I've tried to bring to many of the different organizations and communities, both in person, like the Alternate Reality Initiative, as well as communities online in social VR. The core tenet has always been trying to get more people into the space, because that leads to more developers, as well as leads to more users in order to help bring XR to the mainstream.
Oh, that is cool. And it sounds like a really good strategy as well. So you guys were talking about challenges, and I want to dedicate the rest of our time. We've been talking about really quite a successful story, the Alternate Reality Initiative, but there have been many challenges along the way. Can you give some examples of challenges you've had, and then also maybe how you at least address them, if not overcome?
Well, one of the first challenges we had starting out was the availability of technology, because this technology was still fairly new and still being explored. So I remember on the first day we went to the university's visualization studio, and there were 2-3 headsets on computers, and those were the resources we had. So I remember we bought our own headset. We were struggling with the technology side, and we had some more of a focus on the augmented reality side because of this. But then as virtual reality grew and became more popular and people became more invested in this community, the university supported this technology as well. And now the visualization studio is an amazing area to work at. There are many types of headsets, several headsets, and it's very supported with the staff who help you when you have trouble. And it's also accessible for our members to work there during our meetings. So this availability of technology was a challenge to begin with, but now it's been one of the reasons we've been able to grow and push ourselves with what we can teach.
All right, that's a good example. I remember also having discussions with Michael and Matthew about, engagement through, it's a student initiative and it lives and dies with the semester cycles, right? Exams and all those kinds of things. So engagement and, keeping those workshops alive and filling them with people. There were challenges. How did you address those challenges?
Yeah, so like you mentioned now, for us, especially in our first 2 years of running this, retention rates were our biggest challenge. We would start off with 30, maybe even 40 people at our very first kickoff meeting. And right after that, we'd be down to 20, maybe you stay around 20 for 1 or 2 meetings, and then we end off at 10 or 5 people there outside of our leadership members. I remember our first year, our very last meeting of the year, we wanted to have a big goodbye thing, goodbye meeting, send everyone off to finals, excited. We were planning to have a game night, and going to have pizza, it's going to be a good time. And I don't think a single person showed up. So that's something that we struggled with earlier on. But for the most part, how we've dealt with that is just by continuing to do outreach. So like I said earlier, whenever we do outreach through other recruitment events, we're able to get 200, 300, maybe even 400 different students to sign up for our email list. And of course, we aren't getting 300-400 people at our meetings. But as we continue to add people on with those recruiting events, we're able to reach out to more people. And for example, this past year, we had by far our best retention. I believe our first meeting started off with around 50 students at our kickoff meeting, which then went down to 40 for the next 2 meetings, which then stayed around 30 for a while. And for the course of the year, we ended up having probably averaging around 25 to 30 students at each of our meetings at our workshops. So just by keeping on recruiting. Then I think one more thing that we've done in this past year that I imagine would have helped for the retention is just that we stopped doing so many workshops. So our first 2 years, we had workshops almost every single meeting, and then we threw in a community event or an open discussion every maybe once a month or so. But for this past year, we started to have community events or non-technical workshops almost every other week. So we would alternate between technical workshop and then something else, which I think helped to engage the community and helped keep the attention of maybe students that are already a little bit more advanced, that may feel that the basic workshops that we're giving don't really apply to them. Or we also have students that aren't really there for the development side. They just want to be part of the community. They want to learn more. So not having as many workshops for them helps because they're able to come to the meetings where they can just play games or watch a movie or hang out and eat pizza.
Well, these are all good examples of what we should do with student initiatives. Damn, I wish I were a student again. No, that's cool. These are actually great examples, and the struggles that you talked about and how you addressed them. I think this is very useful. Okay, so these are some of the current challenges you talked about, but let's go a little bit back in time. I remember when you started out, I think Michael coming to my office was very exciting to get to know you guys. So what were some of the challenges you really had to start this initially?
One of the first things that we did, especially Michael, when we were just starting out and when we were starting to form our first leadership team, was that we ended up reaching out to any and all professors and other faculty members at the university who are working with XR. And we reached out to try to get more information from them on what the ecosystem at the University of Michigan already looks like. We reached out to them to try to get any guidance, to try to get any feedback on what we were doing. But again, as freshmen, it was difficult to really get their attention. And for most of the faculty members that we reached out to, we were able to meet with them through a video call over the summer. But then after that, it didn't really lead anywhere. We were able to kind of make some connections and some relationships, for example, with a few of the vice provosts. Of course, yeah, we met you and we've been able to talk with you, Michael. But for the most part, that didn't end up really going anywhere. So what we did was we focused on other students. And so we spoke with around 50 different students from other universities that were running their own XR organizations. And we spoke with them about what they were doing that was successful, what events they were holding, and of course, what they were doing that was unsuccessful. And I think that a lot of how we shaped ARI to be what it is today was shaping it after that feedback that we had gotten, that advice that we had gotten from other students who were active in this community. So a large part of our success is thanks to them, and it's thanks to that community that we were able to start.
That's cool. And it's fair. I mean, to be honest, when we at the professor level started to you know, get people interested, it was almost similar story. You very quickly get 50 people in the room, right? I've heard about XR. So I feel like I want to do this, but the retention rate, I mean, you know, there were actually not a lot of people at the time you wanted to really kick this off. I think there were not a lot of people on campus that were ambitious and brave enough. Faculty, I mean, now. I really hope it would be different now, that if you started ARI right now with the resources that we probably have now and the growing interest on campus, which, you know, it would be a different timeline, because that success is also due to you. So Star Trek timelines don't really work that way. Anyway, I feel like it is a good issue, and I guess persistence and just doing it by yourselves really, you got a long way that way. And I feel like other students should not be discouraged. I think if you find 1 or 2 faculty members that express support, it is going to be helpful. But even if not, you students are very talented. So I think ARI is really just you guys. I'm going to throw in one last challenging one, which is, so I guess we now have an understanding of the Alternate Reality Initiative, your student initiative, and what it is right now. And I'm wondering whether you want it to be just that, or do you have new, bigger plans for it even? And even if not, is there anything that is missing? Is there any kind of support that you wished for? That, I mean, if you could make a wish, what would that be? And I'm not promising that I'll be in a position to fulfill it, but I would like to learn from you guys what you see as a major obstacle that you've overcome so many. So is there anything else that's holding you back from the ARI dreams?
One of the biggest challenges that I see both with the Alternate Reality Initiative as well as with all the other XR university organizations is essentially trying to overcome the uncertainty of the future of XR. From what we've seen is that many students are very passionate, at least initially, to learn more about the technology and try to work on as many projects as possible. But I think one of the challenges of taking that initial interest to the next level of possibly pursuing a career in this space is who has actually done that so far. For so many of the people that we've met, these are essentially like the first group of students who are coming into college and university actually starting off with their interest in XR and then possibly pursuing a career in XR, versus most of the other people in the industry who currently come from oftentimes the gaming industry or from software consumer technologies. So in this case, we're kind of this initial class of students who are trying to create a pathway showing other students how they could possibly pursue a career in this space, when so much is still unknown about like whether it will grow tremendously, as well as what are the opportunities that are available. Because for pretty much every single University of Michigan student, we're all really good at finding different opportunities, different ways to make our mark.
Yeah, thanks. This is really helpful, and this is a good summary, actually, I think, of our entire discussion. So I really enjoyed actually talking to you and hearing it. Obviously, it's not the first time I meet you, but I'm always really excited when I listen to your experience. And the credit is really just with you guys. You have done this almost entirely just by yourselves, and you're going through different cycles of the leadership. Happy to meet the new presidents and the former presidents, and we're still friends and everything. So that's great. It is actually in many ways a great example of a student initiative. And I think Michael put it really nicely. We are still in this space where there will be the first cohorts of students coming out. It will be interesting when people have had XR when they were babies, right? like I've been doing XR all my life. It'll be a different audience and probably new challenges to address them. Smartphones are not interesting anymore. Everybody has them. I wonder whether we have similar issues at some stage with XR. And it was really great to hear from your initiative. And I think our learners, which I hope many of them are actually students like yourself, get excited about starting something like this. So thanks for talking to me about it.
Congratulations! You've made it through this first course as part of the XR MOOC. This course was really focused on the terminology, learning about the concepts and technologies, and then learning about the trends, and then discussing the issues. Finally, also a little bit on strategy. And I think these are all just initial insights into XR. This space is really evolving very quickly, which is probably one of the main takeaways that you will hopefully have. It's really hard to actually have an overview like this. So I really enjoyed putting this content together. If you made it through this course, that means you actually have a really good overview of the space. And actually that would be really great for having critical discussions, and also then thinking maybe about ways of doing XR, which is really the focus of some of our other courses focused on design and development. So now that you have made it through this course, let us celebrate a little bit together and look at, well, the things that we should know about at this stage. So this was the road through the course, right? I hope it wasn't too rocky. And if you haven't had the opportunity to look at some of the honors track contents and also some of the exercises, I would still encourage you to do it. I think it's an even better way to learn about these technologies. But it's fine. Also, just going through these and maybe making it through the quizzes already would make me very happy, and hopefully provide you a little bit of at least some fundamental knowledge in this space. So one of the things we've done actually quite fundamentally is really distinguishing virtual reality from augmented reality, right? And so by now you should know that virtual reality really replaces reality and augmented reality enhances reality. And you should really refer to each like using the right terminology. You shouldn't confuse the two, AR and VR. It happens all the time in discussions with people that are not as engaged in this space. So I really want you to know those things and know the differences. And then I always like to say that the R in virtual reality is not the same R as the R in augmented reality. The R in augmented reality is actually the real world, and the R in virtual reality is really a computer-generated, somehow designed synthetic world. We've also learned about the reality-virtuality continuum, and we've actually done exercises around this, classifying existing applications along this continuum as part of the honors track. We did learn about some of the display types throughout, from those that are a little weaker on the AR side to more AR into the virtual space. Let's just say it this way. We have actually learned about each of these technologies driving VR and AR. So I think that was quite cool that we now have that understanding and can put together this technology tree that we perhaps now can navigate and understand some of the things that I put in here. But we've also learned about how to ask questions around these technologies. So I've introduced you to this idea of doing QOC-based design space analysis, really asking fundamental questions around some of the things you may be designing in the future, and also thinking about available options for each of these questions, and then criteria. And this QOC approach is really more like a formalization of all the things that are going on in my head when people are asking me about, how would you do this, Michael? What kind of technologies do I need? Is this even possible? Could we even do something like this? And so I think it's very good. And approaching it from this questions, options and criteria perspective may allow you to involve these stakeholders, to involve maybe your potential users in some of the discussions. Rather than just throwing the technologies around their ears, you can actually engage in meaningful questions. So that was the goal of that one, and I hope that you will adopt this somehow into some of your practices. That would be really cool. Learned about the trends, really going through it from an HCI, a human-computer interaction perspective, thinking about people, tasks, technology, and how each have evolved. So we now know that obviously there's a lot of interest in the social AR VR space, multi-user experiences, cross-device AR VR is very interesting. At the same time, while initially we were just enabling more or less able-bodied users, we really now have to think about inclusivity and enabling all kinds of users, including those with special needs, and we actually have to do an even better job there, although we are beginning to see some really good examples in that space. So initially, what we can see here in terms of context from more specific, a little bit more constrained contexts, like your work areas or living room, to really the world, to a new world where AR, at least AR, will be always on and always available, which is really going to enable all kinds of contexts. And that is a future that we need to prepare for. And knowing about these trends and the issues, I think, is at least a good kind of preparation. I've shared a few technology trends, obviously from tethered to standalone devices to built-in. We will actually see more and more AR, VR technologies built into various devices. More devices will have cameras and sensors, and some of these AR techniques that we would now associate with AR will actually be much more widespread. The computation will be going around between requiring additional hardware, doing more or less everything in software, and then outsourcing to the cloud. I think we will see, and maybe you agree with this, or we will see in the next few years. And obviously we also can see a technological trend on the application side, from dedicated AR VR only standalone apps to apps that are including AR VR modes, to maybe in the future even apps that are basically porting the content into both AR or VR depending on task, context, and user preference. This idea of cross reality, designing interfaces that can actually span these different kinds of modalities, that is something that I also expand on in the design and development oriented course. We talked about the issues, so we should have at least a good overview of some of the, well, classes of issues in this space, right? Social and ethical concerns, accessibility and equity, and privacy and security. There are additional issues, obviously, but these are some of the really big ones beyond the technological considerations or the design considerations that we really focus on in some of the other courses. But at a higher level of thinking, and really actually what I want us to think about more as a community, as a society, these are really some of the key issues. So in the last part, I was talking about strategy. I was talking about building this growth mindset, right, around knowledge and your team, how to actually build both knowledge and actually diversify your team, and what are good strategies there. At least I've shared some of the strategies that I have used, or some of the things that I'm looking for when I'm filling new roles. We talked about equipment and users. This is just the beginning of a strategy discussion. I do think that XR is actually all about strategy. Strategy in terms of like what projects you work on, what initiatives you contribute to, really what you believe in, where this space should be moving, and then also how you continue to learn about this space. So for example, I can say for myself that while I have been active in this space for a few years now, and I actually have been teaching it for many years, putting this MOOC together and also the other courses, I feel like I've learned even more. Hopefully you also learned quite a bit by, well, going through this together with me. And I hope by that time we will have already had some really cool discussions in some of the interactive elements throughout this course. I invite you to look at Course 2 and Course 3. where some of our learners are actually working on real projects in this space, designing a new AR or VR experience and then also taking it into the development stages as well. So I think even if you're not necessarily a designer or a developer, you could have a little bit of a peek in there and see what's going on. It would be great to see you there as well. So this course then was really on the knowledge and shaping of XR. This is the first course in a series. It is focused on really providing this fundamental introduction. And then we have 2 more courses, one focused really on design and design thinking and prototyping, and then one focused on development, really building this toolbox and working with the tools and the technologies themselves, overcoming some of the barriers to entry that are still there, making this jump from 2D to 3D, and then learning really about specific VR design and development aspects, and the same for AR as well. Finally, we're going to look at some of the more advanced topics in the space. We're also going to learn a little bit about XR research, which I really care about as well. So these are courses that I would obviously like to see you take if you're a little bit interested or passionate about some of these. But this is really our first course as part of the larger specialization. So here I'll end with an overview of the specialization. You have now made it through this course. Again, the design one is really focused on methods and tools with additional exercises around design critiques, storyboarding and prototyping, both with physical tools and then also digital tools, and even doing it immersively. That means directly in AR or VR, quite interesting. Also, as part of this course and the second, or actually in fact the third course here, you would actually engage in a project and then finally do a peer review of other projects. Actually quite exciting. So the development-oriented course uses slightly different language and has a little bit of an expectation of you being eager to learn some of the technology behind some of this and working with the tools. And so it takes more of a programmer approach, if you will, but it is still not too hard. It doesn't require computer graphics or whatever you may think backgrounds. It is still, well, it's taught by me, and I am somebody who works in the area of human-computer interaction. So the exercises there will be making this jump from 2D to 3D, building a 3D scene, building a VR and an AR scene, and then, as I said, these actually add onto each other, and you will actually create a project this way, which will finally be peer-reviewed. I invite you to join me in this world around XR and really contributing to this discussion, and also by being active in the space as a doer and shaper, which I think would be a great accomplishment. Thanks again for taking this course. Again, I had a lot of fun preparing this. I hope you could feel that a little bit. It wasn't always easy to record all this content. COVID-19 really had quite an impact on actually all the courses. So I'm glad we made it to this point. And thanks again for taking this course with me, and really don't hesitate to reach out. I would like to hear from you. It was actually nice to work with you. So hopefully I'll see you in some of the other courses or in some versions of this course or other things I may do in the future. You never know where it takes people. So bye-bye.